Sing and play together. Another issue would be most of us are fairly new players and we don't have like a veteran in the team. So I guess we all just trust each other and learn from our mistakes.
I look forward to compete against Papi Cholo because he clutched us 1v3 last VCT.
To compete against Naos kasi sa point of view ko, sila lang yung threat sa amin ngayon.
What makes our team unique is our bonding. We sometimes scare each other, we watch some movies, we watch our VODs.
Sabay-sabay kami matulog, sabay-sabay kami kumain, sabay-sabay kami maglaro.
Sometimes we brush our teeth together.
Parang connected kasi kami sa outside rin and inside the game.
Siguro yung team namin kasi bago pa lang kami, panigurado, madaming struggles na mangyayari. Excited ako kung paano namin malalagpasan yung mga struggles na yun this year. Saka syempre sa mga rising stars this year, excited ako makalaban sila.
Hi, I'm Boogie.
Hi, I'm Drich.
I'm Folex.
I'm Chase.
Owen here, and we are
GameLab.Alpha.
Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin and sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Nung una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org, and dati is nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp, and now na nasa GameLab.Alpha na kami, is nakapag-practice na kami na matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon mayroon akong chance makalaban siya.
Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Abaddon po kasi same po kami ng role which is Senti. Ginagaya ko po yung playstyle niya which is aggro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition, kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Hi, I'm Disrupt.
I'm Rabbit. Hello, I'm Eugenius.
I'm Kilias.
I'm Mario. We are
SKYE Empire.
Masarap sa feeling kasi yung mga hurdles na pinagdaanan namin, which is last year, hindi kami nakakwalify, nakaka-satisfy na parang na-fulfill namin yung pinaghirapan namin this year.
I feel happy that I'm back to VCT, but I'm still not contented because I qualified for every single VCT last year, and I think this year I want to up my accomplishments, as being in VCTPH is not enough for me to satisfy my passion to compete and hopefully compete against international teams.
Well, first of all, I am happy to be part of this year's VCT, but in reality, I'm still not yet satisfied, especially with last year's performance. I think I was lacking a lot of experience in terms of like mechanics or even my game sense, but I think this year, this might be the year that I might unlock that what I was lacking last year.
Since week 1, we've experienced losses, we decided to make some change. And I hope by having this change, it helps us to focus more on firepower, as I think we lack the individual skills to up our gameplay. And now, I think teams should be scared of us, as I think I can release the full potential of the team.
Ang pinaka naging problema namin kasi is yung kanya-kanya kaming bahay is yung lagi may nawawalan sa amin ng internet. And ang naging solusyon namin is nag-bootcamp kami, pero after a week, nagkaroon din ng problema doon sa bootcamp, which is nag-temporary bootcamp pa kami sa iba para lang makapaglaro. Which is nahirapan kami kasi na-cancel lahat ng practice namin, wala kami nagawa. And ngayon pa lang kami bumabawi.
Well, there's two people that I can think of right now. It will be Naos Ja and Naos Wits. It goes back to CSGO days where I've been with them inside the server, especially their oppers like me. I even remembered the last time I attended a major CSGO tournament, which was ESGS. I was playing up against Wits, and it was quite a devastating feeling for me, but I think this time I will do my best to prove myself to him and to other people. Also, for Naos Ja, when he switched to Valorant, I was very excited since I knew that he was a opera like me. We almost had the same playstyles, and I knew that once he switched, he will be playing Jet, and I was playing Jet at that time also, so I was really excited to face against him.
I look forward the most this Challenger split is the new teams that are jumping in the scene, because the other teams like Secret and RRQ already moved to the franchise, so there are more slots for new teams, so more competition and more fun. I hope I learn something from them and they learn something from us.
Ang naka-unique sa among team is, compared sa everyone, is kami tanan is open sa isa-isa. Kay sa ang daan nga ting itong pinakauna ng mga roster kay gabi ka dagan kay patong-patong ang ego mo nang karon nalipay ko kay ang mga kauban open sila sa mga open forum ng mga meeting para kung na may problema sa team ma-fix dito.
안녕하세요. Hello guys, please continue to support us this VCTPH Split 1 and continue watching our games. We won't let you down this time, guys.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
Hi, I'm Jaden.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nakage. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT and yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin dumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing VALORANT so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat and nag-usap-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin si Mojer kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abaddon Esports kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential and I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, kasi lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila o kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split 2 naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Feeling ko anong yanik sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team outside the game para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami buong team kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang mag-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I am NDG.
I'm Mojer.
I'm Wits. I'm Ja. And we are Naos. Yung feeling ko coming dito sa VCT is excited. Excited kasi akong bumawi kasi last VCT run namin is hindi kami nag-champion. So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon. Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na pong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas.
Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims. And since bago kaming roster, pinapractice din namin yung team chemistry. And pinapanood din namin yung mga VODs ng mga kalaban namin para may insights naman kami sa mga ginagawa nila.
After nung sa Sibol, nag-usap-usap po kami and it served as a wake-up call. So abangan nyo na lang po kami sa mga next namin na laban sa VCT para mapakita po namin kung paano kami nag-improve sa team.
Our team is a good mix of veterans and new bloods, and our team chemistry bond is like no other. And lastly, I can say our preparation for this tournament is beyond what other teams can commit. And this VCTPH 2023, we will fly high.
Ang masasabi ko lang, ang pinagkaiba namin dun sa ibang teams is dito kasi para kaming magkakapamilya dito. So dito parang alam namin kung ano yung weakness ng isa't isa, alam namin kung ano yung strength ng isa't isa kasi open kami to each others. Ayun. So gusto ko lang sana mag-thank you sa mga fans na nagtitiwala sa Naos and also sa mga fans ko dati pa. And hindi kayo madi-disappoint sa akin and sa amin kasi gagawin namin yung best namin dalhin para madalin yung team na to sa international stage. At saka, don't worry guys, magkakaroon pa tayo ng 8-8 sa future. Yeah.
So guys, please support us this coming VCTPH 2023 and hopefully we meet your expectations and we'll do our best as a team.
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slatom 999.
I'm Exotic.
I'm Hydra.
I'm Rababs.
I'm V Black. And we are Abaddon.
It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO, with the current Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abaddon, and we are called as the fastest rising team in the PH. And I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay!
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week lang yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City and the bootcamp is like the far right side in Lapu-Lapu. And my manager, Anakin, tried to convince my mom really hard so I can't get to play in the bootcamp.
The technical issues that we encountered was internet problems and PC problems. That's why we moved to a bootcamp to V Black's house, and having a coach as well helps us a lot.
I look up to Ayo because dami niyang tinuro sa akin and at the same time gusto siyang matalo this VCTPH.
Our age is on 16 to 20 and we are against the veterans in this VCT run.
Ganon yung team, di lang ganon nag-give up. Nagta-try hard kami, tas di namin inasahan na mag-Cinderella run kami.
Disclaimer, please wag po gayahin. We are just a bunch of students na nagka-cutting tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami, mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart kaya IGL.
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us day one until here. Thank you for being there for us and we will do better in our games.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi. Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams?
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus more on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH. We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marky.
Hi, I'm Waldorio.
Hello, I'm Nexi.
Hi, I am Georgie.
Hi, I'm Drax. Oasis Gaming.
Excited po kasi yung mga upcoming matches namin, feeling ko malalakas yung mga kalaban namin kaya challenging.
Another achievement for myself, saka another opportunity para mapatunayan namin na kaya namin maging #1 sa Pinas. Preparations for VCT. We have 3 coaches. We scrim 3 times a day, around like 8 hours, and I made lineups for my role.
One main problem that our team encountered would be chemistry as a whole, since we all came from different teams and we were fairly new. How we overcame them was to just keep practicing and play together. Another issue would be most of us are fairly new players and we don't have like a veteran in the team. So I guess we all just trust each other and learn from our mistakes.
Konting kembot na lang, papunta na tayo sa playoffs! Does your favorite team have what it takes to push through to the end? Nako, kung ako sa inyo, bigyan nyo ng lakas ang inyong mga paboritong teams dahil eto na, magsisimula na ang VCTPH.
Another one, and there you go, Kuya Yowie. There's no stopping this man. With the plants, and it's 2 already going down to the ground. Great, look at this reflection, Reno! Taking it, Ethan's gonna go for it, and Naslick crawls his way to the clutch.
mula Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Hinahanap natin dito kung sino ang team na magpapakita ng tunay na ugali ng pagiging relentless. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Ako nga pala ang inyong panel host na si Likeable. At kasama ko ngayon ang paborito nating Marites na si Ray Ray. And of course, ang tatay nating lahat na si Dadfem. Dadfem, ngayon na ulit tayo nagkita. Kamusta ka naman?
Okay naman ako, like, patapos na ang season, patapos na ang split natin at sobrang excited ako malaman. Since ang lahat ng teams na ito, iisang game apiece na lang ang tsansa para magkaroon sila ng say sa standings natin ay magkakaroon sila ng napaka-importanting desisyon at dito sa pagpanalo nila sa mga games na malalaman.
Malalaman talaga natin yan. Ikaw naman, Ray Ray, ang gusto naming lahat malaman, sumusumpong ba yung iyong sumpa ngayong araw?
Uy guys so far, wala tayong mga sumpa kapag ako. Pero kahapon, lumabas na yung tech post, lumabas na yung game 3. So parang medyo nasa may huling banda lang. Kaso mas excited ako. Kasi balita ko, like, di ba, napakadaming kailangan natin i-reveal ngayon dahil sa mga bracketing, sa mga results na magiging matches natin, especially today.
Napaka marites mo talaga, kumare. Nabalitaan mo rin yung mga ganyang bagay. Pero ito, napakainit ng balita. Ano yun, Riri? May bubulong ka pa ata sa mic.
Bubulong ko lang is good luck sa mga teams. Huwag kayo papatalo.
Akala ko naman may chismis tayo dyan, sis. Pero ito, mainit na mainit ang balita. Maganda yung mga labanan natin kahapon. And you guys get to witness it once again dito sa ating recap ng highlights.
Guessing, but Xiangyi makes the decisive swift strike to basically deal death of Georgie here. Now the pull of trigger on Savvy 8K, he's going to be by himself. Creating space as his teammates pushes up into the A side. This is going to be incredibly messy here, Raph. Lost Boy can push up, maybe catch them on transition. And Xiangyi, where does he keep coming from? He gets the one pick, does finally get shut down, and we're here for the 3 versus 3. Ninitups now is the one to activate his own ultimate here. And Lost Boy challenging. But I think that was awkward because Walk on Water, I think, got flashed by his own teammate there from Nini. So this might not be the best, but they equalize once more. The tag on the Recon Dart. Walk on Water just does not care any further and just wants to keep challenging Mario! Well,
numbers as Exotic will be the first one to fall here because he was in the top of the box as Yanaki is doing it again as Rababs will shut him down, but that's 3 kills. That's already a lot of value as Micro finds the headshot onto Hydra. Rababs 36 HP, not on a healthy spot at the moment. This is looking to be a round for action.
36 HP means that one Vandal bullet will do it, and there's a bunch of Vandals on the enemy team. Anyone can just breathe on him and he'll basically just perish on the spot. The one way's not going to help at all. Not going to be able to see who even knocks on death's door when KevZ knocks. That kind of don't want to give it up. It looks like they're going to go for a mid pinch here, but the Sage Wall is actually going to stop the crossfire coming in from the people pushing into B. On B though, Kevz is already going to shut down 2. Will he spot the 3rd? Yes, he will, but will he be enough? Kevz is going to get the 3rd kill.
Again!
Insane with the positioning. And on the mid side, Micro gets one of his own, spots out the last player, and he takes him out. A clear round. You don't know what happened during that tactical pause. Move accordingly. It's going to be like the move is towards the C site. This time, leaving only Omen there guarding B. APH prepared for the attack. They don't have the best buy, but we've seen Abaddon Abyss work with this to great success before. So if they're able to replicate that, it's going to be a lot. But with the Alarm Bot and Nanoswarm already prepared for this push, if the Raze utility is too far back, he's not going to be able to destroy any of this. The delay coming in. Rabab's going to get 1, 2.
And 2, make that a 2. Rababs, the sole guardian of C, has been working wonders and make that a 3. And it's Latham with the tag team from earlier with a 2v2 clutch. Yeah, that's a lot of control from Abaddon. Just trying to cut and see anyone coming from defender spawn. This is just a lot for the side of Abaddon as Action Cage is going to come from a different direction instead. As Latham gets the kill onto Yanagi, they know where everybody is at this point as Micro is just so low as Black. V-Black finds Derek. 2v3 situation. Everybody is so low at this point as Blurred finds Latham. They're gonna try to peek together, but the wall comes up as B Black kills 3 so far. So with 6 HP, he just has to buy time. He just has to buy time. Both of them are low HP. And he has the tides in his favor. He has eyes on the spike. And as the waves crash down, they need to defuse. Look at this patient play.
that
And
was
gets
so
the
good.
headshot. 4K for B Black. Expire, and it's only Derek left. We've seen him 1v2 before, and it's highly possible. He knows someone's trying to push him out, and he's gonna get concussed, trapped in his own cyber cage, and he has no escape. 4v4 so far. It has been a trade, at least macro-wise. Yanagi detained. Good thing is safe for now. Again, this is match point. A lot in the line for Abaddon. They want to survive this onslaught, and he finds kills as Exotic is just rushing through the entire site. It's all up to KevZ and Micro to clutch this, and KevZ finds the kill onto Rabaz. A 1v1, a 1v1 to Sky, and Action PH finds the final blow.
Nag-iinit na talaga yung tanghali natin. Ang ganda ng mga highlights na yun. Alam mo, napanood ko na yun kahapon. Pero pag pinapanood ko rin, uy, galing, napapagano na naman ako eh. Masarap talaga pag nire-recap natin tong mga highlights na to. Pero syempre, yung mga highlights natin yan, hindi naman natin yan makikita kung hindi na-organize tong buong tournament natin na to. So maraming salamat sa Riot Games pati sa SKYE Philippines for making this event possible.
And of course, thanks to our official sponsor, GLAB Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great talagang food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe on GLAB Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your very first month.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ray, di ba 9 pesos?
9 pesos.
Pag si Asura yung nagsabi, 9 pesos.
Marami akong nabalita ang mga Tagalog cast ni Asuraya. Nag-improve daw siya. Congrats sa'yo, Asuraya. I am proud.
Oh, proud tayo lahat, syempre. Mga VCTPH talents yan. Anyway, ang ganda talaga ng mga highlights kanina. Pero maganda rin pag-usapan natin dito yung mga standings. Kasi medyo madugo eh. And this is gonna be a very hefty discussion here on the panel. Dadfem, bakit hindi mo nasimulan? Ano sa tingin mo yung magiging objective ng mga teams na to when it comes to the standings, knowing na 2 araw na lang tayo dito sa group stages?
Well, sa 2 araw na yun, kasabi ko kanina, ang lahat ng teams natin dito sa ating standings, mag-iisang game para mapad yung stats natin, di ba? So they have 1 game para magkaroon sila ng higher up dito sa ating leaderboard ngayon. Mas lalong magkakaroon ng emphasis yun sa mga bottom tier teams sa kailangan ng chance para maklinch yung top 6 spot. Napag-usapan natin kanina na SKYE Empire, sobrang delikado ng posisyon nila. At yung 2 bottom 2 teams, sila yung pinakamalaking chance ang pwedeng makaklinch ng top 6 playoff spot natin.
Ayan. Actually, a-add ko lang din sa sinabi ni Dadfem. Sa mga nagtatanong dyan, ano ba yung mga matches na very crucial na may kita natin mamaya-maya lang? Well, we have si SKYE Empire together with Abaddon Abyss. Pero syempre yung mga next matches natin, ang priority din nila is magkaroon ng magandang seeding. So, yan yung mga kailangan natin makita. But then, just in case there are tiebreakers, we'll always see to it na may mga round differential yan. But we'll further explain that after today's set of matches, guys.
And speaking of today's set of matches, actually, tingnan na natin yung schedule na makikita natin for the day. Kasi nga, sobrang crucial na talaga. And I believe, Rere, meron kang mga points na gusto talagang i-bring up when it comes to the teams na nakikita natin sa screens na to. Dahil sila yung mga nasa alanganin right now eh.
Talagang games of alanganin ito, guys. At ito pa, yung mga matches natin ngayon, it will also affect the seeding. Yung mga ilan ba yung talo nila, ilan ba yung mga panalo nila, ano ba yung magiging seat ng ibang teams as well. Pero ako, sa pangalawang game talaga yung tututukan ko between SKYE Empire together with Abaddon. Dahil kung sino man ang matatalo sa kanila, malaki ang chance na mamamaalam na nga sa ating regular season.
Kung tutuusin, di ba, it's not always about how you start yung season, pero how you finish strong minsan. Even though hindi maapektuhan directly yung magiging placement ng mga teams dito, it still is a good point of momentum pagdating nila either through the next split o kaya papunta dito sa playoffs, depending on which team we're talking about ngayon.
Actually, saktong-sakto yung sinabi mo. Dito kasi, isa sa mga teams na magko-compete, yung nakita natin sa schedule, etong Action PH. Na-mention ko na to in yesterday's panel, pero medyo nag-aalangan talaga tong team na to. Nagsimula sila very, very strong dun sa mga records nila. They won against Puggers, they won against NCG. Tapos after nun, tuluyan na silang natalo on the likes of Oasis, Naos, and SKYE Empire. Though, buti, sa wakas medyo nakabawi na sila when it comes to Abaddon Abyss. Pero, yun nga medyo delikado when it comes to the momentum. Sana makabawi pa sila for their sake.
I'm sure. I'm a big fan of Action PH personally. Sabi nga nila sa atin, 'di ba? Yung kung merong team dito na i-highlight natin na bago pa lang talaga yung roster aside from Puggers na nag-iaan lang a day before the actual qualifiers. Etong mga taga APH, January lang nila plinan itong roster nila. Like a few weeks before the open qualifiers. And now that naging invited teams nga sila, 'di ba? Tapos talagang pinagtagpi-tagpi na lang nila. Then ngayon, yung performance nila, hindi ito yung kasing level ng what we expected. At everyday hinihigitan nila tayo. Yung mga identity na kailangan nila hanapin, unti-unti na nilang papato ngayon. And that's a good statement right now, especially in this matchup.
I think something na kailangan din natin i-highlight when it comes to APH is the fact na sila kasi, 'di ba yung team nila, marami na ring veterancy na experience dito. And at the end of the day, it's not always about just getting that star power and everything. Yung team chemistry pa rin talaga yung magiging binding factor when it comes to these teams.
And then they also have like a good mix of not only veterans but also young bloods as well na may experience pagdating dito sa VCT. That means they also have a lot of room to grow. You think about people like Blur, you think about people like Yanagi. Two people who have a lot of experience in the pro scene that also are very young and talented. Kaya itong hindi sila veterans per se. They have a lot of experience to say the least. Pero they are young enough to say na they can grow a lot and develop. Not only in this split, but in this game alone where they can try to make a solid performance right out of the gate ngayon.
Ayan, saktong-sakto. Ready na yung ating team intro. Alam ko medyo napa-advance tayo dyan. Pero sa wakas, allow me to formally introduce once again, Action PH.
Perfect.
Action PH. Sila ang sinasabi ng marami na dark horse kumbaga for a couple of good reasons. One of the direct invite teams na now that we look at it, steady placement pagdating sa standings ngayon. Top 4 and they're solidified pagdating dito sa playoffs where they're 3-3 as a direct invite team nga naman, diba? They have talked about in their interview that they needed a good understanding of the fundamentals, and during a lot of VOD reviews that I've been doing about Action PH, I kind of see it. Kita-kita ko yung kanilang mga win conditions dito. They try to set up Blurred every single time. Kailangang i-set up nitong si Derek at saka si Micro para maging madali yung trabaho nitong si Blurred. Pero what I like about how this team is developing right now is hindi lang si Blurred na ngayon yung nagiging star of the show. Now everybody's getting confidence in how they can frag out. Like katulad ng sinabi ko, si Yanagi kanina, katulad na pwedeng gamitin ni Micro, who was very, very impactful pagdating sa mga clutch situations niya. And when we talk about that confidence heading into this sort of matchup, talagang may hirapan siguro ma-predict kung sino ba naman ang iinit ngayon. Hindi lang si Blurred ang pwedeng uminit. Kumbaga, yung iba pa mga players sa Action PH pwede ding uminit ngayong araw na to.
And I love na based sa mga matches nila, they always keep on improving. Tapos, aside from that, may mga challenges talaga sa kanila, especially on maps like Icebox together with Pearl, but they are able to win it naman against sa mga teams who are also strong on that map. Tapos, ngayon, sabi mo nga, hindi nga lang si Blurred ang talaga nagpa-pop off. And I'm happy to see Derek back on the scene again here in Valorant, that he's actually really improving. And hindi lang din si Derek ang talagang malaking naging impact. Sabi ko nga, di diba? A lot of adjustments has been made. Kevs right now is not on the initiator. Instead, he's on that sentinel. And right now, nakita ko na napakalaki no naging improvement niya kahit nagkaroon nga ng changes within the roster.
Alam mo, speaking of roster changes, I really hope na maging trend din dito sa local scene natin na mag-invest tayo sa mga players, not re-roster too much just because hindi nag-perform up to the expectation for ano. Kasi iba rin talaga yung development ng team kapag nagsimula sila ng sama-sama and then throughout, nagde-develop talaga sila. Yun yung solid yung magiging chemistry in the end. But then again, that's just my opinion. Hindi pa rin naman natin masasabi kung ano yung direction na gustong puntahan ng mga players. And of course, the coaches of all of these teams. Anyway, I'm getting way too ahead of myself. Pag-usapan naman natin kung sino nga ba ang makakalaban nitong APH. Nako, mainit-init din tong kalaban na to dahil all eyes are on them after they ruined the win streak netong Oasis Gaming. So dahil dyan, ipapakilala ko na ang GameLab.Alpha.
Ang team known as the Mad Scientists, GameLab.Alpha is here at nakita nga natin na they are actually the first team to defeat the Titans. A David and Goliath story indeed. And finally, nakita natin na itong team na to, akala natin talagang press W lang, kundi may mga actual stats talaga sila. At ngayon, gusto ko lang din talaga i-highlight pagdating sa GameLab.Alpha is they are confident in what they know. The fact that they pick yung Lotus, tapos pinakitaan nila tayo ng amazing performance nila by trusting their own comms, by being how flex their players are when it comes to their agent selections. Sobrang daming pinakita ng GameLab.Alpha that really is outstanding and really like got the head out of us. Parang nagulat tayong lahat na ganito pala yung actual GameLab. At ito pa, I feel like it's not the 100% yet ng GameLab.Alpha.
At sa dinarami naming time na nakita natin sila dito sa split na to, mas lalo sila nagiging confident sa mga stats nila. Napansin mo ba? Lahat ng panalo na kuha ng GameLab.Alpha, puro umabot sa Game 3, tapos nananalo sila doon. Endurance test ang bawat series against GameLab at para silang ticking time bomb. Habang tumatagal, sasabog sila dito. Feeling ko, dahil doon sa sinabi mo silang mad scientist, kumbaga lagi silang may strat na laging niluluto nitong si ONQT na in-execute na maayos. But a really big question mark that I have to put forward is kung paano mag-step up si Boogie. He stepped up especially nung series sila against Oasis, pero asking kung yun yung Boogie makikita natin ngayon is the $1 million question ngayon.
$1 million question talaga kasi gusto mo talaga na firepower na at this point para sulit na sulit yung scoreboard natin. Pero eto na, tingnan natin dito sa head-to-head natin etong si Dritch with the breach and of course Derek, ano ba? The Derek effect. Yon, para rhyming.
I love Dritch and Derek. They are the unspoken heroes actually of each team. Pagdating kay Dritch, 'di ba? Parati na lang natin nakikita si Folex. Parati na lang din natin i-add ko lang si Boogie na flex main. Pero ang dami niya naging impact, especially on the maps like Icebox. Pero for Dritch naman, he always have that back-end support. You don't see him usually getting that clutch. But when you need him the most, he always makes sure to get up with the trades. And that's what you need after. But as for Derek naman, nakita ko nga na unti-unti medyo uncomfy siya at the start of our regular season. But ngayon, nakita ko the fact that he had that 3v1s already in Pearl. Tapos nakita din natin yung mga post-plant niya. It's really creative out of him. Nakita ko na ito yung Derek na na-miss natin last year. Ito na ulit yung Derek na bagong formula na nga ngayon, na na-mix pagdating sa Action PH.
Parang little brother versus kuya, kumbaga, para sa role nila dito eh. Si Derek kasi parang pagbalik lang niya, talagang kailangan ng time para maging komportable ulit sa kanyang magiging role dito sa VCTPH. And I think he have hit that stride dahil siya na yung nagiging supportive member ng APH ngayon this time around. But Dritch, talagang ever since the start, napakalaki ng kanyang naging responsibilidad. Kailangang bataan, kailangan samahan itong si Folex at saka si Boogie para maging komportable sa mga roles sila, di ba? And that's been like the thing about these unsung heroes. They needed a little bit more time. They needed so much para mag-ramp up. At nakapag-warm up na sila ngayon pagdating dito sa one of the last days of our regular season, baka ngayon na sila magkakaroon ng chance para makuha yung spotlight natin.
Yung spotlight talaga yung gusto nila eh. Nakita natin sa performance na itong GLAB throughout the entire run so far na kaya nila eh. Actually, the most impressive thing na mapapansin natin, galing sila sa open qualifiers, wala silang coach, and yet pumapalag talaga sila dito sa level na to. And on top of that, promise, sino ba namang hindi mabibigla na itong team na to, sila pa yung nakatalo sa Oasis Gaming. We had other teams like Naos Esports that we were hoping na, okay, baka ito na talaga yung rivalry ng dalawa, yung tandem. Pero hindi, yung GLAB pa talaga yung sumurpresa sa atin. Kaya nakakatuwa talagang makita tong team na to. And actually, natutuwa rin ako malaman kung anong mapa kaya ang ipo-pull out ng mga to as we go on over to our map selection. Kasi sa nakikita ko sa track record nila, may mga maps na medyo similar yung strengths nila eh. Unang example na lang siguro dito is yung Lotus. Pareho sila strong running sa Lotus so far. Yung Pearl nga lang medyo shaky on the side of APH, pero I really feel like it's workable. Pero kung kunyari, Ray, mapunta tayo dito sa Icebox, feeling ko lamang talaga yung APH. Malay ko, baka yun pa yung una nilang piliin dito.
At nakakatakot ang APH every time they are under defending. Natatandaan nyo, when Blurred takes out that operator on the 3rd or 4th round, we are already sure that he'll be able to tackle at least 1 or 2 kills. This is the Blurred that we've all been waiting for. Pero aside from that, nakita naman natin yung back-end support. Nakita natin si Kevs and how he anchors ang A-side. Pero I'm glad na to see si Split, sabi ng GameLab, no, we're not gonna go in that small map. Ayaw pa lahat na teams mag-split muli. Kasi medyo minamalas kung ang Sentinels nga kagabi kinain ng Fnatic, 'di ba? Sa split. How much more kaya sa mga PH teams natin? Pero ito yung next, excited ako sa APH na Vito. Kasi yung next map usually na mapipili ng GLAB is of course most probably a map win already of GLAB. So they really need to consider how they want to do this. Will it be a map where ito yung advantage din ng APH at the same time, pero kasi magaling din yung GLAB doon, so kailangan nilang i-veto map, ay ibaban rather, or kaya ibibigay nila kay GLAB yung first map, tapos hahabol sila sa dalawang map. Pero ang daming question kasi ang daming similarities actually ng team na to, pero fracture.
Okay. Oh, okay. So ayaw nila kunin yung fracture. This means that they either are gonna be pushing GLAB to either pick their comfort pick or try to contest APH on a map na pwede nilang sabihin na parang 50-50 kumbaga para sa APH, di ba? Ano ba yung nasa board ngayon? Pwede lang kung yung Pearl kung gusto nila i-challenge yung APH dun sa kanilang strongest map. Although feeling ko hindi yun yung maganda magiging strat. I think Lotus on first pick, mas magiging possible pa to. Kasi since napakita nila na komportable sila mag-double sentinel doon, mahihirapan sila on attacker-sided map na kapag naman sila nag-double sentinel, doon magpo-focus sa defender side ang ating GLAB. Pero hindi. They actually want to start Pearl where APH, they were shaky on there. Nandun yung 50-50. Kaya kung doon sila magsa-start at kapag nakuha nila yung first pick agad, then they can try to take away yung icebox before they can even get there sa decider.
Wow, Pearl on the first map. Ang confident talaga ng GLAB pagdating sa mapang to. And alam nila na tong APH nga, medyo shaky pa. Later on though, for the side of both of these teams, I don't think that we're gonna be seeing a Haven. Pero, the thing is, I'm saying that dahil pareho sila, hindi sila on their best, how should I say this, best performance pag nasa Haven sila. Laging kinakapos sa points ng dalawang teams na to pagdating sa Haven. So, maybe makita natin siya, possible na makita natin siya in a sense na medyo dikit yung laban pag ganon, Ray.
Sabi ko nga, di ba, yung first map na magiging pick ng GameLab, this is also a good map by APH. Pero it's up to them to actually ban it. They didn't ban Pearl. Ngayon, ang target lock ng GameLab is actually Pearl. Tapos ito pa, magaling ang APH sa Icebox. There's no denying that. But, remember guys, ito yung isa sa mga maps na talagang natandaan natin ang GameLab also with that double duelist, with that Jet, with that Reyna, diba? It's also a good map for GameLab. Malaki ang posibilidad na maging 2-0 to if APH won't be able to steal the best of GameLab ngayon pagdating sa Pearl. Pero binan ng GameLab ang Heaven. That's a good call actually.
Sabi ko sa'yo, even though it's not the APH's best map as well, ina-acknowledge, nire-respect ng GLAB na sila mismo, they're really struggling. Hindi na ako magugulat dito kung mapupunta tayo sa Lotus later on. And actually, I'm really hoping, sorry na lang sa sa mga ayaw ng Rayrakers ngayong araw, pero I'm actually hoping that we get to see that Lotus map as the decider.
I think if they ban out Ascent dito for APH, then it's like the same deal about Pearl where they do have a 50-50 pa rin. I remember the last time siguro na I watched APH was when Micro needed to get a quadra kill para magkaroon sila ng closeout dun sa Ascent map nila. And if they try to rely on something like that ulit, it's a big toss-up talaga for APH. Kaya it's either they ban Ascent right now, they 50-50 on Lotus mamaya para at least it would be a stable map veto para sa APH, diba? Pero siguro yun din yung gusto gawin ng GameLab Kaya I'm feeling the map veto ngayon for GameLab.Alpha. This is really possible, especially since they got that first pick na talagang sobrang confident sila. Pero they banned Lotus, so 50-50 sila sa Ascent ngayon.
I totally kind of disagree. Kasi kapag nag-Lotus tayo ito yung siguro kinoconsider ng APH. Kasi lahat ng teams dito attacker-sided. If nagsimula ang APH sa defending nila, sa tingin ko sila yung mag-aalinlangan. Mas maraming lamang ang GameLab sa kanila. So this is a good risk because pagdating sa Ascent, para sa akin I think much better yung experience ng mga taga rather, mas magaling talaga sa APH. Ayan. Bakit? Kasi yung win percentage ng GameLab in Ascent, it's not been doing well. That's why they usually ban it. So this is a good call by APH because based lang sa mga matches nila here sa ating regular season, maganda ang performance ng APH sa Ascent. There's no denying that. And that is also dangerous sa GameLab. Etong Lotus, good ban yan. I really do think it's like that.
Planado rin talaga ng APH. So, tama ka dyan. Pagdating sa track record, ang ganda. Sobrang solid ng run netong Action PH. And mapabalik lang, hindi ko ito naisip kanina. Pero oo nga, napakalakas ng nakita naman natin yung post ni Vil kahapon, kung saan doon sa series na yon nagkaroon ng puro attack lang talaga yung mga points na napapasok ng mga teams na to pagdating sa Lotus. And nasabi rin to ni Raf in yesterday's panel na hirap pa yung mga teams na mag-defend dito. So that's a very good point na kung sakali, possible pa nga na itong APH yung unang mag-defend dito. Kaya it is a good pick na mapupunta tayo sa Ascent for the decider, at least on the side of APH. Kasi mukhang planado talaga nila. I just hope that for the side of GLAB over here, meron silang pinaplano na, kumbaga na strategy against APH. Sana pinag-aralan lang talaga nila at pinaghandaan. But knowing GLAB, lagi naman silang handa, nire-respeto nila lahat ng kalaban nila dito. And I'm sure that we're up for a good fight if we do make it to the decider map.
Such a really interesting map veto talaga ngayon no? It's like a toss-up pagdating doon sa ating decider map where you got confidence in APH to actually deliver sa time na yun. But it will have to see, we will have to see kung makukuha nga ng map pick nung mga kumuha ng map pick natin, diba? Malay mo, yung GameLab ma-upset pagdating dito sa Pearl. Nakita mo na nga na nasa clincher na nga yung APH nung last time naglaro sila ng Pearl, diba? But now, maybe they have more confidence in themselves. Maybe they develop into trying to take yung map pick dito for GameLab where they put them in false sense of security at baka dito pa matalo yung GameLab, baka sakali.
All I can say right now is yung first two maps kailangan ng mga taga GameLab.Alpha is manalo sila doon para clean 2-0. If we're gonna go into Ascent, malaki ang chances talagang matalo ang GameLab against Action PH. But remember guys pasok na daw ang dalawang teams na to. Baka seedings na lang, most probably kailangan na lang talagang kunin against each other.
Seedings for the playoffs, to clarify lang. Pero alam mo, ako naniniwala. Nagbibinata ako. Bata pa kasi yung mga players. Ako din nagbibinata para sa kanila. Pero ako naniniwala ako on the side of GameLab.Alpha for this series. Not only because, again, natalo nila yung Oasis Gaming. Even before that, nakikita ko na talaga yung potential ng team na to. Na-compare na natin sila dati sa diba? Sa Blue Lock. Etong si Owen Cutie, napakagaling na IGL. Hindi ko talaga alam kung paano nila nagagawang i-manage lahat to without a coach and yet have a strong and stunning performance throughout the season. So for this one, I'm putting my faith in GameLab.Alpha. What about you, Ray Ray?
Okay, sorry guys, pero talagang I'm leaning towards APH. I am really sure it's gonna go to the third map aside from me na mag-curse, diba? Sorry guys. Pero naniniwala akong pupunta tayo ng map 2 because both of the first two maps are actually their own specialty. But then good luck sa Action PH kasi etong Game Lab, they're really strong.
I think I'm gonna be going with Laika this time around. GameLab.Alpha ako para sa series na to. Because I really do think that this map Bito has particularly have benefited them more than APH. Pero that is if they get yung icebox sa second game natin, which I'm confident that they will do. Pagdating naman dito sa third game, even if Action PH passes it to third, I think GameLab.Alpha can endure long enough para magkaroon ng strat si ONQT. Magkaroon ng chemical reaction between Boogie and Polex para naman magkaroon sila ng panalo dito.
Wala eh. Kung endurance yung pinag-uusapan, both of these teams are very, very strong. Kahit mapag-game number 3 pa tong Action PH, then kayang-kaya nila dyan. So at the end of the day, pabilisan na lang mag-adjust, pabilisan na lang pumasa, pero alam ko, magiging maganda ang ating labanan. And that is it for this panel segment. Papasa ko na kayo sa casters natin para magkaalaman na kung sino nga ba ang may tamang predictions. Casters, we're throwing it to you guys.
And welcome everybody to the second day of our very last weekend of the regular season. I'm Riku. Joining me is Fluffy02, and it's going to be another banger of a series because it's Action PH versus GameLab.Alpha. And of course, while you're here on the English broadcast, before we proceed to our tournament proper, we are available. You can watch us in 2 different languages. We've got channels for the English, that's what you're watching right now, and for the Filipino broadcast, available on Facebook and as well as YouTube.
You can find us in these links, but also the party doesn't stop, especially between me and Riku. You can find us here on the English broadcast, but you know there's a lot more to go. You can grab a seat, you can grab some snacks, and it's a lot easier, especially with Grab Unlimited. You can celebrate great wins and great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. The QR code beside Riku on the right or left, depending on your screen. And there you go. Very easy to do.
Very, very easy. Yep, just scan the QR code right there. And now we have, again, another interesting matchup coming up. It is GameLab.Alpha versus Action PH, where some of these matches that we saw, especially yesterday, had a lot on the line. But for both of these teams, knowing that they're both 3-3 on the scoreboard, what do you think they will be fighting for, Fluffy?
I mean, they have, at this point, nothing to really lose. They have only things to gain. It really is a fight for just the positioning overall for the standings and what that means moving on to playoffs. Between both teams, though, we've seen APH already play yesterday, and we've seen how much they've improved, especially when they played interesting maps like Lotus, and how they can really put themselves together as a team, play contact, play fast, and really adapt to the situation. On the other hand, we have a team like GameLab.Alpha, which has taken down top teams like Oasis Gaming, and also put a dent when they went 11-13 versus Now's Esports. So they have the potential to really take the fight to the best of the best currently in our VCT. It's if they show up today, that's the bigger question.
Yeah, I think GameLab.Alpha is one of the pleasant surprises coming into the regular season, considering that they were one of the teams that qualified from the open qualifiers, and so nice to see their growth. It's so nice to see how they're able to face rather some of the top teams in the tournament. So they have a lot of potential, so I'm so excited to see how they can grow from here. And one of those tests would be definitely Action PH, considering that they are one of the invited teams alongside, again, Naos, Oasis, and Nakage. So interested to see what the power scaling gap is going to look like between these two teams.
I feel like it's going to be kind of close. We've seen both of these teams perform phenomenally. Consistency, I think, is another issue which both teams have tackled in different ways. Whenever I think of GameLab.Alpha, I think of the firepower, but I also think how they play relatively simple comps in terms of utility and strategy, but they do it well, and I think that's very important. They do it together and well, which is a good sign of a team. Where APH, they have a lot of more experienced players. They have that core roster from other teams like Kevs and Blurred from Naos formerly, and Derek and Yanagi returning, Micro from SPE. They really have that veterancy that I think Game Lab lacks because they did come from the open qualifiers, but they also bring in a different tactical depth. So it's that kind of yin and yang difference that will really hopefully set them apart from each other. And depending on how they open the games, I think what's going to be important is if they can land that first important kill.
Yeah, I think it's all about, you keep mentioning this, we all keep mentioning this, about how you gain momentum, how you keep momentum, and how you break the enemy team's momentum. And I feel like if we look at a team like GameLab.Alpha, they remind me a little bit of how SKYE Empire plays, which is where the longer the game goes and the more rounds sort of build up on the opposite team, the more stronger like they kind of heat up and warm up, and then it's so scary, air quote, the late game for GameLab.Alpha. Their mental stamina and mental fortitude, not only within a map but also within a series, seems to be already tested, as we saw most of their series would always go to map 3s, and they really truly deliver and not disappoint at all.
Yeah, this team, when the ball starts rolling, it could turn into a snowball and even a landslide against their opponents. But they are that team that tends to heat up as the game progresses. I'm kind of scared for them if they do kind of overheat and they overextend, because one of the things is we've seen Boogie, especially in Fall X, when they play Pearl, when they play a bunch of maps, they're very flexible, They've played Double Duelist, very interesting comp. They've played Reyna as well as Jet, and we'll find out more about the agents once we move on to Agent Select.
Yeah, so excited to head on over to our very first map, and it's going to be Pearl, just as you said, Fluffy. We saw them, especially GameLab.Alpha, really had this, as of their recent performance, I believe was such an intense series up against Oasis last time, so they are definitely tried and tested. And just as you said, it is a double duelist with a Jet and Lorena.
Yeah, they're the only team so far that has taken a series of Oasis. They've taken this map fairly convincingly. They really have this good combo between Fall X and Boogie that I was kind of alluding to earlier, where they really show the potential of how good the Reyna Leers can be if they flash very high and then they have that explosive entry coming in from Jet.
Yeah, the way that they coordinate some of these entries are just so beautiful to watch, and the fact that we saw that there's always a second life happening once they pick up a Sage on their composition. There's always a lot of these opportunities to retry and re-entry once more.
Yeah, retry, re-entry. And one thing that I remember from the Oasis game is that GameLab is very comfortable running without that anti-flank. So moving into a map like Pearl, which is kind of like Ascent 2, it's very defaulty. You have to control mid, you have maybe 2 sites to really play for, and it's a lot of just trading and fundamentals. They really use the Sage Wall very well, and I think in comparison to other teams, they have a bit more creativity in where they can plant with it. But they also just know what space they need to hold at what time, and that priority system I think is very important, which I think is one of the reasons why they have led to their success.
Yeah, it has definitely been their fallback composition when it comes to Pearl, and as we go over to Action PH, they are living in this momentum series-wise because they won their match yesterday in day number 1 of our last weekend, and they're opting for a double initiator composition with a KO and as well as a Sova. And the Sova's performance yesterday was incredible. Their timing on the scan, on when to use the recon dart, I believe we praised how beautiful the timing was, especially on Icebox yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Kev's on that initiator, I think the entire time he played Sova, then SKYE later on in the series for yesterday's match. But today, seeing him on Sova or any initiator, he really is the type of player that knows when to use it, which I think is way more important than how you use it. Like, you don't need some a very complex lineup, something very simple and effective can completely be fine, especially if it lands and lands those big scans, which Kevzi has done before.
Yeah, that's why I'm so excited to see this double initiator comp coming from Yanagi, coming from Kevzi. The fact that the way that Action PH moves properly after getting the right information as we head on over to the game. Now, it's going to be a bit of a slow start as Fall X aggressively going forward from doors.
Gonna move in, try to get connector when Folex makes the first contact. Having a little dance here against Derek, but he's gonna jump to the
Oh,
void
wow!
and land into the dome. Gets a second as well. Jays falls after 18 HP. Derek still has control of connector, which gives him so much more room on the defensive side. The attackers though gonna slowly creep their way and use that opportunity to take B long, and Blurred is gonna make contact as he lands the first shot. Tries to go for the second, but the pillar is just too much behind it. It's just too thick and he's not able to do enough damage, but just staying alive in the back hall creates the crossfire, and with the spike being dropped, OMQT is stuck in an impossible situation. He might take too many fights. He does get the first one, might be able to get a second, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be APH striking first this series.
Yeah, the crossfire from Action PH. Again, it all started because Derek got 2 initial kills at Connector. And remember, this player, he is one of the featured players coming into this matchup. Let's take a look at that again. This was a little bit of a dance. It was a 1v1 for a few seconds, but at the end of the day, he's able to kill 2. And remember, Derek had an amazing performance yesterday, especially on Lotus when he was on the Cypher. He was the what's the word? I'm gonna use Tagalog. Dakilang solo guardian of a site, and that's exactly what he did at Connector for this example.
I think yesterday you called him the low-key MVP. He was the person that created space for the team, and he's still doing it today. So he's woken up, but he's still the same beast. Now, 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. It looks like GLAB is going to have a hard time with this. They are on that lower buy, so they're going to choose to stack up. They're kind of just defaulting on the mid. They make contact with the turret, but this is going to push KFC back. He's dropped low, which is good for them, but the shock dart is going to try to deter them from taking more space on Art.
Yeah, at this point, GameLab deciding whether or not they're going to pursue doors, but add in more numbers coming through. Unagi's going to be waiting, lying in wait for that area as well, as the flash will pop in, but he won't be able to get a kill as Fallex headshots him first. Derek again coming from Connector, spots out 4 and fadeaway spray. Not going to matter as he's able to clean out Slate. Micro getting a lot of kills here with the Marshall. And now it's only Unagi that falls. A 2v4 situation so far. And while they've spotted the bomb, GLAB is now sandwiched on this position. As we see Dritch gonna meet eye to eye with Blurred on door. He gets the headshot and is 1 HP left. He's able to pick up a Spectre from earlier with knives out. The Star and the Swarm will slow down this push as Derek will find one, but the trade immediately coming from Chase.
10 seconds left.
Not enough time. Time is still ticking. He does have enough to plant, though. But, I mean, it's good for his economy. Not sure if it's going to be able to secure the round. He's going to walk in the crosshair of Cavs, who will eventually take him out, securing the second round for APH. But overall, I think that was a successful eco for GLAB. They were able to get that opening pick with Fallex landing the classic shot. I actually thought that it could have extended further if it was able to go for an overheal, because when Urena picks up a weapon, you know, on a bonus round, it could really be a deciding factor. But at the end of the day, the pincer maneuver really sandwiched and choked them out. They were able to still plant the bomb, which is very important. The spike being down means that they have more credits moving on to this round. And also, I just think that there's a small play here that I want to highlight, which is not super seen. They put an Ash. I don't know if this is intentional. I think it is. But they put this Ashes Star where the Nano Swarm is, so it's harder to see the Nano Swarm.
That's amazing. And they couldn't try to destroy anything because you're right. They didn't know it was going to be there. So just, yeah, really good plays from APH. But at the end of the day, GLAB is able to do some serious damage on APH's economy by killing 4 people, or rather 3 people, earlier into the round. And now with the Vandal shot, Blurred's able to get actually not Vandal, Bulldog on towards Fallex. Nicely done by Blurred, but this doesn't stop the pursuit of GameLab. To continue forth onto A is the question mark.
Continuing forth, and it looks like this Relentless push is gonna be stopped by this one Nova. And unfortunately, it does dissipate for them. They might have a timing here, but it looks like the defenders are already ready as the Nebula fades. The Cloudburst to fake it a bit, but with no dash, they know that no one is inside. They have contact already. Blurred is ready in case someone pushes in. And it's going to be up to GLAB to execute this perfectly. They have no Viper Wall yet in place, so they're probably going to be waiting for that smoke. And with no Sentinel, they had to wait a bit, and Viper just had to fall back. But now the wall does come in, cuts off backside, and the Recon Dart does come out.
Yeah, here it is. Here comes the pursuit. The Cloudburst was there to possibly get the gravity well off, but Owen Cutie is able to get a snake bite kill, and Chase follows suit and eliminates Micro. 4v3 situation. Chase has eyes on Derek. He knows he's there. Beautiful headshot at this point. It's all up to Yanagi and Blurred to save the day. And now he's trying to scan where everybody else as the spike has been planted. It's a little bit difficult as there's possibly 3 people gonna peek at you if you want to defuse the spike. Very difficult position here. Wanted to molly and flush everybody away, but it's all up to Blurred. And at this point, GLAB is the one that wins round number 3.
GLAB just going to sweep up their buy round as they take it for themselves, losing only 1 player in the process. I like the kill on backside. They were able to use that seize in combination with the snake bite to put enough decay as Kevzi falls back just enough. The slow as well. It's like a trap where he just can't move from there, and they already have the wall cut off the right side. They only have to play contact on the left, and because of that, easy isolations for GLAB. And I think it's one of the things that they've done very well, because after that they even move in to use the Sage Wall to block off that secret dugout side, and it's just great use of utility for them, especially when they have that limited utility. It's being used very well.
Yeah, the snake bite, the slow orb into the seas is such a deadly combo in clearing. Not only clearing corners or certain areas, but just flushing and even eliminating people on site. Let's take a look at round number 4 now. GameLab has been playing beautifully so far. Despite losing the pistol round, they're able to deal a lot of damage on the economy as Owen QT coming from doors. There's Kevzi already getting information that one person is there.
Be forced out by the Nano Swarm as they try to push into connector, but with already 1 defender there, they know that they have to be pushing towards the A site. They already have contact, and Kevz might be pushed out by the Prowler. He'll be able to destroy it and keep his position. The Recon Dart gonna try to get some more info, but will only get to scan 1, which means that they'll be kind of wary of all the other players. The second piece of utility going to come out with him as well is going to force them back, but it's only time bought. Oh no, but Owen QT getting hit by this KO knife means that they know exactly where the controller is. And because this is a Viper, that's the only way that they can hit the site safely. He does fall, and Boogie tries to entry, and now they're going to take control of A site.
There's the gravity well, just destroying the wall as they get the plant down as Micro gets a kill onto Boogie, but is immediately traded off. Yanagi coming from backside. I believe APH is coming from different directions as a flash will come through. This is the sign. Blurred gonna get a headshot onto Dritch. Fallex immediately kills Yanagi though with a Cloudburst just to reposition. He's gonna fly high, not running out of knives now. Chase, the only one left. He's positioned for this plant. As a defuse will kick in, 2 people peek and eliminates him off. That makes it a 3-1 in this round.
3-1 indeed. A strong showing for APH, being able to recover from their loss earlier on from GameLab on their buy round. I think that round also, Jet was not using, didn't buy up, so Blurred should have enough money to force an operator or buy an operator if he chooses to do so, which really slows down the pace. And now we can see him with a half armor op, and I think this is one of the things that has slowed down GLAB's push. They have to play so defaulty, and they save their flashes for sight. So a lot of the time, this operator can really punish most of their map movements if placed properly. He's going to be walking up on B already, but this KO knife is going to force him out, giving Blur the space he needs. He does land the shot, but it's not going to be enough to take out Rich.
It just heals back up, even just for a little bit. Now we keep talking about the Boogie Fall X combo. Kevzi flying way to connector. Will he be able to defend all on his own? But because Yanagi's there, Fall X fights Yanagi once more, but Kevzi immediately trades. He gains more information that possibly extra people are there, but this forces GameLab to fall back.
Falling back, but Fall X still alive. Always believe when you have your Reyna on your team, especially with that double heal and double dismiss already still unused. Kevzy does have a recon dart and he senses there's someone behind this door. I'm not sure if he senses how many. Fall X tried to
There it
flash, but like,
is!
there it is. The big util. He's gonna go for some util combo right here, but they're gonna have to push into the Noble Pulse. It's not going to be enough, but it's going to be enough to deter them from at least taking the space. And that's going to force them out. With 30 seconds remaining, they have to decide where they're going to land for their final push.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't have a lot of time. They're going to get greeted by a lot of these nano swarms and alarm bots. Look at their HP. I see yellow. A lot of yellows as Dritch finds Micro at the end of the day. 20 seconds on the clock. Derek pretty much is still there. At backside is finds 2 kills at this point. But it doesn't matter. Chase will try to get the plant down. 3v2 situation. Kevzy and Blur the only one left. He still has the op. Finds ONQT, making it a 2v2. Chase not in the best HP as the scan will find him. Dritch playing far back. Spots out one more as the headshot. Actually, wallbang will come through. 1v1. This is a bit dicey. This is a bit dicey. He knows where he is. The haunt is there. But Chase is not in a very healthy HP. Remember, just one shot. It's enough. It is enough. But he also is 19 HP. All he has to do is buy time. And Blurred is able to kill Chase. And they do have enough time to defuse the spike.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of dicey. I mean, congrats for APH for winning the round, but they lost so many players. And you mentioned how they took so much damage. They were forced out of B-Link. They were forced to move on to ART. And when they did, they ran into the trap setup from Derek. He was able to get 2 as well. But it was still enough for them to plant the spike. Fortunately for the side of APH though, Kevin's great recon dart was able to scan out one player close so they wouldn't fall for that bait where they think that they're double A main. But because of that also, Blurred was in that situation where he had the operator. When he found out that he was in pit, he was going to try to use the heavy penetration of the operator to go for the wall bang. But I think that was kind of scary because he had to reload when he had the classic, and his teammates for sure would have told him that he was so low that anything and even a gust of wind would take him down. But good on him for landing the shot, securing another round, and GLAB is going to be forced into the timeout, especially now that they're on that eco.
Yeah, that was so nerve-wracking. The fact that Chase still had utility to basically chase for information on where Blurred's gonna hop in or fly from. And that was absolutely scary. Blurred had, 49 HP. Chase was, I didn't even see the HP bar. It was practically 1 HP at this point. It's, been so intense so far, but Action PH, they've been having the momentum. Now they still have the op. They still have a lot of these utilities like the Lockdown and Hunter's Fury.
They have a lot of utility and a lot of economy as well. All they have to do is play it perfectly. Last round, we saw them use their util to their advantage, pushing and corralling the enemy team to go where they wanted to into their trap setup. If they're able to do that this time, they can do it without risking any of their guns falling into the enemy's hands, as well as space being taken just because you're -1 and giving the man advantage. But as I say that, they look like they're going to go for a stack here on Yanagi. He's a KO though, so if he does choose to throw the fragment, it will delay them quite a bit. But the star being used means that they can reset this fairly early if they choose to do so. It's very, very early still into the round, and they have a lot of decisions that they can make. Boogie, though, with the knives gets Yanagi already, and that clears up B main for the attacking side.
Yeah, this opens up this site right here. Derek lying in waiting for this angle. But that's a 4 stack, just as you said. I feel like GameLab wants to stretch their time a little bit, wanting to see if anyone's going to rotate from either doors or connector. They're taking their time, though. They're still trying to play these mind games and see. But Action PH, they're so patient. They're not moving from their posts. They're very patient with their defense.
Patience is something that can be rewarding, but also it could mean that there's not enough people on site to stop this push. As they try to make a run for it here on the A side, there's going to be a lot of util to delay them. The knives already being expended earlier on, but the Hunter's Fury as well is going to be used for the delay. The op shot doesn't land, and Blurred is going to try to go for another one. It's not going to be enough. Derek with the spray though does get one, and the spike is planted.
Yeah, that's a snake bite gonna just oh dear me! Boogie tried to destroy the lockdown, but it doesn't matter. They're able to find their target quite well. Derek has eyes on the prize here. He's still pretty much healthy as Blurred is pushed very far close, and that is 5-1 for Action PH.
The contact turret just had so much value because they know both players are already in A main. They had to peek into it. And even though I was a bit scared when Derek went for the reload with still 8 bullets as his teammate pushed up, a bit of a miscommunication with the timing, but it worked out for them because they were able to isolate each other's 1v1s. A good round on them. We look at the replay, we see that they were easily taking control. They took easy control of B-Link. And they were able to land a couple shots. Considering the fact that it was an eco, I think GameLab.Alpha did get some value out of that. Every time they've played eco so far, they were able to plant the spike. And I think that's what keeps their economy going now that they have the full rifle buy.
Yeah, Action PH, when they steamroll, they really steamroll. It's just so insane. And they do have the Cosmic Divide for later as Blurred peaks and he finds Rich.
Blurred has been so good on this operator, not only in this game, but even in yesterday's series. He was able to really find the opening picks to really shift the momentum just on the early side of the round. But Folex is going to respond in kind, taking out Kevzi. That's the information gatherer gone from the side of APH. Boogie's going to try to go for more. He sees the operator barrel, but Micro is going to be quick on the trigger, being able to trade his teammate before he even falls. Folex, though, on the other hand, is going to try to get more space as they're in this awkward position, but Micro landing the 3 and 4K is able to shut down the entire enemy team and secure another round for APH.
Dude, Micro saves the day. I thought it was a complete control from GameLab.Alpha on towards the site A, but that at the end of the day, Micro, again, just beautiful shots everywhere.
GLAB, though, forced on another eco. Not a great position to be in. 6-1 already, and you're still on that lower buy yet again. It feels like every other round they're forced for this eco. They've been able to get some value out of it, but what they really need right now is rounds.
Yeah, they're struggling a little bit here as they're on eco. A bunch of sheriffs and all stacked up to attack A. Now with everything all executed, all the nano swarms in the world is just having the rest of GameLab to just not pursue this side just yet, but the flash will be dodged. Derek's position already given away pretty much. Knows everybody's there, but the plant's still not yet there. Yanagi Micro gets 2 kills, gets 2 headshots, and now at this point, it's on to the next round as Action PH. No one fell in battle, only Yanagi on his ult, but at the same time, he's revived.
Revives, and that's something that GLAB has to do. They need to start reviving their scoreline, get some rounds on the board, because Micro has been able to make so many plays. We see in the top of the scoreboard for Action PH on that controller, able to just find so much value on the timing, because that round, I think it was the first round, they weren't able to plant the spike and get much out of their eco, and they weren't able to entry as hard. They've been adjusting their strategies. Now they don't play that backside where they can get mollied. They just break the eye and they stand towards the right side by Flowers, and it looks like another A hit's gonna come out from GLAB, but it is their buy, so they're not gonna stop the strategy. They just have to execute it more properly.
Yeah, they just have to try and bait out all of the nano swarms, all of the gravity wells, just all of the utility that Action PH has to stop. Because look at this, Boogie's just so low at this point. All Derek has to do is spray down through all the walls of the shorty, hits Boogie in the face. He's 30 HP. Rich is already trading the spike. The Viper Spit will be activated by Owen QT. This gives GameLab a little bit of control, but look at all of the utility in the world. That's just trying to flush out a lot of these GameLab members off of the pit. And Derek with a headshot, and Micro as well with a follow-up kill. Chase may find a second, but that's going to be a no deny by Derek, and Kevzi finishes off the round.
Able to secure another round and a steady lead for APH, moving this game into an 8-1. GLAB not looking as good as they did the last time that they played Pearl. I feel like APH has made great adjustments. They got the operator out earlier, and they also were able to keep it longer. Replay, the shorty kill was just so much value. They know that this Jet just dashes onto site to take space, and normally he's a bit low, running through all the util and a couple of stray bullets here and there. So just that value, knowing that you can use a spray, he's probably going to swing you, just gets so much just for that small investment of 150 credits. But speaking of the economy, they do have rifles on GameLab.Alpha, but they are on that buy where they have the half armor. It's the same math. It's still 4 bullets when you're running into enemy Vandals, which fortunately for them, APH is all Vandals aside from the one operator. But if you get hit by any util, it makes you way more fragile.
Yeah, way more vulnerable, and that's the game of Action BH. They just have a lot of mollies, they have a lot of shock darts, just everything. In the meantime, Yanagi forced out of this position as Blurred. Very beautiful. Look at the spray down. Tag team with the up into the Vandal spray, and Chase is forced to retreat as there's only 2 members left. Where will they rotate as Owen QT? Blurred is everywhere. His game sense, his positioning, he knows that the last person will come from long as Owen QT pushed from that area. And now Chase forced to peek this. And that's going to be a quick round. And it's now 9-1. Action PH. This is a steamroll.
Blurred gets so much value off the operator. We see him get the opening pick as he takes out the enemy's Sage. Dritch falls very early. He repositions onto site, able to get more. His teammates are able to trade, but he just kills this person from back of site, but still pushes up with the operator to take even more space, just so that his teammates can move. And fortunately for him, the enemy Viper did walk into his crosshair.
Yeah, so difficult when you don't have your controller anymore. So pivotal to push through these sites, considering that Blurred has been, just as you said, on his A game. And now GameLab forced onto their sheriffs once more and see how they can get value off of this round.
Gets spotted out pretty early though with this AO knife. They do know that at least the Viper and the Jet are there. They know where Boogie is, and where Boogie is, normally Fallex is not far behind. They're both taking connector now as KFC goes for the rotate. Good thing he backed off from this, because if not, he would have run into the train. Flash does come through for Yanagi. He's able to get through. He knows that there's still a third. Tries to get the third.
What?
Boogie is the one who ends up winning on top. Micro is going to be able to get a kill, especially with a vulnerable effect on Owen QT. Losing their Smoker as well as their secondary duelist and info gatherer means it's only the Sentinel and Boogie left. But Boogie does have the Vandal.
Enemy remaining. Spike down.
He's able to pick it up at least. Oh, against 4 people and no controller, you can't exactly push a site without having to fear. And I say that, and I got denied, and he gets a kill onto Derek. Now he just needs to take the isolated fights. A little bit scary though, considering the fact. Saw Kevzy on this position. Kevzy retaliates with a headshot. It's now crazy Action PH with a steamroll. Double digits now, Fluffy.
I like how Kevzy played that. It's very small, but he goes for the jiggle. He knows he's probably seen also, meaning that he'll probably be pre-fired. So he peeks slightly wider and stops. His teammates are close, so he stops shooting. And then he only commits on the third swing when his teammate is already pushed up on Art.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't want to give any of the 1v1s, considering that he already managed to get a kill onto Derek. And knowing the fact that Action PH had the advantage, knows that they didn't have to rush any play whatsoever. Now heading over to Fallex, and as well as Nightfall activated. Good headshot from Fallex. Dritch gets the kill onto Derek as well. And it seems to be a very aggressive push onto A. And now the spike is gonna get planted. And now post-plant position seems to be very advantageous. Fall X on Empress mode. With now, they get a headshot onto Yanagi. And I feel like this round is for GameLab. And I don't know how Blurred is able to pull off a miracle play here with Micro. You've seen it before though, time and time again. But with post-plant positions, with crossfires assembled, feels a bit dicey for Action PH to win this round as Rich gets a kill on Micro, and there you go. 10-2 before the last half proceeds.
I think GLAB really needed this round. You know, it's their second round so far in the series for map 1, but also the adaptation came a bit too late. We always said earlier in the broadcast how this team tends to heat up, but I feel like they were a bit too cold for the start. And they were able to only salvage it here towards the end. Finally taking control of that Arton connector space as they move on to A side. Finally getting a good plan. But now on the defensive side, this comp always plays like it takes some space. I mean, they don't stop moving just because they're on the defense. You look at how they're laid out. They have Reyna and Jet already on the right side of the map, ready to contest the A orb. And on B, their Viper wall already committed, meaning that if they do choose to go for A, there's not going to be much for them to stop aside from that Sage util for to slow them down, or at least attempt to.
Yeah, ONQT has, at least especially on defense, has been doing really well, especially either when he's solo defending a site, but he does have Chase with him at least. Here comes the attack. There's the Viper wall already. Spot out information with a knife, but here comes a smoke a little bit from the Astra. Yanagi! Thought he was spotted out a little bit there. Fallex going up to heaven. Still no one's dying just yet, and as I say that, Blurred gets a kill onto Owen. And Derek has eyes with a nano swarm. Beautifully done. And at this point, it's complete control by Action PH.
Clean hold by APH, and it's a very dire situation if you're a GLAB fan. 11-2, and meaning that they have the biggest gap in economy right now, buying up. Will GLAB choose to force? It's a question, because they need to start getting rounds and they can't just be very passive. I like the play here, or not really play, but match up between the Viper and the KO. A very interesting turn of events, because unlike other teams that the GLAB has faced, this KO actually deters a lot of the util that Viper can bring, since it's the only controller whose actual line of sight blocking smokes and util fall whenever she is suppressed. Now Owen QT is going to play a bit close. His teammate's not there to go for any contact. It's very risky. The scan is going to be the one to reveal if there's anyone, but I'm not sure if he's going to find more than one. He does try to get one, but Yanagi looks left just in time.
Yeah, that off angle unfortunately didn't work out too well. Here comes the rest of Action PH already onto Hall. And this is a complete demolish on this round. And just as you said, it's very understandable because of the buy that Action PH had just to get. Boogie gets a headshot onto Micro though, but at the end, Marshall kill onto Boogie. And now Action PH is on match point.
Match point. Only 14 rounds in, so it's going to be a very quick game if they're going to be able to secure this round. Both teams, though, have rifles in hand. Action PH still has the double bulldog, but it's not going to be any less effective, knowing how APH really uses and maximizes their space. We take a look at last round and we see how cleanly they played. If they just do one proper round, it should be the start of the end for the series for APH versus GameLab.
Yeah, that was a... After the round switch, it felt like Action PH had this map in the bag. And we'll see if, especially its match point at the moment, a little bit spread out on their positioning. So we'll see what the attack as a Spike is still on B. And I keep saying that ONQT is always the one. As Dritch gets a headshot on Blurred! But it doesn't matter as the Spike will move forward here from long. And it's only Boogie guarding this site. The Viper wall not up. He's peeking and he's able to get a headshot. Will he get the second? No. Micro trades. And at this point, the Spike, they're still trying to clear the site. They're still trying to secure this area before planting. And they did. And they will. We'll see. Now Yanagi coming from connector. And he's going to wrap around quite long, seeing if he can set up this flank, this sneaky flank. Especially there's 3 people stacked. And look at this smoke. Fallex finds Micro though. 2v4 situation. Fallex gets another kill. We'll see if GameLab still survives as the defuse will come in. Yanagi, as we said, coming from far away. He won't be able to reach this. As we see GameLab is able to win another round and survives this map.
Able to buy themselves more time. Yanagi, a good attempt from him to go for the flank, albeit a bit too late. I was kind of worried when they did the plant there, because it's not normally a place you want to plant. Yes, it's safe, but it's very, very hard to hold. The right angles from that corner really mean that you can only swing and see the diffuser once you hear the tap if you're playing that hall side, or if you swing very, very wide on B long. So the fact that they knew one of their players was going to go for the flank, yet still plant there and not a bit more open, was a little concerning to me. Maybe they didn't want to give it, any tells, but the Sage Wall is already going to stop a bunch of the aggro coming here on the A side for GLAB. On the defense, though, again, not stopping any of the pressure. Owen does push out, but if he loses his Vandal, it's going to be so much value for the attacking side. He's forced to back off, not wanting to throw that away and give it into the hands of the enemy team. But with one round separating this game from start to end, it's going to be APH to really get more space. They use the util this time to to get a bit more value, get some info. They force out, and they know that Jet is laying somewhere on the A side, and Blurred looks like he's gonna make his advance.
Whew. Blur doesn't want Dirch to kill him again like the previous round. Being able to dash away as he saw Dirch. And at this point, APH doesn't want another round anymore. They're playing more carefully versus the aggressive pushes we've been seeing at B. And now the play could possibly be towards Art Chase. I wonder if he's going to peek. He does have util. He doesn't want to give away his position just yet, but the knife, possibly, or the flash will come in, but he's able to kill Yanagi before the flash pops, and he gets 2, and he gets 3. My word, Chase, the Kilang Guardian of this Art area, and now things are falling apart for Action PH. We'll see. Blurred is able to get a kill onto Owen QT at least, but it's a 4v2 situation. I don't think this is salvageable as 14 seconds is on the clock. They have no time to plant as Blurred kills another. They are guarding the spike. They want to make sure that Blurred doesn't get to it, but at the end of the day, GameLab survives this map still.
GameLab crawling, and just making every attempt to really stay into this game. Action PH this round, though, have the 2 powerful ultimates to take side. They'll probably be able to get the plant down if they're able to take enough space to get that lockdown into range, either the A or B side. We took a look at last round, and we see how Chase just destroyed the 3 players trying to push into Art, falling like dominoes one at a time to him. But this time around, they're going to try to take B long, but it's already GLAB who's ready and prepared for this.
Yeah, they've got 3 men stacked on towards this area. Kevzi wasn't able to see that corner there, but at the end of the day, Boogie still is forced to dash away. That's a 5 stack. He sees a lot of people. He sees a lot of heads. He wants to isolate the target, and in Fallax and Boogie is able to get 2 at least before falling, and that is value for sure. Viper, well, everybody is already pretty much stacked onto B, and this is going to be a possible full-blown team fight. As now the ult and as well as the lockdown being brought into the site, so we'll see how this goes.
One enemy remaining.
GLAB yet again able to still secure the round. The lockdown came in, but they knew that they were forced to either back off and fight, and they choose to fight instead of go for that flight. And unfortunately for APH, they aren't still able to find the momentum they need to secure this map.
Yeah, and now they're forced to reset, and now they're forced to be on that low buy and wait for another round to have a more comfortable economy. Blurred still is able to have a Vandal, so at this point a lot of pressure is on him with the lockdown failing, and as well as the ult of Yanagi. At this point, what the plan is for Action PH, we'll see.
What is their plan indeed? They need to start adapting. Micro not having any weapon, even though he's had so much impact frags, is going to give it to Blurred. They have that one Vandal to work with and try to get something out of this, but Fallex has been so good at holding these angles. Even with the smoke, the Sage though is going to be enough to push them out, but not enough to remove their space entirely. They can go for some shots through the Nebula as Boogie does find one. The Seekers eventually land. Boogie finds another, and it's going to be forcing this 3v4. All the stunts and util do push on. No one wants to give up any space on B, but it's going to force him to go back on mid, and now they can decide to re-hit onto the A side. But with only 3 players remaining, it's going to be very difficult, especially without your controller player.
Yeah, with the information now with a recon dart, they know that the attack is going to be at A, and the rotations are coming through. Oh, and QT is right there. He kills 2. He is just godly right now, and it doesn't matter if there are 3 people attacking the site. He can handle his own.
I feel like APH isn't getting enough value out of the round. It felt like it was just a minute ago and it was 12 and 2 and 4 rounds already. They haven't been able to adapt. I don't know if Owen QT needed to or wanted to, but I found it really cool how he looked down in order to dodge the recon dart. I'm not sure if that's what changed it, but it was a very smart and head play just to make sure that your position's not revealed. And with that, he was able to land the multi-frag coming into that. GameLab.Alpha, aside from building the momentum of their own, is also building up a bunch of ultimates. The Viper Spit are going to be used to secure most of A side. It's going to be very hard to push that, especially because they used their lockdown just recently.
Yeah, you can tell that APH is already itching to win. The fact that lockdown, Owen QT with a spray down, managed to get the headshot. And now it's one member less for the side of Action. Alex still guarding this part of this map. Rich gonna push through a little bit. But yeah, they've already used a lot of key ults and they weren't able to finish off this map just yet. And this is now a test of mental strength to make sure that this will not frustrate you.
They have to make sure that they at least secure some area of the map. They've been just sitting in mid with only 50 seconds remaining. They're going to start the contest the B-Link side. The dash already popped from Blurred. He's going to make contact, but this is where they always falter. If they're not able to land the important kills,
there it is.
Detrimental for him. Blurred gets one, but Boogie for two. Kemsey eventually gets revenge for his teammate. But still a 2v3. It's winnable still for APH. They do have the controller player. And Micro falls just as I say that. The Recon's going to come out. It's going to spot out Kebs. Actually, it's going to be the C's that's going to slow him down. Still giving the information that he is there. Has to play his awkward position. Gets the 1v1, but isn't able to land the shot at the stairs. It looks like Drish is just sliding down those staircase and just going for the crouch. It's just so hard to track in that situation, especially when you're expecting that his teammates are close by.
Yeah, and it's 12-7 now, Fluffy. It's 12-7. And we talked about this GameLab team where it feels like they need to have some sort of scoreline gap between the opposition for them to sort of ramp up. That's why earlier you mentioned, Fluffy, you saw Cold. And now they're heating up. We see them that they're heating up at the moment.
Slow start is their team identity, and hopefully they can land a strong finish. Already the attack is going to change some pace, and instead of contesting B, they just go for a clean A hit, putting on some pressure, already using the knife, the ready flash and nade already coming out from the KO, as we see from the POV of Blurred. On site though, the turret's going to spot out Chase. You know that there's one player. The Hunter Spear going to clear out the right side as the Util goes on the left side. Blurred dashes in, but easily gets traded out. Derek though, his Util does find some value, getting one kill for his teammate, but they are on that eco round, so using all these things, they use the Hunter's Fury, they now use the lockdown, they're already down one player. They really want to start ending this game. They are going to be forced back, but ONQT still has an angle. Oh!
Fallix wanted to force it at the end, and it was worth. It was so worth as GameLab is able to finish everyone off in Action PH.
I know that it wasn't like intentional that Forex got detained. But high key, I think it baited the entire enemy team.
It baited them.
Swing.
Yeah.
And they swung into the hands, the clutches of GameLab as they go for the trades. Tell their teammate, it's fine, we got you. And APH going to be forced another timeout. The score getting closer and closer. What started as an almost secure game is now 12-8. GameLab showing why they were so strong on Pearl against the top teams. And now it's GameLab with the operator and the economy advantage.
And you can tell that Action PH really wanted to end the round despite being on like a broken buy where there's only a couple of Vandals and someone Sheriffs. And using lockdown and all of the key ults just to make sure, despite the uneven buys, it just shows that Action PH is really like, we must end this game now because we were in such a huge lead, and now look at the score line. You can sense the giggle, the frustration, the desire to end it here and now.
Here and now is the plan, but will that plan come into fruition? Blurred is one away from getting those jet knives, which we've really seen him be able to land a lot of these explosive plays. But the recons, the info, they're gonna go for the double scan actually, just to make sure that it's clear. They don't want to run into contest anything. They are avoiding the B-Link as much as possible to avoid the duelist, but they know that ONQT is somewhere on site. This one Viper orb is one of the reasons why A is so hard to push without any art control. Because that one piece of util stalls them out for so long. You put a molly in that as well, and it's impossible for them to even make a move. They're going to force them back. They're going to leave Kevs, though, just in case anyone does push up. ONQT and Kevs just going to run into a stare down as they go and hold that space for their respective teams. It's going to be GameLab who's not going to move this time. They're not making so much proactive moves. They're going for the default play, but they have the operator on Dritch. If this finds any value on B-Long, it could go for the swing, but he chooses to back off. I think they get the wrong read, and I think Because of this, APH does get the timing. It's going to be Drish who has to now peek into them. But because of that knife, they know that this is where they're going to land. The Viper wall does come up, and the slow's going to slow them down for just a bit. Enough time for GameLab to at least reposition.
Yeah, there's so many smokes here. There's not a lot of angles for Dritch to have as they expect the knives from up high rather, as Micro blurred already in Hall. He's not in a very healthy position. Spike isn't down just yet. They haven't secured the site as Yanagi already pretty much falls. It's a 4v5.
Oh no.
Garrett coming from doors. Unsuccessful with a kill as Boogie cleans everyone. Now it's 12-9. GameLab climbing and starts to force this possible, I say it, overtime.
Oh no, not the OT. Anything but the OT, especially if you're on APH's side. They've been struggling so much to secure a round. They were already ready to take space, but it feels like GLAB, when it's like 30 seconds remaining, are always ready to just be in position. One value thing that they do have from the Viper and the Sage, even though they don't have the anti-flank, is they have such strong individual players to win a lot of the duels. The mid pressure already fell from APH early on just because of that. Now a cute wall coming up from Rich, but with that means that the retake potential won't be as strong. Blur can just hop, skip, and then a jump on top of all of this, and he does have the knives to work with, but they're forcing another eco. Okay, just slip and slides a bit too far there. Gonna go for more, gonna go for the dash, gonna bait out some util. Prowler is going to be able to delay them even more, but now they know where the pressure is, and because of that, they're going to react accordingly. We have Fall X ready for any members, and this is the advantage of Reyna. You can play a lot of these off angles, because the moment you get this first kill, which people don't really expect you to be, they expect you to be a bit deeper. You just dismiss out, and then, it's all good.
Yeah, that's too close, but the Flash will greet him and say hello as Blurred replies with a kill with the knives. Boogie's gonna push forward once more to see if he can get a trade, but the spray down from Chase. Derek, look at Boogie! He's playing inside the smoke, and it pays off and gets a headshot onto Derek, and now there's only one left in Plaza as Kevzi gets a headshot, a Sheriff kill at that, and picks up a Vandal.
Oh, unfortunately for him, he's looking at the wrong way. He expected one coming from Link because the Viper was smart enough to jump and walk around, meaning it pulls his attention to look to the right, and it's his teammate with Dritch on the left, swinging him with the operator. Now they're both on double digits, and the 2 rounds that the GLAB had at the start of this is now only 2 rounds for them for match point, or at least to going to OT.
Yeah, I have to say it again. Boogie with the play inside the smoke to sneak around and push through it and just attack when it's the most unexpected timing. That's how he's able to get the 3K on the board. And now you said double digits, very crucial for APH. You can tell that they're really, really wanting to end before overtime comes, because GLAB, their mental fortitude is just too strong at the moment.
GameLab playing this perfectly so far. They can't afford to make any mistakes this deep, especially now that they're mounting that comeback. Boogie gets the frag off the pre-fire with Blurred as he goes for the second swing. The resurrection available for their team as well in case they need to, but the shot through the smoke is gonna land, forcing this into a 5v3. Gonna play discipline this time, gonna back off with the operator. He knows that there's possibly one player close. He does spot out Micro, gets another much value. I think one thing that they're falling to is just this operator, which has changed the pace for both teams. Derek tries to salvage the round though, able to get Fall X, but now it's a dire situation for both, especially on the side of APH.
Yeah, they know where the spike is. They've seen where Derek was. But Kevzi is trying to push from B, long recon. A little bit worried about the timing there. If ever Dritch pushes, just trying to flush everybody out. Dritch, Boogie, they are doing a lot of work here in this game, and we are close to the OT time. That's crazy. It's a crazy, crazy map, Fluffy.
I mean, if there's any time to use the word relentless, I think it's now, with GLAB just not seeming to stop the pressure that they've brought onto APH. What started, which would look like the end of map 1, has turned into what possibly might be the start of a comeback. They already are on 1 round away. This either will be the game end or will fall into OT. The double operator coming in from GameLab, they know it's been punching so much. They have 3 ops actually, because they have that economy built up. So if they walk into this and Yanagi doesn't flash for APH, they're gonna walk into a firing squad.
Yeah, it's all up to Micro now to help just destroy all of these angles with a triple up that APH or GameLab has. But with a smoke, with Viper smoke, it's so awkward to push through this site. But with the lockdown, the timing, ONQT is detained only one player. They wanna push, they wanna search for the last player, but there's just so many smokes, there's just so much protection from the side of GameLab. And now he's undetained. He is released from his prison. Now it's a 4v5 situation. Chase is gone. Look at this position from Blurred onto Dugout as ONQT finds KevZ. He doesn't want to push this. He doesn't want to give away his position. But Boogie knows this is someone there, as now APH 3v2 situation with a spike planted. They have advantage. They know this as Micro ends the game 13-11 and denies overtime.
Oh my god, I actually thought that was going to go GLAB's way. They had the momentum coming in, but it's Action PH with the victory for map 1 of the series for game 1 today. We can see that APH is relieved and everyone can just relax a bit as they move on to the second map this series.
Yeah, they can like take a sigh of relief now because that was too close. That was just a streak of rounds. Like, there were so many rounds that I thought that they also most likely thought that they had it because they would pour all of their ults to try and end the map and go to victory. But time and time again, GameLab just denies all of that.
Yeah, the adjustments coming out on the final round, I think, made a difference. This time, they're finally able to get that solid foothold on the front side of A. But ONQT also stepping into the lockdown just a bit too close meant that his teammate had to go and cover him. So not only did they know that there's one player detained, they also knew where the jet was because of the cloud burst, and because he covered the smoke, they also knew that there's at least 2 players there, which made their attention just split. Blurred, playing a very cheeky position, was also able to get enough value off that. And as we move on to the post game, we can see how the standings are at the end. 11-13 win for APH, but both Jets doing so much work. 6 first kills for Blurred, 3 for Boogie. But it's, for me, I think that Boogie is actually the one that saved a lot more rounds, especially when you're in a high pressure situation for GLAB.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of those things where he's able to get value off of a lot of these sneaky kills. He's always there to trade, and not only trade, try to steamroll and gain the numbers advantage for GameLab. But at the end of the day, Action PH, it was a test of again, I keep saying it, mental stamina at this point. It was so important for Action PH as we take a look at the highlights, especially that after Action PH has gathered a huge lead and a streak like that, of course you'd feel like, come on guys, let's end it, come on.
Yeah, the frustration buildup must have been immense. It took so long for them to finally find the momentum they had earlier on in the series, but they were still the team that were able to secure it, and that's what matters for them. Moving on to map 2 though, I hope their mental is still strong and this doesn't really deter them from playing their own game, because when they fall into GameLab hands, GameLab is just ruthless in taking the space that they provide. Any mistake is punished, and any duel that's lost is just so much more value if you're a GLAB fan.
Yeah, the moment that they get information where the stacks are, it just so happens that Boogie is like right nearby, and then he does this exactly as we were talking about him. He's just so scary, and there was so much of a set streak of rounds where Dritch was also amazing at the op, but again, it was also Blurred that had a lot of value in the op. But of course, we've got Micro from Action PH delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
I'm sure everyone was relieved when Micro delivered that win, finally securing the map and ending the game with a final kill going on to him. Good on him, especially during the first half when he was able to get so much value. But regardless if he's the controller or with a classic or whatever weapon he has, he was always able to find something for his team and eventually find them the win and the game-winning frag. Moving on to map 2.
Yeah, he's always very patient when it comes to his utility. He doesn't want to use it sparingly. He doesn't want to give in to any sort of baits like, oh, I can see Boogie using a cloud burst. Is that my sign to activate my gravity well concuss combo? No, he's just very patient and very calculated in some of these plays, and it's so very fun to watch Micro when he's on a game.
Very intense series coming.
Welcome back, everybody, to our first series of the day. We are currently in Map 2, but before we head on over to our tournament proper, we'll be your casters again. I'm Riku, together with me is Fluffy02, and it's between GameLab.Alpha versus Action PH. And if you just joined us in the stream, I mean, just a quick recap, it is already Action PH 1 up into this series, but of course, you're watching the English stream at the moment, but just to let you guys know, we have other languages broadcasted. We've got the English right now, and there's the Filipino broadcast also available if you want some Taglish action. We've got Facebook and YouTube up for you guys.
Yeah, and just as Riku mentioned just now, it's APH up 1 game, and it's going to be up to GameLab to really grab another win. And if you want to grab your own win, you can always use the code that comes up here, as you can see on your screen, with Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins and great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your very first month.
Yeah, I mean, every single time we see a GameLab.Alpha series, it somehow reaches map number 3. So I do suggest you guys order some snacks, some food, and take a chill watch with us over here at VCTPH. But yes, it is Action PH. Despite having a snowbally start on the first half, imagine it was 12-2. But once we reached the second half, GameLab was able to basically hold their ground and win a set amount of rounds for themselves.
Yeah, it's not just you guys at home that are hungry. Yeah. It's also GameLab who's really hungry for more. They were able to strive for that and try to go for the long distance play, winning 10 rounds straight before they eventually faltered towards the end. Very unfortunate, very unlucky for them. But on the upside, it does mean that they'll be even more motivated to win the next map. And I think depending on what agents on the map that we're going to see shortly, can really leverage the fact that we always find that GameLab really has that firepower that can push them. So as we move on to agent select, we'll find out not only which battlefield, or we know which battlefield we're going to go to, but what agents we're going to play here on Icebox.
Yeah, we know Action PH had a really strong performance yesterday against SKYE Empire on Icebox, and this is a team that's again one of the teams in the tournament that is very highly comfortable on this map. So I'm curious if there's any sort of compositions or surprises, but it seems to me they will be playing the safer route, at least for the defense start for Action PH.
Safe indeed and solid. APH going for the very defaulty pick. We saw this yesterday and how they really use it to effectivity. But now looking at GameLab, it's going to be Boogie, I believe, who's going to be playing the Sage, with Fall X returning as the tip of the spear for their team, being that duelist, the entry fragger, really the explosive player. Last game, we saw him on the Reyna on Pearl, but without the dismiss, now he has the dash to work with and a bit more flexibility coming out from the composition from GameLab, especially with the KO. The double initiator is something that, is a contrast from last game where they played more of the contact, the duelist, and just going for trades, but this time they have a bit more information to work with, especially I think that the KO. If the KO is able to find any value of any suppress utility, it's going to stop a lot of the pushes, especially when the Viper wall is up, to instantly drop those walls and keep them exposed for the firepower that we know GameLab possesses.
Yeah, I like the difference in style and approach for both of these teams. While you said double initiator on the side of GameLab.Alpha, for Action PH, it is going to be the double sentinel. Especially they will have, again, we talked about the anti-flanking. We talked about really strong defense and having to have at least two sites on the board and have 2 sentinels on the board. You will most likely see some of these assigned to be like some sort of like the solo guardian in some of these sites.
What I remember from yesterday though, EPH's default was so strong, and this is the map where we kept praising Kevs of how good his recon dart timing and value was for the amount of scans and just the pure amount of people that he has scanned, not just the amount of ticks. As we look into how they're going to be playing, it's going to be a fairly default start for both teams, with GameLab on the attack, the Jet is going to try to sell a push, but it's going to be APH actually to take space further on A. They know that there's no recon dart close, meaning that they have full control of A. That means they do question, but Kevs lands the shot all the way from the bottom, landing to the top, and now they know for sure that it's going to be a B hit. They're not going to reposition just yet because the contact turret hasn't been made, but the moment that this fires off, I think it's going to pull the rotate from APH.
Yeah, Action PH can just play for retake, and now the wall is being brought. Boogie is already pretty much planting on towards this vertical wall. Derek, again, lying in waiting, being very patient, waiting for the rest of his team to rotate, but this is a very tough wall to break on pistol round. Now they need all the amount of people to just break that, as Blurred playing far back just in case someone's also lying and waiting there, looking at that one smoke. Boogie now with post blint. There's still no movements. There's still no kills except for Fall X from earlier, and now they have their own wall to break as well with that vertically placed wall. As Kevzy finds 3 members, and Owen QT has to watch for the flank, and now it's a flawless round from Action.
Action PH played that beautifully. I was a bit scared that they would be falling to taking too long and the time was not going to be on their side. But with the game plan, knowing that we break the wall, we put up our own wall, it's pistol, and as you mentioned a bit earlier, the pistol round Sage wall is just strong with the barrier orb surviving for so long. Yet the mid player from APH, Blur, didn't go for any push, so they keep that pressure alive. It put them in a situation where they were forced to break the wall, spam all their bullets at the same time they were being swung, so they don't have enough bullets. It's just not a situation that you want to be in. So beautifully played from APH, able to keep so many players alive, get the frags that they needed, and not going to be able to stop. You're not going to try to go for a quick kill, but he gets punished. Blur does respond. More importantly, though, I think it's more worth it to lose your Sage if you had to lose someone versus losing your controller, as APH's firepower just reigns supreme this round, and they're going to go for more, forcing this into a 4v2.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward with the buys, but Derek able to get a kill onto Fall X rather. And they get another kill here. Chase is doing a lot of work, it seems. With 34 HP with a Sheriff in hand. He gets another headshot. And there's 3 people already down. Chase knows where to look, knows where to go. But it doesn't matter. It was Eco. And they were able to kill 3.
Able to kill 3, able to land what they needed to land, and now it's the buy round. GameLab.Alpha always so strong when they have the rifles in hand, especially with Boogie and Fall X leading the charge. But with Dritch and Chase not far behind, the information that they gain can convert into the kills that really matter. As we move on to the replay, you see how Fall X gets the first kill, Derek responds in kind, losing that Sage, and even though Chase does salvage quite a bit of it, it's not enough momentum for them to convert the round. Now though, it's APH on the low buy, and they're going to repeat or try to repeat the pistol play that they did have with only 2 members. They do find 1, which is important. They drop a Vandal from the round that's already spotted by that Owl drone. The reverse Owl drone is going to spot out even more, but Boogie is going to land a shot, leaving A site open for the retake.
You remember Kevzy has a lot of key darts in Icebox. Recon dart already pretty much used. Wasn't able to gather as much information, and now it's a 4v3 situation. There's a lot of walls to break. Dritch pushing far back, looking at a different angle as Derek able to land a headshot. Snake bite to clear at least some sort of area in hell. Boogie peeking through the wall, Viper wall rather. But this is taking and buying a lot of time for GameLab win this round as Chase finds a kill onto Kevzy. And with Derek the only one left, it is a bit dire for Action PH to win this round.
Bit of tactical gameplay and a bit of tactical crouching, but 2-0, and it looks like it's going to be a round for GameLab. Striking back was they do get their buy. Derek's going to go for the save, keeping both Nano Swarms as well as his rifle and his life still intact. Now, moving on to the next round, they do have rifles. It looks like APH has been a bit more aggressive from what I remember them playing yesterday, especially here on the A side. But this time around, against a firepower team like GLAB, they're really starting to get punished every now and then. Now playing the double headshot angle, they're going to try to get even more value off this A side, which is a good read for them if they're able to get out with their lives. Because if they instantly just fall and get traded, They lose pressure onto site, and it's going to be up to their three teammates back all the way on B to really get anything.
And for the initial shots, shots, they weren't able to get anything, and now Fallex already playing a bit close towards Yanagi with a lot of cloud bursts to make sure that Yanagi's able to safely reposition off of this. Now this is a very good angle. Little bit of this, there's a lot of coverage happening, but there's still no committal on towards the site just yet. Or no lot of push just yet. There's just a lot of utility that Action PH is throwing on towards A site.
Throwing everything at A side. Every team is already set up. They don't even have a lurker in place for the time of GameLab. So it's going to be looking like a full commit. With only 50 seconds remaining, the utility is starting to fall. The barrier orb dissipates. I think they start posturing themselves for a clean attack here. But this wall from the defensive side is going to stop them from peeking too deep and getting enough trades once it goes up. It's going to go up for around 10 to 12 seconds, which is enough time for them to honestly wait it out if they choose to do so. But instead, they're going to put up their Viper wall on their own, going to try to get the Viper with a suppress, but it's not going to land. Going to barrier orb the left side as well as swing the right, but it instantly falls. Fallex gets the first kill, tries to get the second, but it's Boogie that eventually secures the round. They have the spike down already as the defenders do rush in, but it's going to be the side players who have to make contact. We have Boogie trying to dance his way to the top, but it's going to see Kevs who's going to knock him down. 410 still not clear, and the gap to this wall was just not enough for them. The Hunter's Fury going to come in for some pressure as well. Doesn't find any value except for the fact that it clears out those angles, knowing that they have to be either far back or on top 410. This wall can re-wall at any time. They finally do spot out Rich though, but he falls back into safety. Now the 2v3 advantage for the side of GLAB. They have the ability to play the post and play the time, just jiggle around and try to get the most of it. The pop and swing coming up from Rich does land on Kevsey, and Owen QT from the side takes out Derek as well, stabilizing the round from 2-2.
These post plants, every single time that GameLab is able to get the plant down, it's just so difficult for Action PH to penetrate the defenses. There's always that barrier orb, there's always the Viper walls, the snake bites, the mollies. They do have double mollies because Owen QT and Rich on these agents, and it's just a lot of zoning potential that GameLab.Alpha has, as long as they do have the spike down. So Action PH maybe at this point have to play a little bit aggressive, considering the fact that so far GameLab has been liking the slow approach that APH has been doing.
The slow approach has been working out for them, but will it work out now that they're on the eco? They only have limited rifles. They only have that one Guardian to really work with, and that one Guardian is going to be holding the long angle to the right side of yellow. Cavs is already wary for the mid push. As the Viper wall does come up, it signals that there possibly is an attacker with nothing to contact behind that wall. They have no info if it's an actual sell or a fake, but they have to sell this fake pretty decently if they're going to choose to fall back. But with the wall dissipating so fast, they can just cut noise and re-hit the site now that they've gained some space up onto yellow.
Yeah, they were able to see a shock dart, so they only know that possibly, what, 2 people are there, and now with Boogie with a wall, that signal— oh no! I don't think he can plant, can he? No, they have to move forward. I thought the plan in mind was to plant over there. I know there's some space, but for some reason, the plan changed as they decided to plant somewhere else, not hugging the wall. They've already broken the wall at least, but this little gap actually potentially gives an advantage for the diffuser. They're using the enemy Sage wall, and it's a wall on top of a wall. Give everybody walls, and they're going to stick it, and they're going to win that round.
They gave that away, being super honest. I think the plant spot was fine regardless of where you're going to put it. I also thought that they were going to plant closer to them, but instead they chose to plant close. And I'm not sure how the Sage wall broke. I suspect that when he planted the spike, he looked too much to the right, because you have to look completely away from the wall. If not, you're going to break your own Sage wall. And because of that gap that came out, either if it was shot or if it was destroyed by the planter, the second Sage wall was just too much. Even though it's on the buy round this time, even though they have the rifles, it's a very difficult situation if you're spraying the wall and someone, regardless of the weapon, a classic or a sheriff, just decides to swing you. And now the null command is going to be used aggressively as they push very quickly onto the A side. 2 people already fall, and Fallex is going to be able to make the trade, but APA is going to be quick to try to convert this round. It's going to be Dritch who's trying to salvage it though. Now in a 1v2, he has enough HP to survive a bullet to the body. Goes for the flash in case he guesses to wrap around, but Kevs is going to be aware of this and fall back. His teammate is already pushing up, so all that Kevs has to do is basically play his life. 66 HP and 1 minute still to go. Will he land a shot? Dritch does get one, forcing this into a 1v1. But where's the spike? He still hasn't gotten it. Still no info. Will he be able to land the 4th kill? No. Derek eventually closes the round, which looked like a great APH start, but then almost fell into the hands of GLAB. It's going to be Derek who will secure that.
Yeah, that's a little bit sweaty considering that GameLab got the 1v1s in a 1v2 scenario. And at the end of the day, that sandwich, Derek's able to win that one for Action PH, sending them 4-2. This Icebox map is still incredibly close, and so far both of these teams are showing up.
Showing up because they have to. GameLab needs to start getting the momentum that we saw towards the latter half of first map. They have the early Viper walls, and Knife's going to come through from Fall X, but it's not going to be enough to secure the space that they want. They're slowly trying to push onto the site, but I don't know if they'll have enough firepower, especially since this wall is going to fall.
Yeah, they're just firing and trading shots away from each other. Yanagi is going to be forced to use that barrier orb to buy time onto this site, and that means GameLab is to break that minus this 1 point of entry as the shock dart angle with a heal will come in at least towards Blurred, so there's a little bit of that. But there's no heal anymore. It has been consumed. They have to wait a little bit for that to come back. But look at this play coming from Micro. He's already ready for any possible rotation, and with not a wall in place, so this angle he won't have. He actually wins that duel. But now this positions GameLab to force this approach, this commit has Blurred, or rather, Fall X is able to find kills on a lot of the members from Action PH, but it doesn't change the fact it is still a 2v1 situation. It's only up to Dritch at this point. He has to clear all of these angles. He knows that Micro is behind him, and Yanagi is able to get a res, I believe, onto Kevzi, which makes this a little bit more difficult. He finds Yanagi at least, making it a 1v2 situation rather. It's 8 seconds on the clock, pressure kicks in, and Kevzi lands the final blow.
Dritch, yet again, is left standing in a 1vx situation, tries to salvage the round, but it's not going to be enough for him, and not enough time for him to land the necessary shots to clear everything that you mentioned previously. But now 5-2, APH advantage, they really have to start getting the momentum that we keep talking about. GameLab now has the Hunter's Fury to work with. They can do so much with this. You take a look at what happened last round, and even though they had the early pressure, they cut noise, they stayed behind the Viper wall, the one kill the Viper to the enemy Viper was just enough for Micro to secure the pressure from the flank that they needed. But now APH still choosing to fight for this A main. They don't want to give up any space. They don't want to let them just have it for free. So GameLab is going to pivot this time and go for the mid take. They don't know that the turret contact and alarm bot is on kitchen, so this will be spotted out. And with the util fairly safely used by Kevs, they also know where he is. He's going to be forced falling back because All X didn't get the shot.
No, he peeks! But at the same time, the trade comes forth as Yanagi eliminates Dritch as well. This mid push coming from Blurred, coming from Fall X rather, has been half and half. Now Boogie falls, says Blurred again. Moving as Micro finds his target once more. He has been very pivotal in winning rounds in Icebox and just catching people off guard. And with Fall X on site and the only one left, needs to secure the site and get the plant down, but it's so difficult not knowing where everybody is. You only have your cloudburst, you only have your tailwind, or rather your vertical dash, and with that said, gonna get the plant, the safest plant. Let's see if he can get the 1v1s. That is the question. That is indeed. He looks towards heaven. He's playing this slow, doesn't want to give away his position. There's going to be two people right there. That's going to be an easy headshot for Micro.
The turret just forced him out. He can't make contact, he can't swing on the right side, or else he'll expose himself to too many angles. He was forced to play that maze position up onto elbow, but because Micro was so quick to rotate, the two players' pressure as well as the turret just swinging off from screens forced him back into the hands of Micro. This is a cute play that they tried to do on mid, but I think without the jet knives, it's a bit harder to do since you have to wait for the accuracy to land once you have that Vandal spray. But a good attempt from GameLab to salvage the round, but not enough for them. Oh, what is this? Is this a lineup tutorial right now?
It's a lineup tutorial. Look at the pixel, the
TikTok
corner.
lineup, stand here, stand on the pistol, and you want to stand on the edge of this. You do a double bounce, point at this wall, and you fire just to hit belt. Wow.
Wow. Amazing. Learning so much. Woo! Okay, Blurred. It's just gonna dash away, unable to find the shot. And here he does have information that everyone was pretty much stacked right there. So you can see rotations from Yanagi already. But still Micro holding mid still, considering that he has been such a nuisance for GameLab when they want to make these rotations, when they want to play far back. He's always ready to meet them. As Jarek's gonna spray that location and kills Boogie, and the plant will be denied. And now Jarek needing every single angle, looking at yellow. But that recon dart will spot out one. So they know one is there at least. But they don't have advantage. They have to go to the spike and plant it, Fluffy. With the wall now coming up. With the presence detected, Derek, they know that he's there, but still, they can't reach that area because everyone from Action is looking at that location.
Blurry just firing shots down range. It's all going to be up to Chase, who managed to crawl his way into the site. The recon dart's going to come out shortly. He's going to spot out one player, but will it be enough for them to actually get the plant down? They even have the lockdown for the defense side if they choose to do this. 17 seconds is not a lot of time. The shock darts come in with the damage, and Kevs and Derek already go for the cleanup. Kevs getting another one, and even the third is able to secure the round. I like his recon dart also earlier, where he is able to scan fully. I don't know where that landed, but it scanned twice or thrice, and no one was able to break it and get so much value off of yellow, allowing Blurred to fire all those shots down range and secure another round.
Yeah, Kevzy, again, Action PH. I suppose this round all started going haywire for the side of GameLab when Derek sprayed down one of the plant locations on the side of GameLab. Despite the wall is down. They're either mostly two options that GameLab always plants on the side of B if they're unable to gain complete space and control of that site.
Complete space and control is what APH has seemed to have, and GLAB now struggling, especially that they're on the Eagle. They have the Marshall up onto Chase or the Sova, but is that going to be enough? Because the opposing team still has so many ultimates. They have the Hunter's Fury, which has so much value in a way on these eco rounds. I know you don't necessarily want to use your ultimate, but just the fact that you can two-shot an opponent, and even if you only hit them once, it makes them one bullet to any rifle. It means that it's so much pressure. And speaking of pressure, they're like very, very quickly this time. Oh no, but from the heavens, Blur does land one Kevs, and Micro get one as well. Now in a 2v5, an impossible situation for them to get out of, but the spike is planted, so all they have to do is play the time. Boogie with 45 HP can try to get one. He's aware that there's probably one on the flank, but the swing is going to come in too wide, and it's going to be Blurred to finish off the round yet again with the jet knives.
Yeah, it takes Action PH 8-2 in this map. Again, Action PH, their teamwork, their individual strengths in Icebox is showing and shining right now. Kevzy providing a lot of information. Micro playing far back. Blurred playing a lot of these cheeky angles, especially when he has knives and playing the flank and just basically destroying GameLab's position and just throwing everybody off guard. And as well as Derek playing defense on these sites, making sure that if it's an aggressive push, Derek is there to get a kill or two, or maybe even more.
Maybe even more, but this operator already expecting the updraft. He already spots out one player, pops the dash, and Blur gets forced out because of that recon dart. A great use of utility for them, but they do spot out the operator. Now re-clearing yellow with the knife and even the drone, investing heavily in
so much.
B side. They're getting pushed back. Now as they posture for the retake, the pressure's not going to stop. Which flashes through. Fall X not far behind. Now there's one player on top as well. The waterfall of players from GLAB lands, but a two-shot from the Cavs just lands on the domes, and the clean converts into that APH round.
gotta hand it to Action PH. The way that they cover each other's backs, the way that they're positioned in different angles, and yet they're able to cover each other, and the way that they all attack toward each other at the same time is what won them that round. It was swift, it was quick, it was calculated by Action.
Calculated indeed, but 9-2 with 1 round on the board. If they are able to get this 10th round, it's going to mean so much for APH, but it's not a situation that they can necessarily be comfy with. We've seen GLAB come back from this deficit, and if they're able to repeat that process, but successfully, they can still get this round and get something. This team, regardless of what they have, will try to get the most value out of every round, and this time it looks like they have a chance of securing even a better half than they did on the first map. They have all the ultimates that they need outside of maybe the null command, but everything else is just in play. Even both resurrections on the team, ready to res his teammate.
Yeah.
peeks onto belt. Very fast res coming into play, but it's going to be him who's going to be peeking early on as Jet just steals everything from above.
Folex sees the head and he spots that out and eliminates Yanagi almost immediately. No res on the side of Yanagi, on APH anymore, as Folex is zip-zapping across the battlefield, across the site. Now with the lockdown in place, this way potentially flush out everyone. He misses all of the knives, and Micro finds 2 people, and it makes it a 3v3 at this point with a spike not even planted. It is denied with a snake bite now in place to zone away GameLab. He gets the spray transfer, and that makes it a 4K. Will he get the ace? Will he end the first half with an ace is the question, but the timing will deny any of that as ONQT finds the headshot, and a clutch will happen. GameLab ends on a good note with a first half.
Looks like ONQT is just happy to land that shot, able to flick up on the high heavens, checking Nest after he takes out Micro, because Micro, he had the angle in that situation. He was able, they pushed through the wall, they were brought low, he got those 2 kills with the quick flicks, but unfortunately for him, he brought out the snake bite at the worst time possible, giving himself up and making him open to all the firepower that ONQT had, and his teammate tried to trade him really quickly, but he fell because of an amazing flick from ONQT, so I get why he's excited. And 9-3, in fairness, is a better half than they had last, but it's not a position you still want to be in. We've seen them do it before, but can they do it again? Now it looks like they're going to start the defense with an aggressive start, pushing on to B, where they're going to run into contact with the enemy team.
And that is the question here now. With our last half rather, Boogie forced to use a heal onto himself. You're right, it is a very aggressive push for a potential sandwich. This forces GameLab.Alpha now to continue on and commit onto a blurred peeks aggressively, but Chase immediately trades anyway. You know how he gets the plant down, and it's a 4v2 situation. Quick kills on the side of GameLab.Alpha rather. It's all up to the Sentinels again to try and get the clutch. Now Folex looking at every single angle, clearing out every single corner. Yanagi now has to face 2, but he gets 1 at least. Derek playing from the high heavens is able to find another, and now it's a 1v1 situation, and it all looked dire for Action, but in the end, Action is able to win that round.
My god, it looked like GameLab was gonna secure that round. They got the early momentum, but then it converted into this scuffle that just was not in their favor. Action PH was able to secure that round. We look at the take at the replay, and they're able to get these opening kills, but just a couple of pot shots here and there, especially from Yanagi, as well as the round secure, was just enough for them to scrap out that round. And with that, that brings them again into familiar territory. They have the buy up onto this eco. If they don't lose man advantage, it could be a clean sweep on the attack. But that being said, because they're attacking, they're going to be forced into all these strokes, which GameLab can capitalize if they choose to do so. It's going to be 1 player running in already, but Folex is going to run. Oh no, 2 players fall onto Micro with a run and gun. Derek gets 1 as well. Now the situation feels impossible.
Yeah, it does, especially with 1. You've got Pistol, you've got the Sheriff. That's honestly it for GameLab to work with. And now with 2 people on the side B, and Derek just gunning everybody down pretty much. It's all up to ONQT with wall activated now. Yanagi with the plant, and he jumps. He jumps. And just a quick round for the side of Action PH, 11-3. Now close to match point.
Yep, that's a go next play, go next round right there. Jumping on just so that he dies so that he has enough money for the next round. Trying to get the spike planter. Surprised he came out with the knife, maybe to put some extra distance, but mid-air he was just stricken down and is just put back on the ground. But boots on the ground again for the next round. 11-3 advantage to APH, but now on the bye we've seen GLAB work with this so well, but the two Bulldogs in APH can prove a lot of value at these ranges.
Yeah, it's still incredibly formidable. They still, GameLab still has to be careful despite having gun advantage, just as you said. Look at this! Look at this rotation coming from GameLab here, corralling on towards mid and leaving control on the side of A instead to play sort of retake, as Blurred will greet Dritch. Instead, we'll have this little bit of trade as Boogie. Oh, they're playing close. Micro is able to eliminate Chase. Fall X will dash away for safety. And now with A side, APH is able to get control.
That's
Derek
nice
pushes,
orb.
yeah, through the smoke. And now it's a 2v4 situation. And now it's only up to Fall X and Boogie as well. Still has full utility. Boogie finds one at least, but with 5 HP, not sure if that's a lot to work with. It's gonna be like that big distraction at least, and play Crossfire alongside Fall X to get a lot of value. Kevzy finds the Jet, and Kevzy finishes this round. And on towards match point now for Action PH. This is familiar though, Fluffy.
I mean, GameLab have almost done it before. They could possibly do it now, but I like this play coming up from APH. Able to get the kitchen pressure, pulling the defenders towards that kitchen and B side, allowing their players from A to quickly walk and crawl their way up onto the A side silently. And going for the double swing and playing that close range was just enough to take the side for them. And once they take the side, regardless if they're on eco or not, as long as they have some form of weapons that's not a pistol, it's super winnable because you can control the fights. The Viper Orb also coming onto the screen, so clutch. But speaking of clutch, up onto the Skye, it's going to be Blurred to land the first frag, and Derek quickly coming in with the trade. Inagi does fall, but now 4v3 is going to be very hard, especially that they don't have the Sage on the defensive side for the retake, as well as their controller. It's going to be a gunfight, and APH have the better guns.
Oh yeah, absolutely. With Marshals, Ares, and just a Guardian, is a mixed bag for GameLab to try and clutch this, with now as well as the lockdown being brought in. We've seen this before where APH says we're gonna pull a lockdown, we want to end this game, we want to end this in a 2-0 as Blurred finds another kill on towards Dritch.
Gets another kill, but this time around they're going to go for the round spear, defend this Panther. Fallex does get one, but it's going to be up to him the entire game. His team's life on the line, but he falls into the hands of Micro, and he delivers the win here for GameLab's defeat. And it's going to be APH reigning on top.
And there you go, Action PH victory, clean 2-0. Very nicely done. Very similar performance from what we saw yesterday with a big 2-0. It was a little bit shaky on the map on Pearl, but at the end of the day, it was still, Icebox seems to be a very strong map for this team.
Strong indeed. We've seen them today, and we saw how yesterday they also were able to dismantle their game on Icebox. Masters of the Frozen Realm, APH has succeeded in securing another win for them this VCT split. Unfortunately for GameLab.Alpha, it will force them into a worse spot onto the bracket as APH does rise above.
Yeah, I believe they're currently 4-3 in the standings. So what an incredible performance from this team. You gotta love the dynamics of each player and what they bring to the table. I mean, again, every single time we look at Icebox and Micro is on this Viper, he's always there to either lurk, he's always there to flank, he's always there to cut the escape of and sandwich the rest of the opposing team. And every single time it does work. Every single time he wins the duel.
Every single time. And with that duel, they always get that momentum. When we take a look at the post game, we can see the statistics of what went down this game, what went right and what went wrong. 13-3, such a huge gap, 10 rounds difference for APH, with Micro being our MVP. He's the one who's able to provide the pressure, not necessarily by just getting the opening kills, but by staying and playing his life while being a threat to the enemy. When you know that their flanker is dangerous, it's always going to be scary to fall back, forcing them into this pincer maneuver, which always seems to have a chokehold on teams like GameLab.
Yeah, every single time it feels like all of the teams that will have to face Action PH, especially on this map in particular, Icebox, they always have to be wary of Micro. And it wasn't the same story now compared to Pearl, where as the round switched, GameLab would also win their own streak and would reach double digits. No, APH has had a masterful approach on Icebox as we take a look at the initial round. You gotta love this play. The wall on towards wall was just so difficult for GameLab to even try to deny the defuse.
It's really a team effort. You do the wall, it breaks. Everyone knows that. Shoot the wall. It's the fact that they wall and the rest of the team swing out, just even if they will die, just to put the pressure away from the wall and secure the round. It happened twice this game, and even when they faltered on the attacking side for GameLab, breaking their own wall, they were able to still do the same play. Kevs, in my opinion, has done so well on the Sova, landing the important kills that he needed, and even those amazing headshots that we see from one of the best initiators in the PH.
Yeah, he has also shown his skills on this map, the timings on his recon dart, the way that he gives information to his team, and not only that, he's, just as you said, keeps landing all of these shots and is able to clutch some of these rounds. And again, it's just so beautiful to watch. But of course, we've got delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. It is going to be Micro. We keep singing his name, singing his praises, and it's so understandable.
I mean, he is a micro, but he has the impact on the macro. He always is able to provide the pressure that he needs, and it even lands the shots to deliver the win for Grab Unlimited. This player, one of the best and most underrated players, I think, especially for his position, is always going to be there. He played on the previous roster for SBE, and he was always an important and integral part of how that team operated, and it looks like he's going to repeat that story here in APH.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those players that are low-key, but the impact that he does is very high-key to most of these rounds. And every single time, again, Action PH in particular is on this map. It's just so nice to watch. But of course, we're done, fangirling and fanboying on Action PH as they took this series 2-0 against GameLab.Alpha, and they're now shooting up into the standings, and especially it's the last weekend for our regular season. But of course, there's a lot of more analyzing to do for this series, and we've been your casters for today. I'm Riku, together with me is Fluffy02, and I'm sending it back to the panel to talk about more about that series.
Sa side ng APH. But on top of that, masasabi mo na itong Pearl naging defender-sided map dito sa dalawang teams na to.
Gusto ko talaga na i-acknowledge natin na yung parehas na teams na to, magaling talaga sa defending side nila. But I'd like to highlight nga yung naging changes nila ngayon pagdating sa Pearl. Kevs on that initiator, na-miss natin, tatandaan nyo, he's really one of the best initiators out there, best Sova users. Tapos they decided to go on that double initiator rather than the usual double controller na meron tayong nakikita. But then after those changes, nung una medyo nag-adjust sila with Derek being on that killjoy. But after taking those comfortability and the momentum that they had on the first half, naghabol nga nila yun. Pero kamunti ka na mag-OT, pero buti na lang Blurred really step up on the latter parts of the game.
I think a big part of how they succeeded doon sa kanang defense side was yung communication between Derek at saka nitong si Micro, di ba? Yung Killjoy at saka Astra combo na sana yun yung magiging win-con para dito sa mga players ng GameLab. Take aggressive map control, pero hindi sila bibigyan ng map control dahil dinedrect contact agad. Pag nalaman kung saan manggagaling ang GLAB, doon gagamit ng cross-map utility itong si Astra. Kaya nagkakaroon ng value si Micro even though wala doon sa site na yun. Kaya nahirapan ang GameLab bago sila magkaroon mismo ng map control itself. At saka sa Insecure as a whole, di ba? Yun din yung parang naging same story na nakita natin sa Icebox, where once that they had full control of where they knew GameLab was gonna come from, then they're just gonna hold that same position and they're not gonna be able to have any sort of say into the matter naman.
Actually, ito nga yung comment ko eh. It wasn't very hard to predict where GameLab was gonna come from kasi round after round, lagi silang sama-sama eh. There wasn't a lot of split push na present. Pag tinignan natin yung mapa kanina, ang bilis talagang mapinch na itong APH, itong GLAB, especially nung nagde-defend pa nga sila. Pero wala eh. They were, tulad na itong round na to, they were very reliant on Fall X making a lot of these opening picks and making a lot of the space for the team.
I know like we opened up about Polex, pero I have to say Blurred is a man possessed this series. Kahit nung Pearl pa lang, a lot of like his operator shots were hitting, which kind of locked down yung mga long range angles para sa kanilang Pearl defense. Quick aggression, precision made by this guy. Saktong-sakto siya pa nga yung MVP natin.
Sakto talaga. Lahat tayo na-miss talaga si Blurred on this jet, and he stayed consistent all throughout. And I'm happy to see nga na nag-jet talaga siya sa previous map, which was in Pearl. Tapos he was also pretty confident when he brought it into Icebox. What can we say about Blurred pa, diba? Talagang alam naman natin na mahinga siya, pero he's back on track. He's improving. He's still one of the best players out there. He's also a personal favorite ni Raf, kung nakikita nga natin, diba? Talagang ang laki ng naging growth ni Blurred all throughout the VCTPH scene, and with this new roster, sa tingin ko din kasi with the amount of the support from Yanagi, from Kevs, from his teammates, talagang binibigay nila yung lahat ng tiwala nila kay Blurred.
Alam mo, buti nga minention mo si Raf kasi yun naman yung sasabihin ko eh. Ilang beses na sinabi sa akin ni Raf na etong si Blurred, one of Cebu's pride talaga. Siya talaga yung shining star when it comes to Valorant. So I'm pretty sure na at this point, he's really making Cebu proud. And ang galing talaga ng performance overall sa APH. Hindi naman magiging possible na mag-shine si Blurred na ganyan kung hindi rin sa tulong ng mga teammates niya. But that is it, guys. One more point on the side of APH sa ating standings. But yet again, tulad ng na-establish natin in the pre-panel, wala eh. Pasok naman na itong dalawang to sa natin, sa ating playoff. So abangan na lang natin kung ano yung mga susunod na pasabog nila pag nag-proceed na tayo doon. But in the meantime, maghanda kayo dahil may second series pa tayo na darating in just a bit. VCTPH will be back after this break.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
Hi, I'm Zinton. Hi, I'm 2766 and we are SR Nakage.
Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the Valorant Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema, which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat, and nag-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra, at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin si Mojer kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abaddon Esports kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential, and I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, team. Kasi lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then, sana sa susunod na split to naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami, ganun, para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Ang feeling ko anong yanig sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team. Outside the game, para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami, buong team. Kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang, mag-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I am NDG.
I'm Mojer.
I'm Wits. I'm Ja. And we are Naos.
Yung feeling ko coming dito sa VCT is excited. Excited kasi akong bumawi kasi last VCT run namin is hindi kami nag-champion. So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon.
Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na pong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas. Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims. And since bago kaming roster, pinapractice din namin yung team chemistry. And pinapanood din namin yung mga VODs ng mga kalaban namin para may insights naman kami sa mga ginagawa nila. After nung sa Sibol, nag-usap-usap po kami and it served as a wake-up call. So abangan nyo na lang po kami sa mga next namin na laban sa VCT para mapakita po namin kung paano kami nag-improve sa team.
Our team is a good mix of veterans and new bloods, and our team chemistry bond is like no other. And lastly, I can say our preparations for this tournament is beyond what other teams can commit. And this VCTPH 2023, we will fly high.
Ang masasabi ko lang, ang pinagkaiba namin dun sa ibang teams is dito kasi para kaming magkakapamilya dito. So dito parang alam namin kung ano yung weakness ng isa't isa, alam namin kung ano yung strength ng isa't isa kasi open kami to each others. Ayun. So gusto ko lang sana mag-thank you sa mga fans na nagtitiwala sa Naos and also sa mga fans ko dati pa. And hindi kayo madi-disappoint sa akin and sa amin kasi gagawin namin yung best namin talaga para dalhin yung team na to sa international stage. At saka, don't worry guys, magkakaroon pa tayo ng 8-8 sa future. Yeah.
So guys, please support us this coming VCTPH 2023 and hopefully we meet your expectations and we'll do our best as a team.
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slatom 999.
I'm Exotic.
I'm Hydra.
I'm Rababs.
I'm V Black. And we are Abaddon.
It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO with the current Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abaddon, and We are called as the fastest rising team in the PH, and I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay.
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week lang yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City, and the bootcamp is like the far right side in Lapu-Lapu. And my manager, Anakin, tried to convince my mom really hard so I can't get like to play in the bootcamp.
The technical issues that we encountered was internet problems and PC problems. That's why we moved to a bootcamp to V-Block's house, and having a coach as well helps us a lot.
I look up to Ayo because dami niyang tinuro sa akin and at the same time gusto siyang matalo this VCTPH.
Our age is on 16 to 20 and we are against the veterans in this VCT run.
Ganon yung team, di lang ganon nag-give up. Nagta-try hard kami, tas di namin inasahan na mag-Cinderella run kami.
Disclaimer, please wag po gayahin. We are just a bunch of students na nagka-cutting tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami, mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart kaya IGL.
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Ako nga pala si Likeable.
Ako naman si Taylor.
And syempre, ako nga pala si Phil. At kami ay...
The Panel!
Asben.
Pasensya ka na, Laika. Hindi na kasi namin alam yung pakiramdam ng may tulog eh.
Yun nga sasabihin ko, parang refresh na refresh kayong dalawa.
Nagre-regenerate pa lang yung brain cells namin eh. Pasensya na kayo ha.
Totoo yan, man. I mean, akala mo, tulog, maganda tulog namin, tapos feeling fresh kami. Hindi, like nagkakamali ka. Tulad ng sinabi ni Taylor, nag-regenerate pa lahat ng mga nasa utak namin. Parang ako, di ba? Nung nagising ako kanina, parang akong bagong silang.
Bagong silang kasi kapag sa mga generation kasi ng mga nauna, medyo mabagal na mag-recover pag kulang sa tulog.
Pero sinasabi mo matanda na si Vil?
Hindi, batchmates kami niyan eh, di ba? Yung mga nilalaro natin pareho.
Ano nga pala, batchmate nga pala kita, 2015.
Pinanganak. Anyway, ang ganda na naging labanan kanina. Akala ko actually papunta sa direction ni Vil na akala ko tulog, yung pala 2-0 yung naging resulta. Pero dito sa second series natin, malaman-laman din ang magiging diskusyon natin. Pero bago pa natin simulan yan, pasalamatan muna natin yung sponsors natin kasi napakalupit talaga ng production natin dito sa VCTPH, di ba? So maraming salamat sa Riot Games at Mineski Philippines for making all of this possible.
Siyempre, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Kaya mag-subscribe na kayo sa Grab Unlimited, now only for 9 pesos, especially sa unang buwan ninyo. Napakamura na lang.
And syempre, kung wala sila, wala tayo. Last but not least, andito ang Games and Amusement Board knowing that this tournament is officially sanctioned by them.
Grabe, no? Kung dati enge 5, ngayon enge 9 na. Enge 9, di ba?
Hindi, ano ka ba, Laika? Hindi na uso ngayon yung 5 piso. Dati nga, nung bata ako, piso lang hinihingi ko. Ngayon, sila pa magagalit pag hindi 20.
Oo,
Yan yung panahon ni Terror Noville. Sa panahon kasi natin, alam mo naman.
Hindi sa atin.
5 piso na kasi pag 2015, no?
Nung panahon natin, walang piso, walang 5 piso, gawin barya lang, pembarya. Pembarya. Ganun lang pwede na.
Ganun lang pwede na at pwede na rin nating i-intro ang first team natin. Etong mga to, tinatawag sila lagi na dark horse sa mga discussion natin. Pero right now, they seem to be left in the dark. So ingat-ingat na lang kasi mukhang madilim ang abyss.
Abaddon, Abyss, isa sa mga teams na ginulat rin tayo pagdating dito sa VCTPH. Asta, Exotic, Slatom, V-Black, and Rababs. Alam naman natin kung gaano kainit ang kamay sa gatilyo dito ni Slatom, especially yung mga crisp shots niya na pinapakita lagi sa atin. But aside from that, he's been a good initiator for the rest of the team. But not only him, si V-Black din yung isa sa mga players dito na napapansin natin na lagi ring naiiwan sa mga clutch situations together with Exotic and Rababs as well. And they've been performing quite okay in this tournament, but I feel like ito yung may capabilities pa talaga to do more in the next future seasons.
Yeah, actually nakita natin kahapon, no, talagang pinasok ulit nila si Hydra, which is, kailan ba yung unang laro ni Hydra? Which is, yun din yung unang game ng Abaddon Abyss, no? Which is, wala dun si Asta. They tried as well na talagang, what if si Hydra ipasok natin? Are we gonna see a difference or whatsoever? Para lang syempre maiba yung natin sa leaderboard. Pero ganun pa rin talaga no? Pero hopefully talaga makabawi sila dito knowing that this is their last game already. And yeah, let's see if ever SKYE Empire can do something about it.
Actually, napaka-importante rin ang series na to kasi magde-determine talaga dito kung sino yung makakapasok din dun sa ating playoffs. And yung minention mo kanina, Vil, na pagpasok ni Hydra dito, parang, if I'm not mistaken, usually sa icebox lang rin siya pinapakita ng team na to. So, siguro meron silang pinaplanong kakaiba from time to time when it comes to this map. Pero kung mailabas man mamaya yung icebox, I guess mapag-uusapan pa natin yan lalo. Pero ang makakalaban nila dito, nako, ito namang team na to, medyo kakaiba yung momentum nila eh. Minsan, they are off to a slow start but then they finish strong. But as of the recent trend, they're starting off really strong pero medyo nagiging questionable. Hopefully, as they go into their matchup today, maging strong all the way. Here is SKYE Empire.
Perfect.
The supposedly na dream team or isa sa pinakamalakas na talaga na team dito sa Pilipinas, which is SKYE Empire, binubuo ng well-decorated players. They have a fair share of achievements, lalo na dito kay Eugene S, kay Kelly S, and Rabbit. Kasama nila yung mga dating superstar, yung mga superstar ngayon na Pilipinas, pero ngayon pinagsama-sama sila in order for them to conquer it all. Pero napansin talaga natin, like what you've said, like kanino nga sa SKYE Empire, they're actually trying to adjust as well. Kasi ng mga unang stages, yung mga basic nga na nangyayari, lalong-lalo dito kay Rabbit, yung mapagpipick ng corners, medyo nagkakaroon talaga tayo ng problema doon. And doon sa mga nagdaan na araw talaga na workout na rin nila kahit papano. And kung napapansin mo, halos lahat talaga ng games nila is matatagal. And yung iba talaga umaabot pa rin talaga sa OT. Pero what if ilaban naman natin sila sa Abaddon Abyss? Is that gonna be the same thing? Or siguro magiging fast-paced na ang laruan nila? Lalong-lalo na if si Kelly S nakapag-raise na.
Especially for SKYE Empire, no? Kumbaga, they already ignited the fire, but you have to keep chucking wood to actually keep the fire going. Ang kaso nga lang, doon sa simula, na-ignite mo na, kaso yung mga games sa sumunod, doon tayo or nakakita ng lackluster. But, moving forward, yung mga sinabi o yung mga points dito ni Vil na kung saan nakakalimutan nila mag-check corners, minsan nakakaligtaan nila yung mga foundation ng isang magagandang play. Moving forward, doon sa mga previous matches na napanood ko naman na naglaro ang SKYE Empire, I feel like napapolish na nila yon. Just now, today, na makikita natin if completely kaya nilang i-overturn yung lahat ng mga resulta nila from the previous games.
Kailangan talaga mag-ingat-ingat sila dun sa mga tendencies na to. At makikita natin na kailangan nasa good mental state sila pag pumasok sila dito. And I wanna touch up back on the point na sinabi ni Vil kanina na kadalasan etong SKYE Empire, kahit umabot pa ng Game 3, bigla sila nag-e-explode. That's the complete opposite pag pinag-usapan natin yung Abaddon Abyss. Ilang beses na natin kinall out na etong endurance nila natetest talaga pag umaabot ng Game number 3. Pero meron tayong mga featured players ngayon na pag-uusapan natin. Excited na rin akong makita tong dalawang to dahil unang beses din natin i-highlight etong si Eugene S, pati si Exotic dito. Terror, itong dalawang to, alam naman natin, flexible sila. Dati nakakita lagi natin si Eugene S on that duelist role, specifically Jet. Pero ngayon, nagbibigay na talaga siya ng space dito sa side ng kay Kelly S. And the same goes for Exotic, na kaya niyang mag-change ng role kung ano yung kailangan ng team niya.
Pero ang kagandahan no, and I think Vil will also agree to this, is that you have players na kayang mag-flex sa mga roles na hindi lang duelist. And if you have those kinds of players, specifically on different agents na magpo-provide ng suporta, you have a mind of a duelist in this specific players, for example, like Eugene S and even Exotic, napakalaking impact yung nadadala nito sa mga games na nakikita natin. The decision-making from these two players is just above par or above phenomenal pagdating sa mga clutch situations na napapanood natin, specifically towards Exotic as well. He has been giving us a good show.
Like what you've said, yung mga talagang flex talaga na role. If ever naman dito kay Exotic, mga kaibigan, talagang ginagamit talaga niya. We have the Killjoy, we have the Jet as well. Parang siyang si Chase, no? Minsan, Sage yung gamit niya, and minsan din, Jet, nakadepende rin talaga kung ano talagang komposisyon ng team nila. And like what you've said, dito kay Exotic, if ever gonna compare it to yung experience-wise, if ever gonna compare that dito kay Eugene, syempre mas marami si Eugene kahit papano. Pero dito kay Exotic, talagang bago pa lang itong mga team na to, pero nandito sila sa VC, and in terms of potential, mas marami pa silang maibibigay in the next coming years for sure.
Marami pa talagang ibubugay ang mga yan. Pero ngayon tayo dito sa ating panel, ibubuga na natin yung mga map selection natin. Questionable dito, di ba? Kasi meron tayong abyss na mapa. De joke lang. Meron tayo sa langit din no? Magkasalunga talaga tong dalawang team na to. So, tinitingnan ko ngayon yung notes ko. And on the side of Abaddon Abyss, sana talaga wala tayong makita na fracture. Mag-ingat-ingat sila dito sa mapa na to kasi hindi pa rin nagiging favorable yung mga resulta para sa kanila. Pero para sa'yo, Vil, ano sa tingin mo yung dapat piliin? Especially on the side of Abaddon Abyss na sila talaga yung mas crucial. Kumbaga, pag sila yung nanalo dito sa series na to, mag-shift talaga lahat ng standings natin. Magbabago yung matutuloy sa playoffs.
Well, ito if ever gonna talk about yung talagang map pick, so like what you've said, talagang yung fracture yung kailangan talaga ng iwasan, lalong-lalo na yung Haven and Lotus as well, which is yun pa yun talagang wala silang panalo. 0% win rate, mga kaibigan. Dun sa Lotus, pwede sana yun ang pinili ng Abaddon Abyss 13-10 yung score nila. Yun nga, pero if ever naman talaga na makakapili dito ang Abaddon Abyss na pwedeng nilang mapa, siguro kung masisingit nila ang Ascent, yes, pwede pa. Or Icebox. Kasi 50-50 sila dun Pero yung last time na naglaro ang Abaddon Abyss yun nga, sa Ascent, panalo sila versus SR Nakage. So, malay mo, makakita tayo ng Ascent.
I would say para sa Abaddon Abyss, the best bet that they can actually have here is actually the Icebox pick. And so far, they have been performing great there. And ito na nga yung makikita nating veto map from them as well. So, surprisingly enough, gusto nila o may respeto towards SKYE Empire ang nakikita natin sa Abaddon.
Okay naman I do agree na respect ban talaga to. Malakas tong SKYE pagdating dito sa Icebox. Pero, bukas pa ang Lotus. Feeling ko, baka yun pa yung unang mapa na ilabas nila. Tulad nga ng sinabi ni Vil kanina, wala pang panalo tong Abaddon Abyss dito sa Lotus. And nakita ko nagpa-pop off talaga tong si Kelly S dito. Ang confident niyang gumalaw around the map. Ay, masasabi ko na lang talaga parang attacker-sided to, no, Bill, pagdating sa Sky Empire.
Talagang malay mo, pwede na mangyari yan. Pero ito, Besa, ito yung pinakamatindi dyan. Itong dalawang team na to, wala pang kahit isang split sa kanilang dalawa. So that's gonna be really interesting.
Baka naman.
If ever merong malakas ang loob na mag-split no? Pero we can say na Pearl might be one of the strongest map nga ng Abaddon Abyss. Pero isipin mo, ano ba yung scores nila back then sa game na to? Nung nakalaban nila ang Naos, ang score ng Abaddon Abyss is 11-13. And natalo ng Abaddon Abyss ang Oasis Gaming since day 1 dito sa mapa na to. So, that might be the thing na pwede nilang piliin dito.
Yun na nga. First map pa nga ang Lotus for Sky Empire. And so far, gaya nga na na-mention natin, no, hindi pa nila masyado nalalaro yung Lotus. On both sides, I would say 2 in total for Sky Empire and a 1 match coming in from Abaddon Abyss. So, this is gonna be quite exciting, but I would expect na makakakita tayo ng mga slow play from both teams, especially dito sa first map natin na Lotus, kung saan kumbaga talking stage ulit sila.
Talking stage nga no. Actually, ang interesting dito sa Lotus din, ayan, second map natin, Pearl. Itong Abaddon Abyss, pinili nila attack. And yun nga yung sinabi ko kanina, diba? So far, yung trend ng mga teams na to, when it comes to Lotus, attacker-sided talaga. So, Abaddon Abyss is for sure gonna try to bank on as many points as they can bago pa mag-switch yung sides. So, mahihirapan yung, if ever maging successful yung attack nila dito, mahihirapan yung Sky na humabol. Pero mali natin, baka maging same story siya kanina dun sa GLAB nung nandun tayo sa Pearl, di ba, Vil? Pero again, Pearl na naman tayo.
Yeah, Pearl naman talaga. So talaga mga malalaking mapa. If ever sa Sky Empire nga, if ever split ang kinuha nila. So,
nila.
for Abaddon Abyss, for Abaddon Abyss, let's see if ever magiging decider ang Ascent dito. Kasi the last time nga na naglaro ang Abaddon Abyss is Ascent yung panalo nila. Wala pa silang talo dito. So, feeling ko itong pick na to baka mapunta pa sa in favor of Abaddon Abyss if ever. Kasi napag-uusapan natin back then na ano ba ang pinakaunang labanan? Labanan muna to ng Map Vito. And dito pa lang sa Map Vito, makikita na natin yung potential na pwedeng manalo.
Definitely true. At kung sakasakali man nga na Ascent yung makikita natin dito, I would say Sky Empire also, which is actually will be Ascent. Sky Empire actually has a pretty good foundation when it comes to Ascent map as well. So, hindi ako nagdadalawang isip na parehas na teams may capabilities on Ascent map. But looking at Sky Empire, I feel like this would be more leaning towards their side compared to Abaddon Abyss.
Di tayo sure dyan kasi isang match pa lang naman sa Ascent yung nakita natin, di ba nga, sa Abaddon Abyss. That was against SR Nakage at panalo pa sila doon. So siguro pinag-aaralan rin talaga nila tong games ng Sky Empire at baka may pasabog sila dito, no? Hindi natin alam. Pero Taylor, matanong lang kita, di pa tayo nakakakita masyado ng mga split maps this season. Sa tingin mo ba pagdating ng playoffs, maglalabasan na yung mga split picks na yan? Ayaw
nila
talaga nila.
Kung ayaw nila. Isipin mo na lang, Laika, ayaw nga nilang mag-time out. Magpalit pa kaya ng mapa.
Men, sa lock-in nga, walang split-split PH pa kaya? Diba? Pero wala, I mean, yung mga Philippine teams ngayon, akala natin doon tayo sa mga maliliit na mapa, yun ang gustong-gusto nila, pero parang gusto talaga nilang magwala sa mga malalaking mapa nga, which is apparently talaga nakikita natin ni Pearl and Lotus all the time. Actually, Fracture nga, minsan na lang natin makita, tsaka yung Haven.
ano na bang pambansang mapa natin ngayon, Bill?
Pearl.
Perlas ng silanganan.
Exactly.
Tama nga naman. Saktong-sakto. On branding naman pala talaga tayo. Pero ayan guys, we're gonna go to Lotus, Pearl, and Ascent. Total, Vil, ikaw ang ating makabayan na Perlas ng silanganan dito. Sa tingin mo, anong direction mapupunta itong labanan na to? 2-0, 2-1, at kanino pabor?
Medyo I'm leaning towards 2-1 yung score in favor of Sky Empire. Kasi nga, di ba, like what you've said, I mean, if ever lang manalo dito ang Abaddon Abyss, dun nga sa second map natin, talagang Ascent pa rin talaga. 3 beses na nalaro to, 1 beses pa lang sa Abaddon Abyss. Pero in terms naman sa endurance, yung pag-usapan natin kanina, dun talaga sila bumabawi. Patagalan ng laro, patagalan ng gameplay, patigasan ng ulo ang mangyayari natin dito. Pero ang sa akin lang, gusto ko lang sabihin, is if ever lang talaga na agahan nila yung timeout nila. Kasi yung mga timeout na yan talaga isa sa pinaka-importante talaga pwede mong gawin in order for you to win. That is free. You can actually use that for half and malay mo, ma-convert pa yung timeout na yun with a win.
Tama. Nasa tama naman actually para kay Vil dito. I totally agree no na yung mga teams natin ngayon parang nagda-doubt pa sila kung kailan sila magta-timeout, which is really, it's out there and they can definitely use it. But anyway, for me, I would say na 2-0 yung magiging score dito and that would be towards the side of SKYE Empire. May pakiramdam lang ako na gumising sila today, magpa-pop off si Rabbit, magpa-pop off si Kelly S. May gut feeling lang talaga ako for SKYE Empire for today.
Ay, gut feeling. Naku, yung mga intuition ng babae, kakaiba yung mga ganyan. Kaya pareho tayo. Yan din yung gut feel ko ngayon. Hindi lang naman gut feel, pero yun nga, Lotus, I would say SKYE Empire yan. Pearl, Abaddon Abyss, Ascent. Again, game number 3, yung Ascent, kung aabot man tayo dyan, mahihirapan na naman tong Abaddon Abyss. Kaya I'm gonna go with SKYE Empire. Yan na yung predictions namin. Sana walang caster's curse, a panelist curse rather for today.
Dito yung SKYE Empire.
Oy, 2-0 kanina, nagpanel si Rere, ha?
Kasi di siya nag-cast, di ba? So, pag magka-cast na siya, alam mo na, magka-cast siya today.
Yun na yun. Pero yun nga, lahat tayo SKYE Empire, so that's gonna be really interesting. Pero ito lang talaga, ang nasa isip ko lang, hopefully kasi talagang ang pinakakalaban ng SKYE Empire is yung consistency.
Yes.
Lalong-lalo na sa mga, of course, mga initiators nila, and hopefully, dun talaga sila bumawi dito sa game na to, knowing that this is their last game sa VCT sa regular season.
Last game na nga nila. Kung sila kailangan nila bumawi, babawi din kami sa aming mga casters. Sana hindi kayo sumpain. Good luck sa inyo and have a great cast.
Last chance for the last slot, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a big one. We're near the bottom of the standings, but we know here, moving into the playoffs, 6 will arise and continue on their journey here in VCTPH. Who will it be after this matchup? Will it be SKYE Empire or will it be Abaddon Abyss? Welcome, though, ladies and gentlemen, to another matchup. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue, and I'm excited for this one, Black and Blue, because yet again, as I mentioned, technically, this is the battle for the 6th seed.
Oh yeah, this is arguably one of the most important matches we're going to have this weekend, Dax. Now, if you look at the standings as of the moment, we do have SKYE Empire up above just a hair, but if Abaddon Abyss can take this, they're tied scoreline, but the head-to-head on the tiebreaker should give Abaddon Abyss the advantage in terms of that 6th place slot. So basically, for you simpletons out there, whoever wins this series makes it to the playoffs.
Man, you're already trying to rep the audience in this one. But of course, guys, we thank you for tuning on in here at VCTPH. Whether you're watching in English and Filipino, we'll check out that language redirect to show you where you can watch everything and anything right now before anything else. You can celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to GLAB Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. And let's not forget, here, you are watching right now the English broadcast. You are tuning on in to twitch.tv/Valorant_PH, and you can check us out at youtube.com/@ValorantEsportsPH as well. But if you want to watch the Filipino side, it's over at facebook.com/ValorantEsportsPH or youtube.com/@ValorantEsportsPH. Either way, we thank you guys for tuning on in, and especially in this one, where we'll be seeing technically one of these two teams end their journey here, Black and Blue. And I kind of have to question you right now. Obviously, it means a lot to these two teams, but do you have an idea of perhaps which one of these two teams are even more so hungry than their opponent at making it to the next stage?
Well, I mean, they have very different motivations coming into this, right? SKYE Empire, the team with a lot more veteran experience, the team who has players make it very far and deep into the VCT regular season in years past, and they have to prove that they're just not players to be, forgotten about, players that are bygones, players that were rejects from other teams, and they want to do that here, and the first step is really making it back into that playoff slot. But if you look at Abaddon Abyss, hunger might really be their best motivating force as of the moment. They're the ones without that experience. Exotic had that SV Empire run, rather LFO to be exact, but with SV Empire core at the time, but there still is a lot more for them to prove, and that type of hunger, those kind of young guns, the new blood on the squad, that's exactly what they could really utilize to get into this. But I think they're both very valid in their pursuit into the playoffs. It's just very different motivation-wise, I think, on what is really fueling the runs.
Sounds like a matchup of the old guard versus the new blood, and it has been something we've been repping for quite a while already. SKYE Empire especially, courtesy of the open qualifiers, but a squad that we know and love, and especially the players that have been through different histories and different incarnations of VCT. Abaddon Abyss, on the other hand, representing mostly the Cebu side, as you mentioned, relatively new faces to this tier of competition. And I do wonder who's going to be able to take the series as we move into Aegis Select. We're going to start off with Lotus. And from what I saw in the map draft a while ago, I think you might agree with me in this one, Black and Blue. Early on in the map pool, I think it's more SKYE Empire favored, but down the line, perhaps where Abaddon Abyss can actually get back up with the whole series.
I disagree with you thinking I'm going to agree, because I don't agree with you, Dax. I double agree with you. Haha. Got you there. Lotus could be coming on out. We got Exotic on the Neon. We've been seeing that kind of be quite frequent, especially in the international scene, but we have yet to really see a very, I think, convincing case so far for Lotus here on Abaddon Abyss. They've only played once versus Action PH. It's SKYE Empire. You look at their previous Lotus games, and it does seem to be that, I think, at the very least, they have a good chance of winning this. 1-1, they were able to beat Action PH, almost took down SR Nakage, and I think it's a very good case for them to be made that they could push this forward. Still same composition that we have here on the board.
Yeah, both sides playing something they've run already. You got Omen on one side, Harbor on the other. And I think it's quite an interesting dichotomy that you have here right now. When you play that Omen, then your Paranoia is very, very useful. You can use the teleports to move around the map pretty wildly, but you have those standard smokes. On the other hand, the Harbor, a bit more telegraph on the intention, but you just get so much more coverage with everything like the Cascades and the High Tide, something you can make those executes be even quicker. And I believe that's where Abaddon Abyss can have a bit of an edge right now, starting in this first half. Because we've seen a few mistakes here and there for SKYE Empire on the defense. Let's not forget, last time they played this against SR Nakage, they only got one round. And they had to almost mount that comeback just to get back into the game itself. So perhaps that's where Abaddon Abyss will like to try and exploit. They also have that Dion to get a lot of space right now. So for Abaddon Abyss, with the SKYE 2, this can be quick side takes if they want to play it that way.
They definitely could rush their way into this Disrupt. Makes that early contact to mount and connects as well on the Exotic. Luckily for them, they've got the SKYE, the regrowth. Rather, the heal off the stage could be very effective in these pistol rounds. They also have barriers plus that Cove, so their plants could be as safe as it can. Exotic gets his revenge on Disrupt, and Slathem follows up. That's a seaside coming for you, and to your point there, Dax, they can telegraph where they're going, but it doesn't matter because they've got lots of utility to make it work.
I mean, the hardest punches are quite telegraphed. You still get hit by them rather anyway. And now on the flank here by Mound, Elias trying to be a heavyweight of his own, fighting championship though towards main and moving into the waters with the aftershock for a cover. But Hydra finds a takedown onto Rabbit. It's all up to Kelly S right now. He's been magical all throughout this tournament for SKYE Empire, but this time around it will be snuffed out by Rababs. Abaddon Abyss, they will take the first round, and something to take notice of. You got Hydra playing rather than Asta in terms of their rotation.
Yeah, we've been seeing Asta for the most part in their configuration when they were playing here in the VCT, but who knows? Maybe Hydra, we've only seen him, I think, once or twice in the past in this current regular season, so it isn't much of a case to be made, but I'm hoping that, you know, kind of that different look that he's going to be able to give this squad is exactly what they need in this moment, in their pretty much last match of this entire regular season.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to him, he did play also against Action PH, so perhaps a bit of a rotation adjustment near the end of the season, seeing how far they can really go. But back now into the round. It's another C take, and despite the slow orb, Exotic just able to cross anyway. Fast lane's gonna be there. Nano Swarms to provide a bit of cover. Disrupt, though, gonna be that first target. Here he goes yet again, past the backside, and wants to push towards that spawn. But then again, SKYE Empire reeling them back in, playing safe and sound, getting that first pick. As for now, they'll have the flank available here to make that pinch happen here.
Yeah, the double flank's gonna come on in. They could potentially maybe try and trap Abaddon Abyss within this, and the classics of pistols could do some work. First shot here connects from Kelly S, but the rest of them aren't really gonna be able to hold this much. I mean, it is an eco at the end of the day. Abaddon Abyss, a second seaside take, works around the second time around.
Yeah, not too shabby there for SKYE Empire, getting a few picks, yes. But now, Burden is on their court. This is where we have to see if the SKYE Empire defense has even learned their lesson, especially against SR Nahake. They know now how to reel it back. They know these are going to be fast executes coming their way. So how will they play that disruption? Of course, they have Rabbit and Eugene S on those initiators. We know how strong their retake potential can be if they cover Kelly S and all his antics. We go again now. And Abaddon Abyss looking to navigate their way toward that A main side.
The early stuns here coming out from Abaddon Abyss. One way immediately on A main, and this is part of the benefits of that Omen, right? If you just throw out a one way willy-nilly like that, there's a possibility that the attackers could blow by it ASAP. But you combine that with the fault line, it'll keep them at bay, keep them in position for that one way to actually be more effective, burn more time, at least have a bit more holding power. It is a bonus here for Abaddon Abyss, so these long-range challenges are going to be difficult. They do have the rifle on Exotic to try and equalize things up. But do they read Disrupt, and do they clear him here on Mound?
Isn't that the thing, right? Control the tolls and make sure the bridges come your way. And this now is Disrupt bridging the camp against the opposition. Danger close. Thy name is Disrupt. Gets a triple kill for his troubles. Abaddon Abyss, nothing to lose. Gonna venture past the paranoia Exotic. He knows that this is gonna be close contact with the Are You Kind. Gets that takedown. Doesn't expect Kelly S though. Ready to trade them out. And it's all up to Rababs now, navigating through the waters yet again. But so far from above, it's Kelly S with that perch to get that final blow.
Yeah, expensive round though, I think, kind of coming here from SKYE Empire. It was Abaddon Abyss who, even though they lose the round, I think there are some silver medals to be given of that one. Consolation prizes. Here's a cookie, because they did spend quite a bit of utility and especially economy in that one. Disrupt though, being very reliable once more, disrupting the plans here of the Abaddon Abyss squad or anybody in his opposition. Stun to be pulled out once more. You can expect the A main smoke to come on out once again. The one way to keep him at bay and buy them more time. They have a nade to accompany it, but does go a bit underutilized.
I am wondering though, maybe Abaddon Abyss can be a bit more ambitious right now from what they're seeing. If Exotic and clear paranoias like that, perhaps that's even a bigger surprise factor that they can utilize. We still have to respect the fact that this is such a hard hit that can come the way of SKYE Empire between the Harbor Sky and that Neon. And we've also seen Sages be very creative with their walls to make different angles. But this has been such a god spot here for Disrupt. Backs away from the mound, realizes there's too much contact to deal with right now.
Surprised we're not even really seeing a double controller coming out from maybe SKYE Empire. I thought they'd want to kind of, you know, divert towards that. We've been seeing Omens prevalent on this map, yes, but that is typically accompanied with another smoker, either a Harbor or a Viper in that case. In this case, only have those two smokes to utilize, so when they keep on using this or these one-ways, they might not have enough regenerated in time for the retakes. And that could be a curious case. Skelly, yes, who has a showstopper here. He can blow them absolutely apart. And that he should! That's a double for him! Two birds, a single stone.
Yeah, gifted, especially watching the Cascade cross. The Rabbit even catching out V-Black for his trouble. SKYE Empire, they set up a kill box, and they just reap the rewards from that point on. Rabab's not even spotted by the turret, hides on the upper part of B. And that's gonna be the round. It just goes to show again, when you only play that Harbor, it's quite obvious what the plan is. Play with the Cascade to make that space, yes. But an off angle and an anchor position there from Kelly S is just enough for SKYE Empire to make that round happen.
Well, seemingly so. SKYE Empire, pretty prevalent defense on these rounds. And Kelly S, he read that perfectly. He knew they were coming. Perfect stun. You see that fault line as well to make sure they don't simply enter towards the A site and aren't able to overrun Kelly S in that position. The Aftershock follows up as well. And Rabbit he's really making sure that a lot of these utility that SKYE Empire are using on the defense don't go unchecked. Here's another fault line that could buy them space. Kelly, yes, he has to clear the corner. He doesn't, though. Free kill on the Frenzy.
Abaddon Abyss just getting takedown after takedown. 5-finger discount onto 3. Sladom getting the best deal and the coupon to boot. And with that being said, Abaddon Abyss, shortest distance, best rewards. Exotic finding Eugene S. It's all left to disrupt right now. He can't really do much here unless he can isolate those duels. It really just goes to show, though, that a map like Lotus, you go for that B site with Reckless Abandon, you find a way to catch out anyone pushing at you, then you have so much control to effectively get those picks and win the round from that point on.
Well, certainly not playing off the cascade as Dax would typically like, but they get the round anyways. Exotic follows up in the end, and Abaddon Abyss, they take the lead right back. That's a pretty cheeky angle, if anything, V-Black was able to hold, and we've been seeing him not really be super on top of the scoreboard in their previous matches, but he's always been a reliable force, I think, for Abaddon Abyss, and those type of kind of good reads on how to play things, that does benefit this Abaddon Abyss squad early. Now, he was pushed there because of the fault line thrown out by Rabbit, so SKYE Empire can start to rectify some of these mistakes. These holes are giving up and forcing upon. Maybe they can make something on different stuns out here towards this A long side. And Kelly, yes, he's got a lot to deal with, but smartly so bails out and opens himself an exfil route.
Yeah, funny enough, that's honestly a Harbor angle. The one that VVAP played a while ago. You can usually counter that with the Cascade, but SKYE Empire, they have the Omen. It's a little bit different, and the Punish came their way. So just a little bit of cheeky things we're going to see here on Lotus. Just bits and bits and off angles, perhaps. These teams can utilize getting the experience right now, especially here in this stage alone. Now, Abaddon Abyss still congregated towards main itself. They do know, though, the door has been broken. Kelly S and RU ready to reinforce if ever. But there's going to be Intel already enforcing the action. It's Sladom with the takedown onto Kelly S. They do want to cross themselves towards that B side. And sliding in to disrupt. He gets a takedown. A bit of an ankle breaker there. A bit of a stun too. But in the end, it's Abaddon Abyss making their way to the middle of the map. Hydra also catching out Eugene S. It's all up to Rabbit right now, but he's not feeling lucky whatsoever. In a 1v4, the off angles and the crossfires here. Ready for Abaddon Abyss to just go for the duels. Intel now provided by Revabs. Sladom's there to catch that final takedown.
They play that contact really well towards that B site. Able to use their openings and the space and the noise that they made. The defense pulled a bit closer towards A and allow them to have much easier entry towards B. And Abaddon Abyss, they are looking to really show up here today. I think the pressure, if anything, is on SKYE Empire, and it has been this entire kind of regular stage, because they're the ones, by far, coming from the open qualifiers with the most experience. We know that every single player on this team is a known player who has played on a team that has done some work in the past VCT stages. Now that pressure, it could be surmounting on them. Disrupt gets found on out. Hydra, good read off of that, expecting the cross. He knows that they have the timing on it as well. Now a C-plant should be very safe for him.
Yeah, I mean, the guiding light pretty much tells you where he can be, right? Soft intel, sure, but there's only 2 angles to think about. And here we go yet again. Abaddon Abyss pushing the limits and pushing those boundaries. On the other side, though, Kelly S already catching out Rababs, but this is just going to be a burial mound here if Hydra gets his way. Cascade now bothering Kelly S. He tries to cross, but there's just no navigating through the wall. Picks up another rifle in hand, changes his skin, ups the ammo, and ups the anti-even. 4 for Hydra, and he just cannot be stopped right now.
We've been seeing a lot of the retakes here from SKYE Empire come on in through the mound. They go on the flank, which is exactly what you want to do in that case, because we know the mound plant is very, very difficult to try and dismantle, especially when you do have lots of this utility on the harbor to keep that plant going. These slow orbs as well. But when it goes on to the flip side, I think that's going to be very difficult for them to try and counter defuse with those sage barriers and with that cove. But the thing is, we've only been seeing SKYE Empire do it on rounds that they know Abaddon Abyss are on a thrifty on, and when they do have guns, they divert away from playing towards C, if you've noticed, because they know that it's going to be very difficult to fend off that mound flank. With it, here comes on the aftershock, and Rabbit finds a free kill. Hydra seemingly unaware of what's happening.
Yeah, that's not the angle on it. Set that Trailblazer down. You're completely seen when the door is perpendicular to yourself. But now we're going to see those angles come parallel for Abaddon Abyss. Drawing lines towards that A site, making a full 360 circle even. Lockdown into play. Kelly Esto, it was trying to go for that last stand, but disengages at the wrong time. Crosses the road without looking the right way. And Abaddon Abyss reaping the rewards. It's 5v2 already towards the top side. Exotic and Hydra getting ready to pressure the spawn area. And here he goes yet again. Hydra with the flash will confirm the takedown. His head is just looking to get in the front of all these things already. Get into the vanguard even. And Abaddon Abyss, bit by bit, pushing these lines even deeper.
Oh, they're definitely making sure that these lines aren't simply hard stock, that they might be drawn on the ground, but it's up to you to define them. And I'm glad that it works on out, because that push there towards that ropes towards the heaven of A side is exactly how me and Raph lost our ranked games yesterday when in the 5v3. So I'm glad that happened. I'm glad it works out for Abaddon Abyss. And I've got some information from our Twitch chat. Apparently, Asta is currently feeling a bit under the weather. So that's why Hydra is playing in this series.
Get well soon, buddy. Drink
well
your gummy vitamins. We even have those. What do you call those?
The
Flintstones?
The Flintstone ones?
Yeah.
There were also like the other ones, but the Flintstone ones were like the most popular ones.
Dude, that was like a chair for a kid. Didn't really help. I'm still short. Question mark. I'm trying to figure out if I am. It's like, I guess Filipino-wise, I'm just like, I'm pretty mid.
Yeah,
perhaps.
you're average, I think.
Yeah, I'm like 5'5.5". Close leaning 5'6". How tall are you?
5'7" flat.
So that means you didn't take chair if you took like a growy. That's what you had.
I don't think so. I had an apple a day. How about that?
Oh, dude. Yeah, that keeps the doctor away, and that's why he's in MYSG instead.
Doctor? Oh, right.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yay,
Okay.
you got it.
Yeah.
That's a multi-tiered, multi-region Valorant only joke that only the 1% can understand.
Eco round, by the way.
Hey, timeout. Can you leave? There you go. Shove that
There
back
you
into
go.
the case. You know, whenever I see with the timeout get stuck, it reminds me of those old Game Boy Color cartridges. Like, remember when you had your first Game Boy Advance? And it's like the
Yes.
small one, right? But you still could play Game Boy Color games on it, so it's like really chunky peeking out like that. That's what it reminds me of.
Very specific, Dax.
Yes, sir. That's my story,
Yeah.
because this is a thrifty round anyway.
Yes. Good stories. Sky Empire. What do they got? Lots of ultimates. They can throw that stuff down. They have this, but I don't think Rabbit is ready at all. Timing doesn't work out in his favor. They have the hero Phantom in this case. Exotic, he's able to do something to shut down Kelly. Yes, that is a rifle drop. They could retrieve it. It is now by Eugene S, who does find the one off the flanking Hydra. Luckily, their turret aids him in that pursuit. And as they cross, it should be a free kill to Exotic, and that it is. 2v4, rifle retrieved on RU, but are you done? He now should be. No! Exotic looked away. He thought it was done. He thought he got the kill, but Slatham is there to clean on up. And Abaddon Abyss take the 7-2 advantageous half.
I don't think Exotic actually knew he got the kill or not. I think he was just getting the hell out of there because he couldn't get the kill in time. And then suddenly he slams his own teammate. So a few trips for Abaddon Abyss, but as a whole, seems like the relay race worked out pretty well. They, again, just have a strong execute toward the site. They know exactly how far and how deep they can play. I love the angle Exotic played also. That's what you get with the high tide. See, he got in the way, man. That's just... You gotta say, excuse me, please, when those things happen. You can't just bump into people like that.
Yes. Don't block the driveway.
I remember when I was a kid, I didn't know the ped sing thing was pedestrian crossing. I was like, what is it trying to say? What does this yellow sign mean?
Which one?
I feel like you can't. I feel like you can't relate to that one. There's some in Rojas Boulevard that are like that. But anyway, you know, back to Valorant. It's Abaddon Abyss pushing toward that A site. Yeah. Well, Pasa's pretty south. You know, it's close enough.
Kinda.
But this is gonna get even closer for Abaddon Abyss.
Thunder.
Rabbit though Rolling Thunder brought out even just to make him space for himself. Now he's pushing deeper and deeper, but in the abyss, it's V-Black ready to just consume him in close quarters. And Exotic now even quicker on the trigger finger. He might have fleet footwork, but his shots are ever so lightning fast. Now then, Sky Empire trying to play the flag disrupt yet again, playing to his namesake, but with only 2 for his troubles. That round will be ceded yet again to Abaddon Abyss.
You know, Dex, something very curious, I think pretty much everyone has observed at this point, especially like when you look at lock-in, right? Rolling Thunders haven't been as free kills as players might expect. Like, we saw the Rabbit. He thought he could just willy-nilly waddle his way into the tree, but then realizes, hey, oh no, he shot me back in return. V-Black was ready. And that accuracy is still very potent, especially at close range. And people know how to play nowadays when they are stunned. So you can't just willy-nilly walk in like that. You gotta throw a flash on in maybe as well just to confirm it. And he was a bit over pushing on that one, although I get the point. But in the end, it's still Abaddon Abyss, who are just so much more potent here. This is an attacker's sided map, yes, backed by stats, but Sky Empire, I think they're really messing up on some of these crucial moments that it shouldn't even be this case.
Yeah, the woes that we saw against Action PH, or rather SR Nakage, if I remember correctly, it's happening yet again for Sky Empire. And truth be told, I do like the fact that Abaddon Abyss started on the offense first. You look at their composition, very offense-oriented to get that momentum. They know the history. They saw what happened when Sky Empire last played this map. And truth be told, it's a bit of that homework right now, but the executes have been so sublime right now from Abaddon Abyss that they're looking to be the team that we have seen earlier on into the season. Standards have been heightened here for Abaddon Abyss right now. Can they continue on as they're trying to play towards the main angle? But your rifle for Disrupt kept it from the last round, anchoring that C site all by his lonesome. The rest of Sky Empire is keeping the forces towards A instead. And Abaddon Abyss, I love the read here already. V-Black thinking about how he can execute that high side very, very soon. They're going to clear out the closer main angle, which means that this wall can go even deeper. Seekers also now to start off the action, and here they come towards C Black and Blue.
Here comes on the push now. They know the turret's up above, and lots of utilities been thrown on in. They have the site taken. It's been given on up. Sky Empire opting to go for the retake. Do they try and go for the flank once more?
No flanks. It's just casualties instead in the front. Exotic gets one, but eventually now they meet the rifle. The stun though perfect from Exotic. Kelly S bring the showstopper on to make the trade happen. 3v3 and Abaddon Abyss seeing that this round is a bit in peril, but Sky Empire road ahead is very, very dangerous. And there you go yet again. Rebounds making sure it's a hazard in front. Slamming them down. And 9-2 Abaddon Abyss just keeping on the pressure and keeping on with the wins for the rounds. This is just impeccable right now from Abaddon Abyss. And it really feels like it's such a two-way thing right now here, Nico, since they're exploiting the weaknesses of Sky Empire, but they're also taking it to a whole new level, getting this deep towards that backside, towards the spawn of the opposition. It's only possible with the Neon in the front, and really Exotic is doing such a sublime job at doing just that.
And we know how potent that Neon can be. It's by far one of the most preferable duelist composition picks we do see here, and he gets the opening pick with an op as well. I believe they have an extra rifle for him to swap on over if in case they do need so. So there's a very heavy hold here, though, towards this A main. Going to be a bit more difficult than they might initially think. Oh, he's boosted on and up. Kelly, yes, uses that vertical advantage. He knows where Exotic is, finds a double kill, goes on top of it, but doesn't matter at all. 4v3 as they found 2 picks in return. The trades working on out here. They have a B plant possibly, but C is really where they should be going. Great flash by Rabbit, and this is a bit more of what we expect from Sky Empire. Disrupt gets the kill. It's all on the V-Black. Nothing for him to really utilize. He has some walls, but in the end, he's going to be found, and he is, well, okay, getting 2. Okay.
He's still fighting, that's for sure. In a 1v2 situation, the lockdown making that space. Nano Swarm's gonna be there too to keep the defuse going, but eventually Disrupt. A bit of a fadeaway there back into the corner, and will eventually make the round happen. If you believe in the 9-3 curse, this is the perfect round for Sky Empire to win. But truth be told, that last round, there's a few of those nuanced plays that we can see from veteran squad. I love how Kelly S positioned himself to get boosted by the wall that they used a while ago already on the Abaddon Abyss side. And of course, the flashes from Rabbit, at least now getting value.
Yeah, this is a bit more of how they have to play, try and really disrupt, no puns intended, the plans here of Abaddon Abyss. Instead of playing to their hands, they had the right read, to be fair, also, with playing 3 players, really 4, immediately towards that A side, had one on the rotation to make it a third, and now SKYE Empire, they're in a pretty dangerous situation. It is only map 1, but let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, that whoever wins this series goes into the playoffs. Whoever loses, they're out. And that's a big thing as they're playing the last match of the regular season. Flash is on out. Lots of contact to be made here towards A main. Exotic finds one with a frenzy up close, but there's even 2 more to help him on out. And Abaddon Abyss completely shut down the push here of SKYE Empire. It's down to Ryu and Disrupt, but Ryu, he's not done answering back just yet. Slatham finds Disrupt, and Ryu, he's going to need an ace clutch to get this one in the bag. Has a paranoia, but Slatham simply slays Ryu. And 10-3, the score stands in Abaddon Abyss. They stand tall.
Yeah, Abaddon Abyss. If we saw their offense work out a while ago, why not do it on the defense as well? A quick invasion towards the rubble area. You have cover if you can get there quick enough. And yet again, we see the power of the Neon. Look at Exotic and his angles. How far in is he? Pretty far in, that's for sure. Give him a gold medal for the sprint, why don't you? And truly, Abaddon Abyss right now, they're running away with this game in both the literal and the figurative sense. They have a big advantage right now. The Spectre is in hand. It will take quite a run, just like last time around for SKYE Empire, to even get a glimpse of this game going their way.
Oh, but look at that from Disrupt. That's a double for him. That's exactly what he needs to do, and we know that he's very potent in kind of those rat situations, finding timing always. Really kind of just get his openings to work on out. V-Black's in a very dangerous spot right now. He swings, but they're going to get the best of him. It's all down to Kelly S and Eugene S here to take out Rababs. They've made this kind of anti-thrifty, if anything, work on out.
It's so winnable right now for SKYE Empire, and Disrupt again. The timing is perfect. No one really expect where he can come from, and just from that point alone, it gives SKYE Empire the inch they need to actually fight back. The Haunt also gets a connection. Rabab's now marked. They know where he's going. They can track him down. Navigating though towards the site itself, double hold towards the tree area instead. That spike though planted relatively for the side of SKYE Empire, and eventually the 2v1 is too insurmountable for Abaddon Abyss. A big win there for SKYE Empire. And yet again, Disrupt will be thanked greatly by the team.
Disrupt did so much work in that round and just bought them a lifeline. That was absolutely crucial to keep SKYE Empire in this map. They needed a thrifty win, and that they found. Great timing as well. Dodging the utility, dodging the drone, the dog rather, the Trailblazer, and then finding his way to get to Abaddon Abyss. They're forced in an eco state as of the moment, but they've got some rounds to give. They got a cushion. Fault line connects on his own teammate here, Kelly S, halting his pursuit and his push, but not for too long. Exotic! What a shot on the Disrupt. He gets revenge.
Yeah, priority target he knew to go for, and here we go yet again. Doorway antics. Named this time for Abaddon Abyss. Kelly S trying to fight back in his own territory, but the classic better than the rifle. V-Black against all odds, getting these takedowns. You can't beat Free, and you can't beat V-Black. A thrifty win by Abaddon Abyss, putting the chances of SKYE Empire at risk.
That is absolute value. That's cash back in every sense of the word, and that's
Infinity.
Just a steal. Dude, for free. It's like you made an account in the bank, and then they just give you money. That's practically what they got off of this round. V-Black.
I love that bank.
I love that bank.
I love that bank. The bank of V-Blank. It's the time to sign up for that one.
I'm gonna sign up for a credit card. Give me all the debits, all that, because they're just gonna give it to you anyways.
Beautifully done. Back to back. Thrifty rounds, basically, but we see this so often on a map like this here, the PH scene, just out of nowhere because of that close quarter contact. You can just mitigate that gun advantage if you hit some really nutty shots, and honestly, V-Black making magic happen in that instance. It's still a chance though for SKYE Empire. Saw how they clawed their way back against SR Nakage, but not like this, because Rababs has set up the Nano Swarm and set up basically a funeral home for all of Sky Empire. Only one left is Kelly S. Good shots to get two. That's all he gets, while Abaddon Abyss put themselves on map points.
They're just really looking checked out right now, Sky Empire. Not able to find their form or footing. We know they've had some woes in the back, as this might be, you know, one of their last few, actually, frankly, this is probably their last tournament under this organization. Will they stick as a roster? Nobody really knows. That looming in the clouds, looming in the back of their heads, is always just such a negative force for any team to try and handle. But how do they overcome it? They got the showstopper here from Kelly S, and that's one that they have to utilize in these type of rounds to go big. They have the Reckoning as well for the retake, though, Abaddon Abyss, so they don't have to commit to this. Knowing the showstopper could come at any moment, they can back on off safely and play that retake.
Yeah. Bit of a retreat right now, but now suddenly the flash comes in. Sladom gonna be pressured. We do get the wrecking though, courtesy of Abaddon Abyss. But Sky Empire have a different plan. They're trying to clear it right now, or at the very least put themselves in angles that Abaddon Abyss can't play off those stuns. Eventually though, Spike now being planted, one smoke just separate both Rababs and Kelly S as trades happen across the map. At Sky Empire though getting the advantage now. Sladom the only one left. Eventually, Sky Empire navigate through the labyrinth that is Lotus. But Sladom the Minotaur himself wants to fight back. Ready now from the top mid area. Breaks the haunt but gets stunned for his troubles. Eventually, Sky Empire with the setup into the knockdown to keep them alive in the map.
Yeah, good utility usage in that round. Bought them a few. And we kind of saw this a while ago, didn't we? With GameLab versus Action PH. And GameLab almost coming back from such a huge deficit. Brought it 13-11 from an almost double-digit deficit a while ago. Sky Empire looking to replicate that. If they can, even better. But see if that actually comes to pass. Lots of ultimates, especially on the Abaddon Abyss side. They got the lockdown to play. They have everything for a retake, so I really think that's what they should be prioritizing right now. Looking at how Sky Empire do have the showstopper once more, but they keep on playing this kind of committed and forward positions that just don't allow them to do that.
I feel like you say that, but maybe if Abaddon Abyss just commits even harder with it, that might work instead. There isn't really any help right now to players like Exotic, and indeed, Kelly, yes, where are you going, good sir? Sladom, yet again, just a quick little snap, quick little takedown. 4v4 now, towards that A site we go again. Ult line as well as the Aftershock towards the drop area. Now Hydra can sneakily make his way through it. It's just stealth and subterfuge, courtesy of Hydra. And speaking of 3, like his name, the Seekers now will navigate and confirm the presence of 3 on the site. Disrupt though with the takedown onto V-Black. The Resurrection comes online, and it's now Abaddon Abyss taking names and taking kills. Rabbit, the only one left, needs to get a hat trick this time around just to win the round. Rolling Thunder into play. Lockdown though, a countdown of destruction here for Sky Empire, but the Cove in the way, a bit of a shield here, and now the Sword of Rabbit will be snuffed out. Rababs sprinting towards the spike, and this will be the win for Abaddon Abyss. Commanding from 2 halves, especially on the offense. The Abyss will beckon into a map win.
What a game. We didn't even see much of that second half from Abaddon Abyss, but you could already tell that they had their defense pretty locked on down. But their attacking side was the biggest factor here. That Neon on the Exotic buying them so much space. There wasn't really much that it seemed like the Sky Empire squad were ready to be able to do, to try and receive that very forward push that Exotic and the rest of the team would try and apply from Abaddon Abyss's side, and are just seemingly overpowered and overrun throughout this entire map.
Abaddon Abyss, they just look at home at Lotus, and from the camps this time around, I guess they're not in the boot camp, they're at home instead. But it really goes to show that there is still fight in this Abaddon Abyss squadron. Let's not forget, if they win this, they can still make it to the playoffs, right? They effectively win the head-to-head against the team that they need to in the first place. And we're going to be checking out those stats right now. And I think the magic numbers that we have to see here are those round wins itself later on. Just the streaks Abaddon Abyss was able to muster. But MVP performance there from Sladom this time around. He got so many impactful frags all throughout. Make sure the setup was there. But look at that, between round 5 to round 11, 7 rounds in a row, especially led by Exotic on the push. biggest reason Abaddon Abyss had the space to work with to even win those rounds in the first place.
And that really is a big core component of that, right? That space that they're able to really utilize time on over is really what made their attacking side so important, and it's one of the biggest things that any attacking team should really try and vie for. We also had just some stellar moments from individuals here on this squad. Hydra being swapped on in, who's normally not in this rotation. He has been a very, very impressive force. We saw how much his utility has been a big part, a big key of this Abaddon Abyss's side. And even in that last round, how much time and how much attention he just commands the SKYE Empire to pull towards him. That's exactly what you want from some of your, backline players, or actually midline players like a SKYE, to be able to pull that attention away and let players like Exotic just frag out and do what they can and what they want to.
And just, it looks so good for Abaddon Abyss all throughout. Every single player playing their A game right now. Every single player feeling so comfortable in their positions. And the same couldn't be said about SKYE Empire. We know these guys to be veterans, but rarely did we see the magic moments from Kelly S. Only a few times, only a handful there from Disrupt, and truly the rest struggling at the start and eventually making a bit of their formation near the end. But it was a little too late when Rababs was there to be the one in that position to deliver that win with GLAB Unlimited. Big congratulations to Abaddon Abyss taking that first map, and it's a big one because now they move into their map pick. Now they move into Pearl, and that's where they're going to try to seal deal into this one here, Black and Blue.
Hopefully for their sake, because we're looking at Pearl, and at the very least, they were successful in beating Action PH on that map, funnily enough. Both of these teams, the last time they played Lotus was also against Action PH, and so you look at the last Pearl here of Abaddon Abyss, not too shabby either. Remember, they beat Oasis Gaming on this. They almost beat Niles on this as well, so I think this is going to be a very tightly contested map number 2. But the pressure, you talked about it a while ago, Dax, it's on SKYE Empire this time. They're playing to not get kicked out, basically, to not get flunked out here early out of the regular season, and they won't be able to make it to the playoffs if they lose this next map. So Abaddon Abyss have every advantage right now that can't get complacent, and hopefully for their sake they won't. We're going to be going into a break, and when we come on back, we're going to find out if we extend into map number 3 or if this will be a 2-0. I'm Black and Blue, with me is Dax. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Well, looks like the City of Trade gets the better deal in that last map. The boys from Cebu take Lotus, and it's Abaddon Abyss with a 1-0 lead over Sky Empire. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with VCTPH, the regular season coming closer and closer to an end, but we are still here for you. Dax Black and Blue keeping up with the action, and truth be told, their Black and Blue Abaddon Abyss, a masterclass on the map control last time around. The offense was just perfect. The space was created in droves, and it really goes to show for Abaddon Abyss, when they have that bit of space that they can work it, they can go the whole country mile with it.
And they were really good on that attacking side as well, the favorite side once more on Lotus, and a bit of misfortune maybe here coming in from the side of Sky Empire. Sometimes on that defense, you can get absolutely rolled if you can't find a proper way to really win these rounds, to stop the push from happening, or even make this retake successful. And a lot of the retake chances came during the thrifty rounds, which was, I thought, a lot less effective than if they tried the opposite way. So hopefully for their sake here, Sky Empire, they've been able to really reset themselves in a Pearl, because I don't think Pearl is going to be any easier than this previous Lotus map one was. If anything, if they start doing better here, then maybe it's a sign that they've finally found their footing in this series.
Yeah, it's not the worst map though for Sky Empire. Let's not forget they did beat Action PH in it last time around, but it did go overtime. And funny enough, both teams have beaten Oasis Gaming, one of our top seeds right now. On this map, there is a little bit of that hope to watch out for, but I kind of question right now, are Sky Empire really prepared today for Abaddon Abyss? Because it's something I kind of want to put forward to right now here, Black and Blue. Some of their recent performances, especially against, I'd say, SR Nakage, as well as Action PH. Let's be real, these are familiar faces in quote-unquote in their generation, right, of VCT.
Whoa.
Familiar names that have been around. I'm trying to call them old or whatnot, but no, I'm trying to say this. When they're playing against familiar territory, it seems like they're able to do better and know the nuances of the opposition. But right now, and especially after we saw in that first map, they were still hit hard by how wide and how deep Abaddon Abyss would go in that first map even.
Yeah, and it didn't seem like they were really, even though we have VODs, right? There is a previous match played here by Abaddon Abyss on Lotus versus that Action PH squad. As aforementioned, it didn't seem like they were really ready for anything that came out from the Abaddon Abyss squad, and I frankly like the composition more a bit from Abaddon Abyss. Their solo initiator on the Sky has been something we have been seeing as well be a bit more frequent, not prevalent, not just yet, not meta for sure, but a bit more frequent coming on in from different teams in different regions. And I think it's a very curious thing that, you know, Abaddon Abyss are one of those teams to be able to make it work here against a team that has a lot of names on it. So with Sky Empire, as you said, Dax, they are from that previous, you know, generation, if anything, you know, from the year 1 and year 2 veterans of the VCT who have been in the rotation for quite a while. They, as you said, you know, with the other kind of invited teams, Oasis, Naos, and Action PH all being part of that, but they're really kind of like the outliers of it, right? They formed a team coming into this near the end of last year, to be frank, like around November, just to be able to get back into, you know, possibly this stage. And from their previous teams, they're doing pretty well, but they can't replicate that success just yet here so far, at least together. Sometimes it's not about the pieces you have, but what they mean when they're put together. And it doesn't seem like Sky Empire have really found the proper foundations to build their kingdom here.
Yeah, well, foundations aside, I think we can discuss a little bit what these two teams will run in the first place. But right now, before anything else, I want to give big props and big thanks to Grab Unlimited for helping out VCTPH. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. QR code down below. You already know. If you honestly ever need to order any food from Grab, you should just subscribe to Grab Unlimited. The first time you do it, it will already pay for itself, whether it's your first month or not. So that's already my testimony for it. I know so many other people here in VCTPH, same kind of case. Back to my point though, Black and Blue, the difference that I really notice right now between how Sky Empire plays this versus Abaddon Abyss is just really the big wildcard that they have here. Sky Empire, they love to run that AO instead. Sometimes they can run a bridge-based composition as well when they want to experiment, but the suppressed value is something they look forward to. On the other hand, Abaddon Abyss, Phoenix Enjoyers, bringing it back with Exotic. Here we go yet again with all about that space being created with a second life nonetheless.
And that's exactly right, the proper point here, Dax. They do play that KO here on Action versus Action PH, and typically in their compositions, they tried to try and divert that from that SKYE Empire when they played against Naos, but it wasn't effective at all. 213, and by far their best composition has been with that KO plus Jet configuration, and I think that's what they're going to stick with coming into this map. And as you can see, seems like we're getting shades of it, and that is exactly what we get. Disrupt on that KO this time on around. Last time versus Action PH, he was also, you know, kind of in more of a killjoy route. Then they swap on over. They have him in this once more. And I think this could be a very good case of them kind of swapping players around and see who does best where.
Yeah, I remember all the way back in the first week, it was Disrupt playing that Killjoy when they ran something a little bit different against, I believe, Oasis Gaming, right? But now you can see the Disrupt has become that flexible player, has been the one to effectively be the one to adjust for the rest of the roster. It was because, if I remember correctly, Eugene S was on that Jet, and then Kelly S was on that KO. So just those shifts right now for SKYE Empire, it's been a bit, I'd say, waxing and waning from time to time. But then again, if this is what they think works, then they can go at it. Abaddon Abyss, on the other hand, tried, tested, and here we have it. Exotic on that Phoenix. You got the Astra, you got that Fade, and I'm really looking forward to if they get value from this Phoenix pick this time around.
Well, we did see Exotic be pretty effective during the last time they played Pearl here versus the now squad, Abaddon Abyss. 11-13, they didn't win, but he was by far the most, I guess, threatening case of that they had in Abaddon Abyss. He was top fragging that game, if anything, and so I don't think it was necessarily the Phoenix's problem, maybe just how they played around it. And of course, you know, Naos are one of the best teams right now in the Philippines, so there's definitely that case to be made. But map number 2, potentially the final map we're going to see SKYE Empire play in this regular season, unless they bring us to map number 3.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, this is the last best of 3 these guys have for the season. It's been a fun journey to have seen them week after week, but the road ends here, and only one can move to the path of the playoffs into the next month. We're not done. We go into the second map, Abaddon Abyss. Yet again, Hydra still playing as we got confirmation. Asta feeling under the weather. Really just goes to show that Hydra's such a strong sub, especially for Asta. Every time I see him play, he's just filling in the roster role that they need him to do so in the first place. Kelly S, though, good start. Very comfortable on that Jet. Pick off now onto one, traded back by Hydra over towards the mid side. And this will pull the defenses of SKYE Empire to just be a bit more active right now. Abaddon Abyss also on the rotation, and the doorway here will lead to the demise of Kelly S instead.
Yeah, the early contact towards that B-Long definitely pulled the rotation, the defense, to try and help out that side, but now they're going for a fast take here. There is Disrupt to try and really put the wrench in their spokes, but Rababs shuts them down immediately, cannot even connect a single shot. Difficult fight for RU to win. And they simply just filter themselves one by one. Free kill for Rabbit. Now he's put in a 1v3 clutch situation. Scan doesn't come on out. Shock Dart doesn't connect either. And he has nothing to fight with, as Hydra finds a third on him. Abaddon Abyss just abusing the fact that SKYE Empire are feeding themselves one by one like fish.
Whoa. You calling SKYE Empire fish now?
Yes.
Well, I guess they need to go back to school. Dude, I love that game!
Yeah.
It was one of my top 2 between Feeding Frenzy and Sand Aquarium.
Wow.
I picked it up on Steam also. Dude, good times. Good
It's on
times.
Steam?
Dude,
Okay.
it's super cheap. If it goes on sale, I'll gift it to you. Promise.
Okay.
That's a VCT guarantee right there. You're gonna see. Dax has gifted you 2 games. You heard it here first. On record. But okay, I just wanted to say real quick. Well, I guess with that many heads that Hydra's reaping right now, from all the angles that he played, it just goes to show that he's having a feeding of frenzy of his own. I was very impressed that he made that transition from mid doors all the way to A main. The off angle versus Rabbit, but now the execute for Abaddon Abyss. Eco round here for SKYE Empire. At least Rabbit gets one before he falls. 4v4 scenario. The plant comes online, and it's a relatively secure set up here by Abaddon. They're ambitious even, pushing towards Flower, towards Secret, and now looking to clear out the angles. They try to go for the wraparound though. The 0 point now, getting that presence detected. Sky Empire, they know the danger is close here.
Kelly S makes his presence known. RU on the jump, doesn't find much, but Disrupt does. And Kelly S follows up, but not for too long. Rababs ultimately shuts him down. Another 2-0 start for Abaddon Abyss. Alarm bells not to be rung just yet by Sky Empire, though. This is their gun round. If another Thrifty comes out of this, then that's when you can start to be worried, but they still have a few rounds to give and a few rounds to take.
Yeah, this is where we check out what Sky Empire has in store for us on the defense. Yet again, looking forward to perhaps that suppressed value onto players like Sodic. If he can catch out V Black with it, that's going to be huge because the Astra will have a hard time navigating without those stars. It really just goes to show. Intel, first and foremost here for Sky Empire. That should be now the declaration. Players playing towards shops. Middle going to be the area of adjustment. And while we're doing a flyby cam right now, Abaddon Abyss eventually setting themselves towards this art area. They don't have the best guns here, Black and Blue, but they can still engage in CQC if need be.
If they can cut those ranges of engagement down, then the Sheriffs, the Spectre, and the Exotic, and especially the Vandal here, Hydra, the sole rifle they got, can be quite deadly. Push on out. Exotic does get mollied out, so he isn't able to simply bulldoze his way and just overrun Disrupt. They're planning to do counter flash on out here, but they're expecting it. Disrupt, he gets taken on down. Actually, no, he finds one rather on the Hydra. Abaddon Abyss. They walk into connector, but all they connect with is bullets to the face.
Yeah, actually that. They just run into a hail of lead, and this gives Sky Empire now the lead towards the round. They are leading their targets bit by bit. Kelly Esto can't hit the shots. Eventually allows Abaddon Abyss to escape towards the middle, but I spoke too soon. Disrupt now on the chase, on the hunt, and poor Rababs. Realize this, you got one guy named Rabbit on one side, Rababs on the other. It's a little bit of a hare and a bunny situation, but there's no real chance right now for Abaddon Abyss to get this round. Sky Empire, their defense looking absolutely suffocating. And a flawless way to win their buy round, the best way to counter any kind of bonus intentions.
Well, Sky Empire, finally the round that they're supposed to win, they do. They've been at least good in doing that, as we saw during map number 1, Lotus a while ago, but the early push here could have been certainly deadly. Luckily, Disrupt was ready to try and repel the bulldoze that was being attempted by Abaddon Abyss. We saw that fragment be thrown on down, the molly on the KO, and then the counter flash as well to just buy him some space and time, and they were able to make sure the B-Link was held, and then the rest of Connector as well followed suit. So, Abaddon Abyss, gun round now for them. Exotic, 2 from his ultimate, but V-Black 1 away from the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit stringent right now. It does feel like Exotic, he hasn't been able to get the orb control prioritized towards him. Taking a while to actually get that run back when you usually have it early on for one of your first buys, if ever. But then again, we'll see what Abaddon Abyss has in store for us this time around. They're close to the Cosmic Divide, though, so that might be the backbone of their strategy instead. Prowler, just to confirm that A main's completely clear. They're looking now to creep closer and closer, set those stars even. It does seem like it's a main force towards that main area, and a lurk towards Art instead. Hot hands now into play. Are you smoked off? Can't really see much. Minute position, dugout here for Rabbit. Hydra eventually winning out the 1v1 versus Disrupt. The scan does come on in, and while Rabbit tries to take advantage, it's gonna be him getting that takedown. 3v3 scenario now as the spike's planted yet again.
They can tap this. They do go on in, but Rababs, he's right on it as well. He's watching it. They have the Hunter's Fury, but not exactly in the best position to try and utilize it as of the moment. He can try and flush out Exotic here if he knew, and that's what he's going to try and do. He connects the first. The second follow-up, it does as well. Hydra finds a trade-off on the Eugene S to bring it down 2v2, but both of them are quite low. Here comes out the lockdown from Hydra as well. They've got some time, and Rabbit with another utility kill comes his way. They push here towards it, and Kelly, yes, gets it. What a follow-up here coming from Sky Empire. I think they might have time for this. Very close. But yeah, that's a defuse. 2-2. There's less than a second remained.
Sometimes the magic just happens and pull a Rabbit out of this hat, or in this case, pull a clutch out of Rabbits. 2-2 situation. We've seen him make wonders happen from dugout especially. He just knows how to hit those wall bang angles. He knows exactly where to crisscross from the secret area. And that's just some veteran prowess that we see in glimpses, especially from Rabbit. Sometimes, let's be real, he has those off games where he has those struggles. But when these moments come online, then you know that SKYE Empire is a force now to be reckoned with.
Well, flash on out early here as the push comes on in. Dax a second flash to follow up, and Exotic, he could not connect as Rabbit on the fadeaway connects, and Disrupt does so once more. It's another kill here. They can get the orb and the res potentially for the 4v3. Oh, but Disrupt, he's found a great position to try and get one. He gets only that one, though. Could have been even more value to be found there. Slalom finds him. That's at least a rifle retrieved and a 3v2, so still a good res.
I think that's a big pick off here for Abaddon. Abyss gives them the firepower now. Also forces one from SKYE Empire to keep an eye out on main because of their setup. And an operator here in the hands of Kelly S. If he is caught mid-transition, especially by the flanking Hydra, who's already deep into enemy lines, it might be perfect. But Kelly S, same plan, different area. Tries to get the angle towards the T side. The timing is just off instead. Abaddon Abyss creeping their way. Hydra's just like, guys, it's clear here. Put that plant down. Put that spike in position. And now Kelly S, he has been spotted by the turret. If they realize that that's the Jet with the operator, then that's a perfect angle for Abaddon Abyss. But I spoke too soon. SKYE Empire will remove those chances. They didn't know what guns SKYE Empire had, and they paid the price for it here.
Yeah, luckily for them that here, the timing was right in the end for SKYE Empire, because if you have an op, probably one of the best places that you'd want to retake that B site from is from B long anyways, on the flank. Gives so much more advantage in that long range of engagement. And SKYE Empire, for I think the first time in this series, Dax, have a proper lead.
Yeah, it looks a lot more convincing nowadays here from SKYE Empire. This is when we see them just make their individual strengths become the team strengths. And hasn't that been the story so far for SKYE Empire? On paper, you look at this roster, you should be saying minimum fourth seed, right?
Yep.
From what we've had in terms of their accomplishments. But playing and fighting for their lives against the newer competition, it really just goes to show that this setup hasn't really worked the way that they want to all the time. That consistency as a team isn't there as of yet. But in these moments, when everything works, that's when you remember, oh, I know this name. Oh, I know this guy. These guys have been around VCTPH for so long. It just feels like it is home to them. And when they're firing on all cylinders, that's the performance that we expect and that they want to move forward with.
What VCT experience are you looking forward to, Dax?
The one where we are all together in the studio now.
Yay!
Yay, of course.
Yes, but when
Is
we
it?
can.
Is it really? Oh no. Oh well.
Oh well.
see you IRL. Come on, dude. We have moved past the quarantine days. Let's be real.
Yes.
It is very often not to see each other, and I'm happy about that. We've seen also boot camps happen, so that's pretty cool too. Players all together, but back into the game. Abaddon Abyss, they realize that perhaps we need to find a different avenue of attack. Play for mid instead, and now the coup de grace that we've been looking forward to in this composition. The running back is ready for Exotic.
Oh well. Looks like painting's gonna be made here towards Art. One of Blood. And Disrupt. He's the painter of this, the artist of it all. And Hydra's only able to get one. As Disrupt fades back without much of a scratch. Only a flesh wound, really. SKYE Empire by far winning that engagement. Just phantom things. 3 kills, dude. 3 headshots from a spray on the Phantom. Mwah.
He's probably Banksy. Like, let's be real. No one knows who Banksy is. That spray was magnifique. It was a street art at its finest, and the fact that he's getting out of it, he's just fading away into obscurity. No one knows who this artist is, but they know the work that has been done. Eventually, though, Cosmic Divide, a different canvas here for Abaddon Abyss to play with. Perfectly suited with their motif anyway, with their team. And again now, Lockdown into play. Hydra, though, rearing his head into the front, wanting to fight, wanting to be ambitious, but he doesn't expect that
Oh, no.
Aryu is just right there, dug in and dug out. Now then, will be the detain coming their way. V-Black eventually tracing the opposition, but Kelly, yes! Where did he come from? From the flank even for SKYE Empire. We're getting more confidence on the rotations, and this will lead to them getting those rounds as they're celebrating, giving Disrupt a lot of love, a lot of credit for that round even.
Yeah, just
yeah,
the way
you know
any proper bro would.
Yep.
Yeah. Been seeing
Starts
Kelly
with a-
S. Yeah?
It starts
Bro.
with a bro, and I can't
Bro.
say the other word.
yeah. For sure. I mean, Kelly S, especially Disrupt, he's doing a good job of this. But Kelly S, I've been noticing he's been pushing these flanks whenever they're open quite often, and you don't see that frequently with an op. So a lot of times op players just rotate off if they recognize, oh, maybe they're not here. Kelly S has been, I make sure he can find those gaps. At what point will he be punished is the question. Another eco round from Abaddon Abyss, and the Hero Vandal coming out from V-Black. Ooh, that did not connect.
Did not, but this will connect from Hydra. Surprising, Eugene S. Couldn't find the shot going. This time around, though, Kelly S still the long angle towards B main. Will be his domain to use. Kelly, Sonic, though, different plan. Hugging even closer to the corner. That small little angle to try and fight Black. Then again now, that's still will be Nebula in the way. Really, Abaddon Abyss. Trying to establish a small foothold, but eventually they stomp on Disrupt. They're catching out these rotations here, Black and Blue. Their share shots have been perfect so far. And if they can keep this up, SKYE Empire won't know what hit them. Rabbit, are you going to be the next victim? Will it work this time around? He's ready now to try and intercept. Gets 2 for his troubles. A nice transfer even to catch out Exotic. But it's 2v2 now, and rifles in the hands of V-Black. Here we go again, Black and Blue. V-Black, you can't do this. You can't do this to Aryu and Kelly S. This is perfect timing. Paint a picture. Oh, there you go. A big hit onto Kelly S. The Nightfall for confirmation. And it's deafening. It's just silence here for the Lambs of SKYE Empire as Abaddon Abyss across the map will get the round. I'm just impressed, man.
Wow. Somehow, V-Black was able to bypass all the utility that they've got here. I think he smoked off the art utility and was able to cross that way because it works out in his favor. So, Abaddon Abyss, V-Black especially, finding a gap there. They were rotating when Rabbit was about to catch them. SKYE Empire had no idea that V-Black was about to do the same as well as he was walking his way up the waterway. And now SKYE Empire, they do have a buy. If they lose this round, they're going to have to eco the next one on up. Actually, no, they could potentially drop because they got the blades as well to utilize. So they could maybe have kind of like a light buy, if anything, if they really wanted to. But the op, it has to come in big in this round. Especially now that Abaddon Abyss are starting to heat back up. Exotic's got the run it back.
If you're just saying them heating back up, Bell, let Abaddon Abyss cook here, my friend. That was just perfectly played in all the funnels and all the angles. This time around, though, we're still looking for that same kind of confidence on the absolute executes. And here we go now. Run it back. Gonna be key. Exotic navigating through the stars and constellations. But while this happens, Hydra will take advantage of the attention and will take 2 there while he falls towards the art area. Hunter's Fury now, courtesy of Rabbit, reeling it back. But V-Black is on the hunt. Doesn't care about the lightning. It will only strike him once. Conductive now for the side of Abaddon Abyss. Here comes trouble. And down goes Aryu. Kelly S. In a 1v2 situation. You got the Cosmic Divide. You get the plant. And Kelly S, do or die time. Do you save or do you fight?
Seems like he has the choice to make either, but he's going for the latter, Dax. He's got blades to utilize, which is by far the better aggressive weapon in this case. If he gets a pick off, yeah, sure, but the swing could come immediately and he might not be ready or would even have the capacity there. Switches up for the rifle, exactly what you want to do. Taps on close, doesn't recognize or realize that Rababs was right around the corner. Quick end here to a quick attempt by Abaddon Abyss now. 4-4, they tie up the game. SKYE Empire, they have maybe a mixed buy here at most.
They might be able to force a few things here and there. They have the blades. They might be able to surprise Abaddon Abyss right now, but SKYE Empire has been surprised round after round from what we've seen. Just the angle yet again towards the art area. Something Abaddon Abyss loves to play right now. It's a bit of that 4-1 split. So much attention, especially towards that Phoenix. A rally call even. And despite Exotic not getting the performance that we expect on paper, he's still getting the job done anyway, especially in that last round, making ways for his team. A technical pause right now as we make sure that everyone is ready for such a crucial game here, Black and Blue. Yet again, I think we've been discussing this backstage. From what I know, head-to-head is the most important, right? So whoever wins this is the direct matchup that they need to accomplish effectively. And if Abaddon Abyss gets this, they overtake SKYE Empire. If SKYE Empire beats Abaddon Abyss, they are untouchable to both Abaddon Abyss and Puggers to keep them in the 6th seed instead.
Isn't it so fitting that for both of these teams' final game in this regular season to qualify into the playoffs, they're playing against each other? Abaddon Abyss, if they win this, that means they're tied up technically in score. With a map count, with a round count even matter? No, because head-to-head is the important fact, and they're head-to-head against each other right now. They're playing each other in the last game, so there's a lot at stake here for both sides. Practically simplified once more. Winner, playoffs. Loser, you're out. Go home. Well, for some of them, seemingly previously boot camped, they're now at home anyways, so luckily for them, won't be a long journey.
It feels pretty wild, honestly, that maybe some of these players rather, are looking already for different homes for different teams. We already know the announcements between SKYE Empire and perhaps a few inklings here and there from Abaddon Abyss down the rumor mill. But what happens if they continue on? What happens if they make it to the playoffs, right? And what if they're the team to go all the way and win? Would that be a little awkward, don't you say? But then again, sometimes you just need to take it day by day, week by week, and let the results speak for themselves as we're getting ready for this one right now. I'm pleasantly surprised to see that we got a bunch of close scorelines and close standings, actually, down after the Naos Oasis 1-2. It really just goes to show that it's such an open field right now for the Philippine scene, especially with Secret going to franchising, members from that RRQ roster still there, playing for the half and half squad, and there's so much space right now for the PH team to see who's next to carry that banner, you know? Raise that flag, as we always like to say.
Wow.
Wow, of course. I'm inspiring. Come on. Welcome to my TED Talk.
To make Wagiwai the Watawat?
Yes, there you go. You have to say it in that way.
Yeah.
Because we are in the English broadcast, not in the Pinoy broadcast. Diba?
Pinoy.
Shout out to the Filipino side, by the way. I know Ray Ray has been poking her nose on the chat, be like, can you stay in your social media? Thanks.
Yeah. On the Facebook.
I
think it's because somebody in chat was either looking for her or like a me.
Dude, it's Laika. Come on. I literally look at the guy's histories and be like, Laika beautiful. Yes. You have no idea how much. You have no idea how much. This is where we start talking about the people who randomly say random things on chat. Oh, dude, that's the beauty of us having mod powers on the stream.
This is why I like having mod powers. I have used it. I have timed out a few people during my off when I'm not casting. When I'm like just
you're a defender. You're a good boy.
Yeah, don't fight my friends. Only I can fight them.
Correct. No one can bully Asrai except us. That's the truth. We are all good buddy pals here. Honestly, you know, it's also fun on the Facebook side because there's certain names that you know. It's not just like on the Valorant streams, right? But also on their certain social medias. It's like, oh, you're here again. You're a big fan of this person. I can see that, you know?
Yep. On the Facebook stream, they can just beef with the chat actively.
Oh, you want to beef with the chat right now?
No, not necessarily.
With this guy called Steve AIOU.
Steve AIOU.
Yeah, I don't know this guy.
AIOU. Oh,
I don't know. I don't know why he has all the vowels.
Vowels, rather.
But he's giving me the stink chat right now. He's looking at me like this, be like, what is this guy saying? What are you saying, Steve? What are you doing? It's the usual technical pause story time. We're accustomed with it by this point.
So what's your schedule like, Dax? Why do you
Oh!
seem to be so busy?
Don't worry.
How's
I'm
your
very
life?
excited. I can't wait to see you later for an event. I can't wait to cast the international side for our local language. I can't wait to be a pro player again for different games.
Wow.
And don't forget, I can't wait to do this again with you in
Tomorrow.
the next 24 hours tomorrow.
The
where I may-
multi-talented, multifaceted.
Bro, I'm radiant in another game. Okay, that's all I gotta say. But I can't wait to do this at almost at the same time as it is right now with you tomorrow, with still the same amount of sleep that I have right now.
Yes.
I'm very excited for that
I
one.
fully expect you to be in the same exact attire.
Oh no, dude, I'm gonna change. I think I'm gonna change after this one,
That's probably
just because I gotta rep the colors of
Wow.
TS. Yeah, of course. You gotta raise the flag, as I said. Now, I wonder what's up. I hope everyone's okay. We've noticed though that Sky Empire has relatively been caught by Abaddon Abyss. We've seen some strong executes, some strong flanks right now, and yet again, it's a matter of map control that we've been discussing. Even in that Lotus map, right? That Sky Empire, it felt like they were so wary of getting that map control when they had those gun buys that it really cost them a few angles here and there. But this time around, it's just Abaddon Abyss catching them out mid-rotation, making their own flank work, and it really just puts such a question mark on what Sky Empire is supposed to do if Abaddon Abyss is this on point right now for the series.
Well, there's many things, I think. It's a very multi-layered answer, right? In some of the rounds, that once again, as we saw in Pearl, rather on Lotus a while ago, a lot of times when they do go and opt to go for the retake, it's on thrifty rounds anyways. And those are rounds that you're never really expected to win. And they weren't winning those retakes because, once more, they weren't thrifties. And we did see, I think, them be a bit more dissuaded to try and play retake because of that, because they were saying, hey, we're losing, we're playing retake, but maybe not recognizing that you kind of were an eco every time you would. And when they do have guns, when they do have economy to buy on up and have utility to fight with, then they would go for a bit more of a, frontward hold, just an advanced hold here, taking some space early on, yes, but ultimately losing in those clashes. And I think there should be a bit more variation in that. Coming from Sky Empire, why not try the retake when you actually have guns to retake? And they have been here so far, not by necessarily, I guess, intent, but just by circumstance. And if you look at those circumstances, they've been working on out. We saw that 2v3 retake here towards B with Kelly S on the flank and Eugene S on the front line. And those are good cases, I think, of what Sky Empire should try to continue to do. But once more, we're going now finally into the round. Break time is over. Abaddon Abyss, they've got the guns, and Sky Empire don't.
Well, Kelly S has the angle though, and Abaddon Abyss, hopefully all their tech problems A-okay this time around. We go back into the game and towards the ramp area. Abaddon Abyss is setting up their forces, wanting to make this B play work, but that Prowler is huge! Kelly S now exposed out on this antics, dashes towards the pillar for a bit of cover. Suppressing fire from the rest of Sky Empire, and Kelly S able to make mincemeat out of Exotic, but B-Black now makes the trade happen. It's 4v4 effectively. But Sky Empire fortifying that B site. Abaddon Abyss though, getting reinforcements in the return of Exotic back to the fight, and as the smoke dissipates, is now the ample moments for Abaddon Abyss to make it towards the objective. A lot of suppressing fire towards the screens. The lockdown is there too. Eugene S, he knows his life can be forfeit anyway. Will back off at the last moment. This should provide Abaddon Abyss the space to work with and make this B site happen.
Look at this smoke. Provides him a small corner to try and pop this, but it can also be very deadly. Really be detrimental to whoever gets too ambitious with it. Back hall being held here by the Abaddon Abyss attack. Sky Empire on the retake 4v5. They have a single rifle on RU, the only low player on their side, so that could be the best case to fight with, and they all just get shredded apart. That's Abaddon Abyss taking the lead once more.
Good discipline there from Abaddon Abyss from step 1 to step 2, step 3. Prowler, just a corner, make sure that there's nothing cheeky going on. Go for the resurrection into the lockdown. And while Sky Empire should be a bit happy with the fact that they burned some ultimates on the Abaddon Abyss side, it really just goes to show for Abaddon Abyss especially, they know what they have to commit. They know that every single round right now that they can take cleanly will give them an advantage moving forward. And it's good to see a bit of that maturity right now from Abaddon Abyss. As SKYE Empire now has to be careful. Reel it back towards that A site. Have that operator perched towards Art and checking into shops even. Operator now making sound. Hydro can confirm that, especially in a pinch. And here comes Abaddon Abyss getting ready to make this main take happen.
Well, they're seemingly dissuaded right now by the smoke in their face. The lurk here, not going to be too successful. Disrupt and Kelly S. We're at the ready. Stop that from happening. Abaddon Abyss. They lose a big component of that, and that's a problem sometimes when you have your first contact be that lurk.
Yeah, just couldn't push the way they wanted to. No distraction means no off angle to work with. Instead now, they take the mantle of responsibility from the art area. And here we go yet again. Not an elective, but a choice to make it towards that A side. The operator though just looking at Exotic with his hands up. And it's really just quite the underhanded situation for him. SKYE Empire, they are just keeping backside control. Difficult for Abaddon Abyss. Even harder now where Babs fall and Disrupt with that takedown. Sladendon fighting back, but he's all alone against the rest of the gang of SKYE Empire. And we tie up the scoreline 5-5 as a result.
Good round from SKYE Empire. Able to really just play on back, making sure they don't get overrun. Kelly S there, coming in big with the operator. Holding down the line. If Disrupt wasn't able to get that kill onto the flank, then it still would have worked out because he was at the ready to shut down the art flank. And then he also came in through at the end. So Abaddon Abyss struggling a bit more here in this map for sure. SKYE Empire playing better. I think that's a bigger point to be made. And considering they're on the defensive side, the less favored side here as well on Pearl, then this is already a pretty good half by them by all means.
Yeah, they're making sure, though, that at the very least, this half ends in a 6-6 scoreline. Something manageable for both sides here. Eugene S. Here we go yet again. Cheeky angle right now. Knows a small little bit of that smoke can provide him that vision. But now, the angle being cleared. Eugene S, though, swinging, forced by the hand of Abaddon Abyss. At least takes the one down. Makes it a 4v4 right now. And towards Link, here we have a shooting gallery rating the strike. Wall broken, and faces will shatter. It's Hydra, though, who comes up ahead to get 3 right now. 2v1 situation. And yet again, a difficult scenario here for SKYE Empire. Operator in the hands of Kelly S in a 1v2. Anyone can do it, though. It might be him as we get the post plant going.
Well, Kelly S. Once more, I talked about how if you want to be retaking this B site with an op, you might as well be coming from this B long position. It'd still be a very painful case to try and find exactly where they are. He has a shorty for the close range, he has an op for the long, but how about the mid range? Might get a kill, yes, but the trade could come immediately and a lot quicker than he'd be ready to try and fight for. V Black just gets a quick, swift decapitation after the... Well, Nano Swarms force him off, and Abaddon Abyss, they're the ones first to get the 6th round on the board.
Yeah, Abaddon Abyss again. Just in those scenarios, they really make sure every corner is contested. And for SKYE Empire, just hiding in those nooks and crannies, it's basically a one-way trip. Can they afford to make those trades happen? Can they afford to effectively play 4v4? Seems like the answer has been a bit of a no right now in this regard. And especially Abaddon Abyss, a bit hotter on the duels. And especially Hydra, from what we've seen so far. Super sub performance. He's ready to go again with the rest of the squad by drop. Here we go now. Quick little knife. Gets at that intel. No one holding close. Instead, it'll be the third confirming that Abaddon Abyss is coming the way of Ryu.
Well, Abaddon Abyss coming on in here. They're executing as of the moment. They have that run it back to push the pace even further. They get a kill off of Eugene S as well. Did not deal with the lockdown here, SKYE Empire, so they have to respect it. Give it up instead. Lockdown does not get much, but buys some space, which is exactly what they needed. Hunter's Spear comes on out, and Exotic finds a kill off of the flank as well. Now Sky Empire in a difficult spot. Rabbit though finds one huge kill. Could have found a second, but Rababs shows him how it's done. A 2v4.
Flash comes in and Disrupt now trying to make wonders happen. Aryudo couldn't time it right. Abaddon Abyss, they're already on all angles. And here we go again. The gaze of Abaddon Abyss confirming that this half is theirs to lead. 7-5 scoreline. Abaddon Abyss, you've seen, have problems in endurance. Problems lately in making anything really work. But we know they get off strong starts in the series. The panel mentioned a while ago, map 1s have been their bread and butter. But coming into map 2, this is their chance to just get away with those woes. Not need to go to that decider on Ascent. Look to seal the deal and finish the job off here and now. Only Sky Empire can stop them, and especially in a pistol round like this. Time to see who can get the advantage moving into the second half.
Let's see now if Abaddon Abyss can secure this 2-0 decisively and swiftly. Dodge out initially the Hunt, but brought out ultimately by Eugene S, I believe. Slatham has a lot to do here. Oh, I think they saw his shoulder. Oh, gets lots of damage done on the RU and Rabbit, but no real kills to be confirmed. Exotic finds that kill finally here. Molly to keep him at bay. Disrupt is able to get the trade off as well. 3v3 as of the moment. Crawling on up here. Exotic and Hydra coming from that CT. And the art position held by V-Black. Let's see how they play the retake, Dax.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of a dangerous set of trades for Abaddon Abyss. Losing their Sage could have been an advantage on the heal especially. Then again now, low HP for both RU and Exotic. And V-Black now getting his name on the board. Abaddon Abyss making 2v1 and Exotic, come on! That shot! Through the smoke! Did he just spam it? Did he just try his luck? Well, scratch a lottery ticket after that one because Lady Luck and Abaddon Abyss decide right now. They win that pistol and it's perfect for them moving forward.
Abaddon Abyss. So impressive how they've just been doing everything right in some of the in a lot of these rounds where they just completely get the proper read, proper timing, just the proper anticipation of what's supposed to happen and what to do. And
what was that shot?
I don't know.
I don't know what that shot did. What did I watch in that shot? I'm speechless after that one, but hey. Well, sorry for the interruption there, my friend, because Abaddon Abyss, they're looking pretty spicy right now, truth be told. It's been a good wake-up call for them, perhaps, the last few series that they've had in the VCTPH. They can get this one, the one that truly matters for them. Well, they still have a future ahead this split.
Well, can only be decided by them and their performance here in this series. Playing a very dangerous game. Not being ready. Staying in that astral form. As V-Black finds one on the Rabbit. Luckily, timing works out in his favor. Exotic finds another. And Abaddon Abyss are finding these opening picks and stopping really the push from Sky Empire, which wasn't too heavy-handed in the first place. Disrupt is doing a good job of at least trying to get his and then some, but ultimately enough. Abaddon Abyss, swift round, 9-5. They continue.
Seems to be just more and more convincing here from Abaddon Abyss. Sky Empire. This is a round where it really has to be them stepping up to the plate. They have their bias this time around. They know that a while ago was just relatively the eco state. But this lead is getting a bit scary here for Sky Empire, especially. If Abaddon Abyss takes the bonus, they get double digits. They get the economical advantage. And it really becomes such a dangerous situation for Sky Empire right now. And the Imperials have their mandate going. Knife gets thrown. Could be a bit of intel there, courtesy of Disrupt. Beyond that, though, Sky Empire now on the rotation. Where they're going to be meeting Hydra, who's just fully set up towards the A site instead.
Exotic. He's got that rifle from their bonus. Bringing it into this. They have to run it back as well, so they can play the retake here. If they can find one pick before that comes to pass, and it could be even better. Kelly S looking to push the pace, looking to push those lines and maybe find a kill or two. They're not going to expect him here, but now they find on out. KLES finds the one up close. Going to be difficult to try and fight with. Slalom does get the trade off immediately, at least eventually rather. It's now down to a 4v2 as SKYE Empire finding the picks going their way. And V-Black stands alone. Maybe gonna get a kill? Nah, Eugene shuts him down 6-9. At least SKYE Empire do it without losing too much. Now we're going into a proper gun round.
Yeah, nicely done there by SKYE Empire. Very precise also in the engage. Feels like Abaddon Abyss, that round, asleep, is not ready for any kind of antics. Exotic struggles yet again, especially in those duels. Hasn't really been the best day of the office, but look what KLES goes. It's a page that we saw a while ago from Abaddon Abyss. The willingness here for SKYE Empire to push, especially when they know how they have that map control and that gun advantage. This is time though now for Abaddon Abyss to strike back. They have the rifles. They're also vying for a lot of active pressure. You can see that they're taking main, giving the orb towards Rababs. They have the run it back available. There's a lot of forces towards this A side. It's a good reason why SKYE Empire now scouting towards B, trying to see what the setup is. The rotation though, courtesy of Exotic and Rababs already en route.
They're trying to be a bit more quiet in this B take. If they can start to make presence, then that should help pull the defense a bit away from this B-link position and might even allow Eugene S to get a free kill if he can find the proper flank. But SKYE Empire a bit more spread out than one would think right now. They do have RU playing all the way towards A main, so he's going to be the late lurk in this case. I think they're going to try and push on the site very soon. And 45 seconds left on the clock and ticking, so at this point, it's going to be a commit.
High time now to get the dart going. Perfect chance here for KLES to actually move on forward. But the quick little smoke gives Rabbit an angle throughout that owl drone. Lead the charge alongside the jet. KLES now navigating to the back halls, but Exotic finally getting the one up on him. Abaddon Abyss, they need that first pick, and they're getting all of them. Even Hydra already. 3 to his name, and 3 on the round. It's all left to RU now in a 1v5 situation. Exotic actually taking that kill away from Hydra just to keep the flow going. And the triple kill has been ceded to Exotic's hands instead. A flawless hold as Abaddon Abyss manipulate the battlefield in their favor.
It was just so telegraphed here by SKYE Empire. Like, they made some presence known towards B and just cut noise, and they were just waiting there the whole time. Yeah, they don't drone out early to further telegraph it, because then Abaddon Abyss would have known entirely. But at that point, do you even want to be droning when you know your duelist is about to dash on in and nobody's at the ready to be that trade? I think you're supposed to drone beforehand. In that case, SKYE Empire find out firsthand the problems, really the woes that they're continuously imposing upon themselves. And Abaddon Abyss, they don't have to do anything but just punish them every time.
Sure, it was a bit telegraphed there for SKYE Empire, but I'd say Abaddon Abyss making sure it was choreographed to their liking. And speaking of liking, I like this better now for SKYE Empire. They saw the wall set up towards A main a while ago, just let it be, and went for B instead, where it was the obvious choice. This time around, they break it and still apply pressure, but Sladom, he just anticipated that so well. Ready at the moment's notice to shoot down KLES. Are you already a sliver of HP even? What's happened to him? The taps do come, but eventually Disrupt will get the takedown. Over ambitiousness there from Exotic. Still has had a few struggles here and there. But while Eugene S now is on the cross, he doesn't know. This is timing here for Eugene S. He can get flanked right now, or he can get a kill out of nowhere towards the angle here at Link. It's dangerous here for Eugene S. The transfer does go the way of B site though. And a single kill here for SKYE Empire will pull these forces. And now here's the rotation as he wants to play that lurk. Rabbit leading the charge. KLES has already fallen. Alarm bot though gonna be in the way. Are you on plant duty? A single bullet, a single tick of the nano swarm. That's enough to take him down. And Hydra, he's going huge yet again. 2 already here for Hydra. V back ready to make the trade work. And such a long distance for Eugene S to come from. He's running, but he can't gun even further after that one. Abaddon Abyss with another one.
Oh, could have been good timing for Eugene S as he was able to cross towards that art, but the rotation from SKYE Empire looked to go the other way, and when he heard that the A defenders were running through Flower, running through the CT, he follows their trail instead of trying to potentially cut them off or, you know, close that gap by going through Art instead. I guess it was the safer route, but you know your team is playing a very fast pace. You know how deep they are. You should be able to see the minimap, and you know the rotation is coming in at full speed. Just these small mistakes from individual Sky Empire players really being a big problem in the end.
Hasn't that been the case right now? Sky Empire individual strong, but if those individual pillars do show cracks, the whole foundation breaks, and the Empire has tumbled because of it. Is this just gonna be the burning of Rome here for Sky Empire now, as Abaddon Abyss seems to be the invaders from another land here? Speaking of, they've gone towards the A site. Towards Sky Empire side, art control here for Abaddon Abyss. A bit of a 1v1 though. Between the two Killjoys of Sky Empire are on an eco state. But we hear the Blade Storm now, even though they're on Sheriffs only here for Sky Empire. They're still playing it slow, looking for those picks. The Hunter's Fury comes online courtesy of Rabbit. Looking for anyone to tag, but just no dice, really. No targets to find, and Sky Empire grasping at straws that just aren't there right now.
Yeah, that was just a Hail Mary to be thrown out by Rabbit here. I think you could have better saved it for a much more opportune moment. Hydra, he's been found on out within this site, but he does have the heavy firepower advantage. Disrupt, great kill he finds, and the flush out there on the Nano Swarms going for Eugene S. V Black on that retake. Flying down Kelly S, unaware. 3v3 on either side, but it's only Disrupt with the proper weapon for Sky Empire. He's coming in from that flank, but he has no time as well. Blind, they know where he is. This round, he gets a kill, but it's done. Abaddon Abyss, they take series point. Not just that, tournament life point here against Sky Empire.
I'll say it right here, right now, Black and Blue. This is playoffs points for Abaddon Abyss. This is the big one. They have made sure that they've done their work, both in and out of the game. They prepared, and they just look so perfect right now from how they've been playing against Sky Empire. And you're just seeing the step up of Hydra, especially. Even in the first map, he is already showing those glimpses. And when Exotic has struggled to get those confirmed takedowns, the anchor that is Hydra has been the beast that has been mythical, unslayable, and unbeatable as of now. This is it, Sky Empire. Do or die. And the odds, they're difficult against them with 4 ultimates, almost 5 even ready for Abaddon Abyss on the opposite end.
Sky Empire, if they believe with every part of their body they deserve to make to the playoffs, they are one of the best teams in the local scene. Now is the time to do it and make this comeback happen and extend this even further. A tall task, but one that isn't above them. V Black has contact here to be made. Slatham anticipates the flash. He's able to dodge it. V Black finds one. That's a double kill going their way, and there's Spike at the forefront as well. Another critical, huge mistake, and Rabab finds a double, all in the Eugene S. And a flawless round here for Abaddon Abyss. Victory in their sake, and a failure coming on Sky Empire's defeat. 2-0, they go out of this tournament. And Abaddon Abyss, they're playoff bound, baby.
Gone big, and they send Sky Empire home. Rome will burn as Sky Empire falls, and out of the ashes, the Byzantines that is Abaddon Abyss will rise on the other side. What a way to just confirm their situation, though. What a way to win for Abaddon Abyss. It's been such a hard road. I believe they've been on such a red streak recently, losing the last 4 of their series in a much needed win that they had to get. The much needed matchup they needed to beat, especially against their closest competitor that is Sky Empire. They did not just win, they were able to dominate, especially on that last map. Overall though, I feel like this was just the strengths of Abaddon Abyss coming forward, right? This is a squad that knows that they can make it to the big leagues, and it was their corners to the wall, but they have made it here so far, my friend.
Yeah, they're able to perform a lot better, you know, than their previous matchups were. And as we were talking about, you know, Pearl is probably going to be a slightly more competitive map between these two teams from both sides. But that it was, just yet in the end, Abaddon Abyss able to outclass the competition. Sky Empire not winning a single round on their attacking side. And that is just a very big telltale sign that they just do not seem to be the proper, I guess, space right now to be able to try and come back into this. Valiant effort for them. Sure, there was a lot of pressure, lots of expectations that this squad had and people had of this squad, and even within themselves personally, but ultimately enough, it's just unfortunately not their stage, not just yet, or maybe not even as this configuration.
Yeah, they only got one round there in the second half, and it really makes sense. Sometimes the sum itself aren't really equal to the parts that you put. And well, configurations are just so important right now. We give big respects to Sky Empire. We know their history and we know these players are great. But better and newer homes, perhaps something they've already initiated in the social medias and whatnot. It will be, of course, still a future for them. But the future, brighter than ever for Abaddon Abyss. This squad is still ready to fight. And again, I still have to give my props there to Hydra. He has just been slotted in for the past 2 series. He got his bearings. There against Action PH, here against Sky Empire, he soared above all expectations. And he can be crowned the Emperor for the day right now. Not too sure who's going to be the MVP after everything's said and done there, my friend. But I'm just glad to see Abaddon Abyss at this state. The win they needed the most, the win they needed, how they needed to do so. It finally came to them.
And it was very, very decisive as well on both maps, right? Huge deficit at the end of things, and so Abaddon Abyss, even if you count around differential, they might even be up ahead in that case, but the head-to-head is the important, and in that one, just a very, very nice case to be made by them. Abaddon Abyss shall not be thrown to the abyss, because for now, we're gonna have Slatham delivering the win with GLAB Unlimited at the end.
Yeah, just really goes to show team effort there from Abaddon Abyss. Overall, there, especially in the second half of Pearl, we saw how dominant every single angle that they could hold, that they could take, and just flawless in that manner at the end. A single Nightfall was just the death sentence there. The Sky Empire, the reads, the rotations have been sublime, and we've talked about map control being so important there for Abaddon Abyss. Again and again, every single thing that they could see on the map, it was theirs to take there, Black and Blue.
Yeah, and that they did, right? But I'm sure we've had a lot to say over these past 2 games. Our panel has got even more to say. So for now, I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax. We'll see you guys next time as the panel. It's all yours.
Kasama niyo pa rin, of course, si Likeable, Terror, at si Vil. Napakalupit nung laban na yun. Pero, mapapatunayan natin na Vil, totoo pala yung panelist curse.
Bumalik tayo dito. Si Vil, parang akala mo walang nangyari. Parang,
Nagpapasa ako ng stats talaga. To be honest, I really thought it's gonna be a 9-3 curse nga papunta dun sa first map natin. Pero yun nga, wala pala 9-3 curse ang mangyayari. Talagang uubusin na rin talaga ng Abaddon Abyss, like what you've said. Talagang panel curse ang nangyayari nga. Pero at the end of the day, it's just Abaddon Abyss talaga ang mananalo dito. Pero yun nga, this is the second time na nanalo ang Abaddon Abyss ever dun sa game nila. Sa mga matches nila. Yung first time na nanalo sila, it was their day 2, at nung nakalaban nila doon is yung Poggers. So literal na yung dalawang magkakatabi is yun yung dalawang natalo ng Abaddon Abyss.
Oo nga, men eh. Yun lang ang masasabi ko dito. Pero with
how that turns
Lotus,
have tabled, ha?
Diba? Diba? Anong pakiramdam, Bessie? Pero eto, no, dito sa Lotus map nga, exotic on great mechanical movements. Kudos talaga sa Neon na to dahil once na si Exotic ang pumasok sa mga entry niya, and aside from that, dun sa pag-pupush niya sa mga sites, talagang nakukuha niya yung attention ng kabilang side, ng kabilang team. And because of that, he can create those spaces na kailangan nila.
Alam mo, saktong-sakto yung observation mo. Dumalaw kanina dito yung isa nating caster dito. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo, Asoray. And pinoint out niya to sa akin. Natuwa ako dun sa observation niya. Sabi niya, mas bagay talaga na si Exotic itong frontman. Tapos si Slatom, yung magre-refrag sa kanya, nagiging effective talaga. The two, pag pinagsama mo tong dalawang to, grabe yung firepower at grabe yung space taking na nagagawa nila. Able to just give so much space for the rest of the team na tuluyan na nilang masakop yung mga sides dito.
Pero ito, not just these two players. Siyempre, I would like to point out Hydra as well, which is talagang nilabas talaga nila yung power ni Hydra. Talagang sobrang naging effective na rin siya. If ever kita compare Hydra's gameplay dun sa kahapon, mas naging effective. I mean, dun sa mga ibang games pa, mas naging sobrang mas effective siya ngayon. Pero for the side of Abaddon na Abyssa, talagang pinapakita talaga nila na everyone here from the side of their team is actually really worthy to be here. And of course, not just all of these players lang din talaga ng Abaddon. Siyempre, andyan pa sila V-Black, of course, sila Slathom. Lahat talaga sila is sobrang nag-perform rin talaga na sobrang solid. And tulad nga na pag-usapan natin, Exotic with the MVP today. Like, I mean, Exotic, of course, talagang
Exotic.
Yung potential niya, yung potential talaga ng mga players ito na yung nilalabas talaga nila.
Ang galing, ang ganda talaga ng galaw dito ni Exotic. Especially on that Phoenix. Ilang beses nating nakitang nag-activate yung run it back, diba? Grabe yung space taking talaga. Syempre paulit-ulit ako dyan dito kasi pag pinag-usapan din kasi natin yung Pearl, napaka-importante na as when you clear up so much space, there's so much information that you can really get from this side. At sulit na sulit yung mga run it back ni Exotic kanina.
Exactly. And from the Neon up until the Phoenix nga, talagang nag-show up siya pagdating sa mga matches natin for today. And I totally agree doon sa sinabi mo kanina, Laika, no? Because on my notes right now, nung nanonood din ako, Exotic is definitely on point and Slathom, alam naman natin, like before we even started this match, na on point din yung kanyang mga shots dito.
Yeah. This is actually a good thing nung guys kay Slathom, diba? This is like literally a mind of a duelist nga, diba? Talaga na makapapansin talaga natin na ito yung battle stage nga talaga nilabas na. Pero yun nga, I'm really excited kung ano ba mangyayari sa playoffs if papasok ba ang Abaddon Abyss or SKYE Empire, which is syempre mas mabuti kung bukas i-confirm natin yan.
Kasi hindi pa naman tapos yung group stage natin, diba? Maganda yung sigurado na tayo kung ano kaya yung kalalabasan. Kasi hindi lang naman yung mismong standings, which we'll be seeing in just a bit, yung magiging factor. If ever kasi meron tayong rule book para i-check yung mga yan. So, abangan na lang natin yung confirmation kung ano yung mga teams na makakapasok sa ating playoffs. Pero tulad nga lang sinabi ko kanina, gustong-gusto ko nang makita tong standings ito. Terror! Mainit yung mga scores natin dito. Nakakakaba.
Naku po, ito na nga yung standings natin so far, no? And obviously, up until the top naman, yung expected natin na nasa top 2, which is Oasis Gaming and Naos Esports. Pero, ang pinaka-kailangan talaga nating bantayan dito, obviously, is yung mga nasa baba pa na tuluyang naghahabol ng mga puntos nila. Lalo na, Abaddon Abyss won for today's match as well. So, kung makikita natin, pantay pa sila so far. Pero yung 1-5, yan na, GameLab.Alpha, SR Nakage, sila yung naghahabulan dito ngayon. What are your thoughts about this, partner?
Well, para sa akin naman, partner, talaga napansin talaga natin si Poggers. Yes, talagang 1-5 din siya. If ever manalo siya sa match niya tomorrow, it's gonna be yung triple tie nga, di ba? So, League Ops ang sagot kung ano bang mangyayari dito sa tatlong to. Well, at least, diba, nakikita natin, ito na yung last push nila, lalo na sa Abaddon Abyss. This is your last push already. And if ever na din talaga kung anong mangyari dito, is yun yung magpapabago ng fate ng kabuuang leaderboards natin, lalong-lalo na sa 6 to 7 na rankings. But yeah, for the side of GameLab.Alpha, actually yung game nga nilang actual page ng GameLab.Alpha, ano yun talagang seedings talaga yun yung paglalaban nila So tomorrow,
very
yun na
important.
talaga. Pero ang problema talaga ng Poggers dito is yung kalaban nga nila, which is Naos.
Actually, Vil, di ba sabi mo 7 and 8 yung tinitingnan mo kanina dun sa standings natin. Ako tinitingnan ko tong 8, yung huli, which is yung Poggers. Wala nang chance etong Poggers na makapasok dito sa playoffs natin. Pero what if matalo nila yung Naos? Edi, nag-shift din talaga yung leaderboards natin, di ba? Hindi, magkakagulo na between Naos and Oasis Gaming talaga. Kung sino yung magcha-champion, or at least di pa naman champion, pero yung sino yung nasa top 1 pagka-exit natin dito sa ating group stage. Pero ikaw naman, Terror, ano kayang game dito yung inaabang-abangan mo or kinakakabahan mo?
Feeling ko isang magandang laban yung ibibigay ng Nakage tsaka Oasis. Kasi alam naman natin, so far, parang yung Nakage nasa slope ngayon na pababa, diba? Parang ito yung chance nila to finally show off na, paalala ko lang sa inyo, kami yung top team nung pumasok kami dito, diba? So, kukunin ulit nila yung spark nila pagdating sa game number 2. Yan ang pakiramdam ko. Pero mali ang nostra ko today. So, hindi natin alam kung yung gut feeling ko mali. Ano ba yun?
Sinabi ko pa
nag-iisa,
naman
bes.
kanina, intuition ng babae, tama.
Half lang kasi, sorry guys. Akin.
Si Wendell lang pala ang tama, no?
Oh, yes, of course. Pero sa totoo lang, I'm actually really excited kasi this is the first time na, hindi naman first time, siguro second siguro. Pero yun nga na ikakast natin best ang first game bukas, which is ang Poggers ang Naos Esports. So ano man mangyari sa kanila, kung manalo man yung Poggers or kung matalo man yung Poggers, basta matinding shift sa ating leaderboards to. Like what you've said, like talagang labanan na lang. Andito tayo sa point na labanan ng standings, labanan ng seedings.
Enjoy na lang din siguro tong Poggers. So, malay mo sila pa yung manggulo ng lahat ng momentum na natitira dito sa Naos Esports. Pero once again guys, ang ganda ng mga napapanood natin dito at syempre, dahil yan sa Riot Games at Mineski Philippines. So maraming salamat sa inyo.
Ayan, syempre maraming salamat din sa ating sponsor with Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food at syempre enjoy nyo na ang free delivery nyo every day. Subscribe na kayo sa Grab Unlimited now only for 9 pesos sa inyong first month.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. A big shoutouts nga po pala kay Miss Cynthia. Hello po.
Hello po! maraming salamat sa pagnood sa amin ngayong araw. Magkita-kita ulit tayo bukas para sa huling araw ng group stages natin. Guys, magkakaalaman na sino kaya ang dalawang teams na hindi na makakaproceed sa playoff. Sama-sama tayong alamin yan bukas. Kita kids, once again, this has been The Panel. Good night!
We're soaring up high, got no clue. How do I know what I mean to you? Yeah. Say it out loud, spill the truth. Tell me how I'm gonna get close to you. Yeah. High and low, in between, acting out, make a scene. Working on our body language, working on our body language. Baby, now tell me exactly how you feel. I'm just trying to keep it real.